It happened 18 years ago. A huge tornado hit the earth, bringing with it lightning. Suddenly, out of all this indecipherable chaos, a tall tower began to appear, which seemed to reach into the heavens. And along with this tower, a gate appeared on the ground. The portal demolished everything in its path. Cars, trees, and motorcycles were lying on the streets of the city, which until recently could be called peaceful. Monsters began to emerge from this endless portal. There was no end to them. Only more of them came to Earth, and this influx could not stop. Despite the fact that it seemed to be the end of the world, the apocalypse and the end of life, a group of people who were able to resist this evil was born along with the evil force. A small group of people with superpowers found the strength to defend the population. They were called the Players. These superheroes stood up for humanity and were their only hope for salvation. After that, the game economy began. In the new realities, players became a symbol of wealth, power, and envy. And he was just an ordinary young man. He was not chosen by fate to become a defender of his hometown. A brown-haired man entered the guild office with 2 large bags. A man in a black classic suit met him, smiled at him, asked him to put the food on the table, and pointed to the far corner of the room. The young man laughed awkwardly and apologized to him for being late, walking a little further away. When the boy had placed his order, he left the room and got back on his moped, wishing him good luck. But as he stood in front of the traffic light waiting for the green light, a poster on a tall building caught his eye. It depicted one of today's heroes. He lifted his helmet to get a better look at it. Yoo Seok-woo, another superhero born in South Korea. He was a young man with unique powers and had many fans and envy throughout his life. His unique abilities amazed everyone. The player was really strong and used these opportunities to the maximum. Sometimes it seemed that he had all the cheat keys, because it was hard to realize that such power was real. Yoo Seok-woo was the most outstanding of all the superheroes. He was the one who was compared to a monster, the one who could deal with 100 monsters at once. The guy was so impressed with him that he stopped and held up all the traffic on the road, which is why he got hit. The driver of the car behind him shouted loudly that the green light had been on for a long time, but he still wasn't moving. The boy apologized when he heard an unfamiliar voice. He, young man, returned home in the evening, having spent the whole day trying to earn some extra money. He parked his moped near the house where he lived and noticed that the mailbox was overflowing. Without waiting, the brown-haired man ran there to get newspapers, advertisements, and letters, hoping that there would be a coveted envelope. But when he looked at what was in it, he was very disappointed. There were only bills, various loans, and medical bills. He smiled to calm himself down a bit, but it was not a happy smile at all. Still, what could he expect there? With a sigh, the guy put all the papers in a bag and went home. Opening the door, he said not very loudly that he had already arrived and was waiting for someone to come out. The next door of the room opened and a girl came out. She greeted him happily and went down the hall. The boy was surprised that she was still awake. It was already late. The sister laughed and said she was just doing her homework. Then he asked if his mother was already asleep and carefully went to her room. The young man opened the door very carefully, looking at his mother, and his sister told him that she had just fallen asleep and was sleeping much better than usual tonight. He also wanted to mention that it would be good for Mom to have a massage to help her feel better. His sister didn't say anything and soon came out to him with a cake with the number on it. She smiled and wished him a happy birthday. He was struck by the fact that she had money for the cake from somewhere. He asked if his sister had used the money he had given her to buy new clothes, to buy sweets, but she immediately denied it. She replied that she had a lot of money and walked away a little, saying that if he didn't, she would eat it all herself. The girl adored the chocolate cake she was holding in her hand and had bought it from a very famous store. The young man noticed that her clothes were old, and it would be better to change them. But the sister wanted to wish her beloved brother a happy birthday so much that she was ready to sacrifice it. Of course, he thanked her, because she took care of him. The boy would be able to eat a delicious cake on his birthday. He agreed, but the girl said that before he could eat the cake, he should read the letter. The happy boy happily grabbed the envelope from her hands, saying that he would be happy to read it right away. He carefully opened it, pulled out the letter inside, and took it in his hands. However, instead of being delighted or even saying anything, the boy fell silent, unable to say anything. My sister laughed at this reaction. In general, it was expected. There was something he had been waiting for so long, and because of that he checked the mailbox several times every day. The new player's invitation was addressed to him. Tears involuntarily appeared in his eyes and he exclaimed loudly with delight. It was something incredible, probably one of the most important events in his entire life. She stood a little further away from her brother and told him that she really wanted to surprise him, so she took the letter out of the box. The girl rushed to hug him, congratulating him on the realization of such a long-awaited and big dream. The young man couldn't stop the tears that were pouring out of his eyes from happiness. Finally, he had made it and would be able to fulfill his wishes. Now there is a chance to change their lives, to change poverty and money, and to cure diseases, to have everything that Giyong had longed for. He walked back into his mother's room, looking at her. She was still lying motionless on the bed, sleeping. It was then that he remembered that everything would work out if he could find one thing that would be the key to solving the problems. The very next day, the boy went to the Korean Players Association. It was a majestic building with many floors. Taking the invitation with him, the boy stepped into the building. It was then that he began to shake with emotion, excitement, and happiness. But he closed his eyes, telling himself that now was not the time to give in to emotions. The most important moment in his life was about to happen, which would solve many problems. But now is just the beginning of a new life and big changes that would bring him celebrity and status in society. When he walked inside, he was met by a girl wearing glasses and holding several pieces of paper in her hands. She greeted him by praising the player, Kim Gi-kyu. She came closer to him, and he thanked her awkwardly, not knowing how to react to what was about to happen. Then the girl began to tell him that if he said the phrase information window, he would see information about himself. She invited him to try it. The new player did not wait and said the phrase that the girl said, and an information window really appeared in front of him, where his name, level, and a box with unique features were written, where there were 3 question marks. The girl was so shocked when she saw it that she was speechless. Then Kim Gi-kyu himself asked what these question marks meant in the table. She was equally amazed and congratulated him on the fact that he had unique abilities, but for now, all it meant was that they were not yet apparent. It was no less a shock for the boy himself. Not only did he manage to get into the Players Association, but he also has special abilities. The girl was very happy, while Kim Gi-kyu could not stop shaking. His limbs just wouldn't obey the boy. Then she smiled and assured him that everything would be fine. His personal trainer would be here very soon to explain everything. Suddenly, the girl heard the lessons behind her and turned around, thinking that the coach had already arrived, but she stopped before she could finish the sentence. Her eyes went square when she saw the player, Yu Sok-woo, standing in front of her. The boy himself was equally shocked to see the great player in front of him. He stared at him in silence, unable to contain his surprise. With a slight smile, he asked the girl if he could personally escort the new player. The young man was even more impressed by this offer. Then Yu Seok-woo replied that he had overheard their conversation and heard that the new player had unique abilities. That's what got him interested. It seemed like Kim Gi-kyu didn't believe a word he said. It all felt like the best dream in the world, the girl was thinking. In fact, according to all the rules, this is forbidden. The brown-haired man began to shake with fear again, and he could not take his eyes off his idol. Then she said that this time she would allow them to break the rules. Her authority should have been enough to do it, so they didn't have to worry. The girl was no ordinary manager. She was a true professional with decades of experience. Then Kim Gi-kyu and Yu Sok-woo approached the portal where the entrance to the tower was located. The hero of Korea had already reacted calmly to all this, so he calmly asked the newcomer if he wanted to go inside. He was again thrown into a cold sweat by the words he heard. Yu Suk-woo assured him that there was nothing to be afraid of, so they both walked into the open gate with confidence. A goblin that was sitting somewhere near the portal on the other side instantly sensed Yu Suk-woo's presence. He was confused and realized that he had better run away right now, because it wouldn't end well. The boys moved to another dimension and then saw a huge crowd of monsters. Kim Gi-kyu was shocked by this and asked if there had always been so many monsters on the ground floor. Yu Seok-woo replied just as coldly that sometimes there are overlaps over time and monsters accumulate. It was also the first time he had seen this with his own eyes. The newcomer almost died of fear, realizing that this was a big problem, that they had moved here and encountered a mountain of these creatures. But the other said that it was even better, because in this case he would be able to explain everything much faster. He asked if the boy knew about the goblin test, and Kim Gi-kyu said he had heard of it, but it had been banned long ago because it was too dangerous. That was correct. This test is aimed at players below the 10th level and was used to identify abilities. It measured the player's potential. He has to kill 100 goblins without any special skills in a certain time. The guy rushed forward, saying that the highest limit was 4 to 5 hours. The player will get a promotion if he manages to do it in that amount of time. 2 or 3 hours is already a player of the rank level. Much more prestigious and stronger, but even higher can be when a person can kill monsters in 1 hour. This happened quite rarely, because few people had super high abilities. If you manage to kill all of them in an hour, then the player is considered to have a high rank of ability. All Kim Gi-kyu could manage to squeeze out was the word impressive. That was all he could manage. At the same time, Yu Seok-woo began to ruthlessly kill creatures that came across his path again. Right now, the time has come for the owner of unique abilities. The boy threw himself into the maelstrom he had created around him and continued to cut the monsters to pieces. It was so easy for him that he didn't have to make any effort. The monsters fell to pieces with each of his blows. In a few minutes he was done. He froze a few of the monsters and halved the rest. It took him very little time to defeat all the goblins he encountered on the way, and he told his apprentice to do it in minutes. Yu Seok-woo. This is why he was the superhero that everyone knew. It was also why he had unique abilities. He looked at his watch, which showed exactly seconds. He stopped and called Kim Gi-kyu over. When the boy heard that he had only minutes to do everything, he was even more frightened. But Ji Seok interrupted him, saying that the boy already possessed what other players had been trying to achieve for years. Because those with unique abilities can learn in much less time, up to a few months. Such a growth rate and potential is beyond imagination. The blond man asked Gi-kyu if he knew the Angel Guild. He nodded, saying that he had heard that there was a very young runner there. Most members of that guild passed the goblin test in less than 3 hours. But Yu Seok planned to create his own guild that would be several times stronger than Angels. And for that, he needed special and talented players, especially those with unique abilities like Gi-kyu. It was still early, but he really hoped that the candidate for the high rank would go beyond expectations and surprise him. Someday, they would meet again in the tower. The young man stopped talking, realizing that he had said enough. After that, he suggested that the young man finally start his first goblin hunt. He said that the first thing to do was to give birth to the legs and back, and only then start attacking. This is necessary in order to have a clear footing. Now he suggested that Gi-kyu focus on the goblin's weapon and snatch the goblin axe with just one glance. Gi-kyu focused all his attention on the task his mentor had given him. 5 years have passed since Kim Gi-kyu joined the Korean Players Association. During this time, almost nothing has changed, because monsters still continue to terrorize the country, and heroes with superpowers continue to save people's lives. New hunters appeared on the land, hunting monsters and clearing the territory. They made it to the clearing, one of them barely able to stand. The road here was long and tiring, but his friend managed to notice something very interesting while waiting for his friend. In front of their eyes was a guy who looked to be about a year old. He was holding a sword and actively fighting monsters. It took a lot of energy, and when the goblins became a little smaller, GK was able to rest, albeit not for long. This was the same challenge called The Return that has gained popularity again. Previously, it had been banned because of the great risk, but many people still tried to repeat it. When Guy Q managed to kill the last monster, he immediately opened the information window to check the player's characteristics. As soon as he looked at the plate, he became angry and very upset. He had received the invitation to the tower so long ago, when he was 18. He fell to his knees, punching the ground with his fists in green anger. The two comrades looked at each other, not understanding what had happened and why the strange boy was so angry. The problem was that Gikyu had been chosen to come here, and it turned out that he had unique abilities, but so far it had taken him about an hour to destroy even one goblin. This was frustrating for the young man. He tried his best to achieve more, but no matter how much he practiced, it did not work. He had never heard of such players. No one had ever said that it could be possible for a hero to be unable to reach a higher level or unleash his potential for so many years. The level hadn't risen since then, and the unique abilities hadn't been revealed and remained in question. Not far away, another monster was blown to pieces, about to attack the mutilated GQ. It was a good thing that he was not alone, and the goblin was brought down before it could jump on its victim. The team member exhaled once again, looking at the creature's motionless body. Later, the whole group came up to GQ. The leader praised everyone, saying they had done a great job. They had done a lot of work. After that, the young man asked if everyone had improved their level, and he received only positive answers. Some of them had the impression that killing just a few monsters could significantly improve their level. GQ smiled and said that everyone did their best here, but they shouldn't relax. It is much easier to improve a low level, and the real fight will only begin later. He was about to leave and said that tomorrow the whole group would be going up to the second floor. They were to meet at the entrance. GQ walked away from his team of trainees, leaving his two friends watching him from the bushes in great surprise. They did not expect to meet such a famous player here. One of the teammates asked his friend what made Gikyu so popular. The latter exhaled, explaining that there are a lot of different rumors swirling around him. The main thing that attracts attention to his personality is that he has unique abilities. The young man was so surprised to hear this news, but his friend immediately emphasized that it was just a rumor and that there was no truth to it. It is unlikely that a person with special abilities would be here. It was hard to disagree with this. And this guy had also heard that GQ was the first from the bottom of all the players. His friend couldn't stop being surprised. It was the first time he had heard that there was a ranking at the lower levels as well. Apparently, this guy was happy about it, and he kept showing GQ in a bad light, telling him that he wasn't even a ranker yet, although 5 years have passed since he became a player. This leader among the players was almost incapable of doing anything, and he also failed to improve his level. He even got an unpleasant nickname. He was called the player who can't level up. In the meantime, GQ had already arrived at the place he always visited after he finished his work as a guide. It was a remote corner on the first floor, where usually no one else goes but him. It was quiet and cozy. He was on the lower floor more often than anyone else. That's why it became his secret place. Suddenly, Hikyu turned around, hearing a noise behind the tree. There was nothing strange about it. Every time he came here, a single goblin would appear in the same place. And every day the boy had to deal with it so that he could rest. He decided that it would be better to strike before the goblin saw him. At least that would give Gikyu an advantage. However, he still knew that even if he managed to implement this plan, it would not be an easy hunt. If he managed to improve his levels, he would have destroyed the monster long ago in one blow. But the young man is still only at the first level. There was no other choice, so Gikyu took his sword and prepared to attack the creature by surprise. The goblin instantly realized this when he heard a rustling behind him and turned to the boy. It so happened that Guy did not have time to attack first, and the monster did it himself, attacking the young man with his sharp spear. In fact, the new player barely survived the monster's attack. It seemed to him that he was only getting stronger every time, even though it should have been the other way around. Now all he could do was dodge. He ran away from the goblin all over the empty meadow, almost falling every time. The monster did not stop, and he almost managed to win. GQ tried his best to hold on. He dodged and sometimes even managed to strike out on his own. However, it did him little good, because he failed to hit the target. Several minutes had already passed, and the player with 5 years of experience had spent only fighting one single goblin on the first floor. But the fight was not over yet, and he had a tough fight ahead of him. Eventually, the boy returned from the portal of the Players' Association. He calculated that it would take him an hour to destroy one monster. At least GQ has a crystal that he got from the defeated goblin. He can sell this crystal and earn a fortune. He went to the guides department and began to deduct the cost of the potion from the total amount. In the end, he would earn nothing, because the potion itself cost about the same. When the young man approached one of the offices, a guy immediately came out and almost hit GQ with the door. It was Theodore. He noticed Hikyu in front of him and stopped in front of him. The young man asked him if he had finished the work he had recently started. Theo said that he had. The man worked late into the night. It was a stability, he was always on time. There were only a few seconds of silence, after which Theo turned away from the man and apologized. Hikyu did not understand what had happened, but he did not even have time to ask the man. He immediately walked away. Then Taechik came to the door and the young man asked him about Theo. They went into his office. Taechik was the chief manager of the conductor department. Then he spoke. In fact, the man himself had not expected Gikyu to come to see him today. He looked away from the man, saying that the guests he had to work with would be transferred to Teo's hands starting tomorrow, and that he would be escorting them himself. Hikyu was not happy about this. He asked his mentor in shock what had happened. It seemed that everything was fine, and that Gikyu would finally have his own group, but once again, something went wrong. Taechik was a little upset and said that these people had heard rumors and refused to cooperate with Gyu. This upset the guy even more. He didn't see the connection between the fact that he hadn't yet discovered his abilities to their fullest potential and the work of a preacher. It doesn't require any special ability, but there was nothing you could do about it. It was the truth, though one that he did not want to hear again. The guy was haunted by this problem absolutely everywhere. All this time he wanted so badly to improve his life and achieve something new, but he was not capable of becoming better. It was an even bigger blow that the Angela Guild had already managed to reach the floor. He had heard this from the news, where it was said that the guild had announced the upcoming conquest of the 75th floor, which no one had been able to reach recently. And tomorrow morning, a ceremony is planned near the gate, and Seoul to send a squad. It was going to be an incredible sight, and everywhere was talking about the players from the Angel Guild, and in a long time, they would finally have the opportunity to see a real hero. However, GQ believed that these players were just ordinary people, even though they were now playing the role of idols. The gates could be opened anywhere and anyone could become a player. The host was excitedly waiting for the opening ceremony and sincerely believed that the Angel Guild would succeed in conquering the floor. He continued to listen to the news, but found himself thinking that all this talk was as if it were from a world that was not his own. He lowered his head, and only in the background could he hear the voice from the TV, which told the next news item. It turns out that the United States has an S-rank gate. Nowadays, the American authorities are going to make an official request for help to the Korean Association, and all participants were promised a good reward. GQ was a true player, but this world, these conversations and events were too far from him. He didn't feel complicit in these actions and everything that was happening. He pulled out a TV set which caught Taechik's full attention. The man instantly tore his eyes away from the screen and shouted at him to turn the news back on. He was too interested to listen to all this. But still he was distracted and took out a small white envelope, handing it to Gikyu. He had done a good job today and was getting paid for the day. and Taechik wanted to talk about Theo. He may have looked cold, but in reality he felt guilty towards Hikyu, so the commander asked him not to be offended by his actions. But Jared said that it was not Theo's fault, and that he should apologize for it. And it was true. Teo concluded their conversation by telling the boy to come in earlier than usual tomorrow. He would have to accept his shift. However, the man suddenly remembered something and stopped the young man. Perhaps this news would cheer him up. The man said something that Hikyu did not believe at first. After all, the manager had said that he had received a request in his name. The man gave all the information to Hikyu, and the next day, he met with the person who had sent the request. His name was Kim Seung-pil. They shook hands, and Seung-pil added that he had heard a lot about the guy from Seok-woo. Gikyu carefully asked his new friend who he was to Yu Seok-woo, and he immediately replied that he was his cousin. In his mind, Gikyu thanked Seok-woo. Without him, it would have been harder for him in this difficult world of players. Gikyu realized that Seung-pil was the leader and suggested introducing all the team members to start with. Yoon Ji-won was the first to say hello, followed by Yoon Sung-woo and Kim Hanil. The leader realized that they were probably all already familiar with the rules, but he reiterated that they needed to go through the training floor within 5 days. The guy believed that each of them would devote a lot of time to successfully pass, and GQ promised to tell them everything else along the way. They moved along quite quickly. There wasn't much to dwell on because the level was easy, but the sun had already started to set, and GQ suggested taking a break and said he would prepare a small camp for them. Kim Hanil approached the guy, asking if he needed any help. He smilingly replied that it was not necessary, and that since they had already set up their tents, they could rest. The smell on this lawn was just great. Hikyu had prepared soup for everyone to eat, and it seemed like he was a real cook because it was already clear that it was going to be delicious. They all gathered to eat, and Jaewon didn't miss the opportunity to tease their leader. He sat down next to the team leader and told Gikyu with a smiling face that he had heard that his level was not improving. Seung-pil pointed this out and told him to stop talking like that. But Gikyu replied without any offense that it was true and allowed him to ask anything he wanted to know. Then the group leader asked them how they felt about today's hunt and whether it was difficult. They answered that it was not as difficult as it seemed at first. There were only a few light scratches that could be quickly healed with a potion. Then the guide added that the goblins on the ground floor had very poor weapons, and they moved slowly. This could be considered training for future fights. GQ added that you always need to look in all directions to raise your level and then everything will work out. Everyone began to take another bowl of delicious soup, and the guide added that they should be careful and try not to be seen by the guardian. Almost no one here had heard of him, and they were curious to learn more about this mysterious creature. The guy kindly told them that it is a patron spirit that is present on every floor, a monster that is a boss, and is hunted by entire guilds or very large teams. In other words, it can be described as a very strong raven guarding the gate. And if you destroy such a boss, you can get a lot of experience points and valuable items. But the guardians are very dangerous, and low-level players cannot handle them alone. However, you should not worry too much because everyone here followed the regeneration cycle. In addition, there is a guild that specializes in hunting, and the guardians of the lower floors can be destroyed quite quickly. It can be difficult to even meet them here, as they try to hide from people. Meanwhile, night has also fallen on the 4th floor of the tower. The monster was running all over the forest, often looking back, and when he turned around once again, he hit a rock. With a crash, it smashed into a tree that was standing right in front of the goblin. Now it was the end. He looked back helplessly at the one who had been chasing him for a long time and had finally caught up with him. The monster began to shake with terror, realizing that right now this creature would destroy him. The goblin was facing the same gatekeeper, who was several times bigger than him. It was already the 2nd day of training for Kim Seong-pil, and he found himself on the 2nd floor of the tower, where the orcs were waiting for the team. He was quite large and it scared him, but the orcs moved slower due to their size, so it was not so difficult. On the 3rd day, they went up to the 3rd floor. A whole crowd of goblins and orcs appeared, attacking the group from all sides. These creatures would not be able to become normal allies anyway, so the idea of a guide stuck with everyone. Gikyu threw a stone at an orc, which ignited the enmity between the two types of monsters, and the team hid behind trees in the forest. Kim Seung-pil also recognized that with the help of the guide, he was able to level up easily and safely. Now he understood why his cousin had so strongly recommended Gikyu. The boy took a bowl of dirty dishes and walked to a small pond nearby. When he saw the team leader, he asked what he was doing here at this late hour. Seung-pil replied that he was writing his diary, something he had started doing since the day he arrived at the tower. Who knows, maybe he'll become a runner and then be able to write his autobiography. He laughed, taking all his things with him. The only thing left to do was to make it through tomorrow, and the next test would be the 5th floor. Seung-pil was already waiting for the moment when he could find out his class. In fact, all the newcomers were looking forward to this moment. Yoon Sung-woo confirmed this by starting to laugh and brush his teeth. Gi-kyu sat next to the fire, warming his hands and listening to the distant laughter of the other team. He didn't envy them, but sometimes he wished he could live the life the other players were living and be able to improve his level every day. The boy looked up at the sky. He looked very tired and had rarely been able to rest in recent days. And very soon he would be on the 5th floor, facing new monsters and fights. There were also orcs and goblins on the 4th floor. They were stronger and faster. However, Gi-kyu said that the trap would be the same as yesterday. Seungpil was the first to rush into battle as soon as he saw the monsters on the horizon. He fought against a giant orc, and only now did he feel the real difference between him and the monsters he had encountered before. Others also fought against these annoying creatures, which were growing in number on each floor. It wasn't the leader's job to fight with the rest of the team, so GQ just stood by. On the one hand, he was glad for that, because he wouldn't have been able to help them anyway, given his abilities. The monsters were getting closer and closer, and the group was fighting relentlessly. While the boy was waiting for them to destroy the goblins and orcs, he noticed that a wind with dust was coming. This is a rather rare phenomenon that can only be found when a guardian appears, and this was not a good sign. Gi-kyu quickly informed the team that they needed to finish the monsters quickly and take cover immediately. During his long life as a guide, Gi-kyu realized one very important thing. He rushed to the things that everyone had left next to the tree, so that the backpacks would not interfere with the fight. He grabbed all the bags and threw them over his shoulder. Now this is not a game. It requires more attention and effort, because this is the only way to gain experience and survive in these places. Suddenly he heard a shout coming from the battlefield. It was Yoon Sung-woo who shouted loudly and grabbed his knee. Sungpil and Ji-won continued to fight, trying to protect their teammate. But if they made even the slightest mistake and missed their chance to strike, this could be the last fight of their lives. Ji-won's face was covered in blood, and for a while he just stood there holding the sword in his hand, unable to wield it any further. Kim Hanil barely dodged the monster's paws, taking a step back in time. The goblin was about to grab her, and then Hee-kyu realized that he had to act. He had at least some experience, and he had spent a lot of time on these floors, so he theoretically knew what to do. He had no choice, because to give up now would mean the death of the entire team. He opened the bag that contained all his belongings, along with a potion that could heal his wounds. The wind brought even more sand, and after a while it was possible to see only what was a few meters away. In addition, the boy had a very bad feeling. He tried to see something in front of him, and his eyes came across the head of a large monster. And then he saw a whole army. Next to a few orcs, Gi-kyu noticed a giant monster, the same boss that everyone was afraid to meet. It was the one guarding the gate, and the situation was really critical. They didn't even have time to hide before he arrived, and fighting such a strong man was like walking under a sharp sword. GQ hadn't expected this when he was accompanying his next team of beginners. Now it was time to use the plan that had been saved for last. He took out a smoke grenade and walked closer to the monsters themselves. He gave the order for everyone to prepare to flee and threw it at the enemies to confuse them. They helped each other up to get to a safe place as quickly as possible and hide where they could lick their wounds. Things were starting to explode, and GK urged them to hurry up to avoid being caught in the middle of the years. Now they had to seize the moment and get as far away from the enemies as possible. Sungpil followed the guide, asking him where to go next. In addition to being slightly injured, he had to carry his teammate, who had taken a bigger hit from the monster. It was a good thing that GQ was already experienced and knew a place to hide. Fortunately, it was not far away. After a while, they were there. Entering the cave, they breathed a sigh of relief, and now it was time to wait out the trouble and heal the group. Jae-won asked what all this was about, frightened and helpless. In a state of shock, he understood almost nothing and froze in place. GQ told them that it was most likely the 4th floor guardian, but he had no idea why he had appeared. On the lower floors, the guardians don't usually show themselves, let alone attack first. The preacher had suggested that they observe the situation first, and they had enough supplies to wait here. Suddenly, Seung-woo screamed loudly. Kim Hanil, who had also been hit badly, did not regain consciousness. He had already examined her and saw a large scar on her stomach. The goblin had managed to poison her, which made the situation even more difficult. But GQ assured everyone that there was nothing to worry about. With the antidote, Hanil should recover quickly, and it won't cause any complications. But then disaster struck again. As soon as he looked in the bag he was carrying, he did not see the bottle with the necessary medicine. The leader recalled that the medicine could have fallen out of the bag while they were running away from the monsters because it was open. He blamed himself so much for this, because no matter how much he was in a hurry, it was an elementary mistake that now put the life of one of the team members in danger. There was no time to panic, but he also had no idea how to calm things down. As an escort, he had to remain calm and cool-headed at all times. While the other boys were sitting next to Hanil, hoping that she would soon come to with the help of the potion, Gikyu wondered how to tell them about the absence of the potion. It was decided to go call for help, and he told the whole team about it. He promised that he would be back in no time. However, everyone shouted as one that he shouldn't even think about doing so. It was too dangerous, especially since he was going to go there alone. But he calmly replied that he had already passed this level many times, so he had studied absolutely everything here. He knew exactly where to go, so all he had to do was reach the hill and signal for help. He may not have been able to level up, but he was the first player in the world to reach the first stage. Eventually they let him go, so GQ quickly got out of the cave and headed for the hill. His words sounded confident to the others, but in reality, things were a little different. Because of this guardian, the direction of the monster's movement changed, so it was impossible to predict their location. When the boy realized that this monster was not going anywhere, he decided to try another way. There was no room for error. There was only one smoke bomb left, and it had to be used well. At his current speed, it would take him about 3 minutes to reach the hill, so he decided that he would quickly fire the smoke bomb and return to the cave. The only thing that GQ was afraid of was coming face to face with the gatekeeper. As he went to call for help and hoped that he would be lucky enough not to see the monster, the giant was already standing behind him. It was only a few seconds later that he looked up to see the giant ready to attack the lone preacher wandering the floor. Of course, GK did not have time to dodge, and in a moment he received a hard slap, after which he flew several meters away from the big monster. Stones flew at him, and then Gikyu hit one of them. Now he is also injured and has no shelter to hide in. He had almost no strength to get up. In fact, he barely survived the fall. Raising his head slightly, the guy looked at the monster, which was slowly but surely advancing on him, watching his victim with a cruel gaze. Everything happened as if out of spite. Meeting this giant was the one thing that GQ didn't want so badly, and yet it would have been good if he had made it to the hill and back unnoticed. Now the problem was not only that Hanil was lying poisoned and unconscious, but also that GQ was in danger and it was not clear whether he would survive. He took the gun in his hand and decided to leave immediately. His clothes were already partially torn, but he was not the type to fall into the same trap twice, so he held them up and fired. First, you need to run as far away from the guardian as possible to avoid being caught. The guide tried to calm himself, realizing that there was no one who knew this place better. After all, no one else had wandered these roads as many times as he had. There had to be some way to get out. But something appeared before his eyes that dispelled absolutely all thoughts of anything. The guy ran a few more meters by inertia and stopped in awe. He saw a gate, the portal to the 5th examination floor. He wanted to rush there and not think about anything else, but he couldn't. He was stopped by thoughts of his family waiting at home. With his first level, only death was waiting for him there. He reached the big and majestic gate, not knowing what to do next. Leaning against the same gate, the boy cried. For the first time in the last 5 years that he had spent here as a guide, Gaikyu was lost. The 5th floor and the level are very difficult to reach, so if he continues there, it will only be a failed attempt to escape to nowhere. The boy's heart started beating faster when he heard the loud footsteps of the portal keeper. The monster was approaching, giving no other option for escape but to rush forward to the next level. Without looking back, GQ sprang into action. He was facing either possible death or certain death. The choice was still his. He was grasping at every opportunity to survive, so he took the risk to open the gate and see what challenges awaited him there. He believed that he could cross this barrier. At least he still had the opportunity to try and find out what was behind that door that had seemed unreachable for all 5 years and had always attracted him. As soon as Gaikyu opened the portal and entered it, the system notified him of his last actions and started checking the player's data. He found himself in an empty meadow. The guy lay still for some time, and then the system informed him that he had unique abilities. He fulfilled all the conditions to get here, and in addition he saved his life. At least for a while, the guy is safe. While he was coming to his senses after entering the portal, the system continued to dictate the rules. The next notification was that the level of difficulty had decreased significantly. And after that, GQ had his first exam-level quest, and it was to hunt a goat. The young man got to his feet, realizing how difficult it was to move because of the pain. He carefully read the message from the game system and then looked at the animal. This task was completely incomprehensible to him. The player sighed, looking around the new area and trying to understand his quest. In the end, he had no other choice, and GQ took the sword in his hands and stabbed it right into the goat's neck. Before the animal could even make a sound, the young man had already completed the task. The system again notified him that new untested abilities had appeared, and then GQ received a reward. The boy stood frozen in front of the goat, not lowering his weapon. Every time it came to the 5th floor, he thought he would die here as soon as he stepped on this ground. But here he was greeted by just a helpless goat, which he killed with a single blow. The guy wondered if this was the end of the story. But the answer came immediately. As soon as he thought about it, he was enveloped by black ropes that appeared out of nowhere. He looked around in silence, no longer seeing daylight, and having lost at least some reference point. However, a few seconds later, he heard an unfamiliar voice that also came from nowhere. The guy only started to fuss more, not realizing where he was and what was going on. The voice sounded like a little boy, and he was asking GK if he was his true master. The young man still didn't understand anything. He expected something out of the ordinary on the 5th floor, but not to this extent. The strange voice continued to speak to the boy in a very unhappy manner, but this time it was not asking, but indignant, calling GQ stupid for not even being able to answer one question. Although this mysterious figure did not like Gikyu, according to all the rules, he would become his master, so the voice ordered him to choose a name for him immediately. The implication was that Hikyu should establish a connection with him. Only now did the system issue a notification that Ego had requested to establish a connection. After that, the young man remembered nothing. It was as if he had fallen into a deep sleep and was able to wake up in the real world. When he opened his eyes, he saw his sister and Tae-shik standing next to his bed. The two looked a little nervous and had been waiting in the room for a long time for Gikyu to wake up. They immediately moved to the boy as soon as they saw that he was awake. The young man could not even move his head. He quietly said the name of his sister, who had already pressed the call button to get a doctor. It turns out that he was found unconscious on the 5th floor of the tower 2 weeks ago. Since then, Gikyu hasn't opened his eyes. Hyun told him what happened while he was sleeping. Luckily, the other guild players had noticed the explosion in the sky and realized that they had to go to help immediately. Before entering the 5th floor, they encountered an angry guardian and managed to corner it, but the monster miraculously managed to escape. Hikyu began to worry that the guardian had managed to escape, which could lead to a bad ending, especially realizing that the team he was leading was on the same floor. However, the guy calmed down a bit when he found out that the whole group was saved. Later, they entered his room, taking with them some treats for the patient. Ji-won was the worst hit. His leg was badly damaged, but the others were fine. When Gikyu was alone in the room, he received a call from his mother. Unfortunately, she could not come to the hospital because she was not feeling well. He talked to her for a few minutes, and a smile appeared on his face. It was not often in recent years that he could talk to his family for a long time. Hikyu left the ward without lifting the phone from his ear. He told his mother that he would need to take a few more tests, and if they showed good results, he could be discharged. She was uncomfortable that she could not come in person, but her son assured her that she should not worry. He is not a small child anymore and will cope on his own, and he told her to get more rest. GQ also added that his treatment was fully covered by insurance, so there would be no additional costs. His mother added that the most important thing was his health and wished him a speedy recovery. After that, the son asked if Yujong was with her, and he heard his sister's voice. Gikyu said that she could not come to him for the time being to look after his mother at home. The young man promised to let him know when they told him the exact date of discharge. Then Hikyu hung up the call and all his thoughts returned to the 5th floor, which he had managed to reach. He stood by the window, looking at one point. Of course, the young man was expecting something different at the new stage, and what actually happened there still seemed strange and more like a plausible dream. But despite all this, his level still remained at the number no progress was made. But now everything else had changed. He put on his uniform again and set off with full energy to meet the adventure. Within a short period of time, Gikyu was in the right place. There were many players there, fighting monsters to level up and devoting all their free time to this activity. When the young man entered the portal, he walked straight into the midst of these people. Instantly, everyone became quiet. The fight stopped, and they looked back at the one about whom there were so many rumors. The people parted, making way for him and giving him a double look. They whispered to each other, asking what the secret of this player's popularity was. They continued to glance at him, asking questions, but Gikyu was used to this attitude and did not care about it. Some of them had no idea why this young man was so lucky and was the talk of the town. A friend of the player said that there were too many rumors about him that were hard to ignore. Rumors about a conductor who hasn't been able to improve his level for more than 5 years. But an older man interrupted the conversation between the two. He looked after Hikyu, saying that the whole story was too old to bring up again. Now there was a completely different reason why there was so much talk about Gyukyu. The man defiantly asked the man about this loser, folding his arms across his chest, and dozens of monsters began to gather around GIQ. Then the man said that Gikyu was the killer of the tutorial. He may not be as high as the others, but he is the best in his first level. The boy dropped his backpack and prepared to attack. The goblins didn't wait any longer and immediately moved in his direction, intending to match his number of victories. This was what the young man had been waiting for. He had already been through this so many times that he knew exactly what they were doing and how to deal with these idiots in a matter of minutes. He prepared to start a fight, drawing his sword, but the goblins and orcs wondered whether they should attack him. This time, GQ looked and acted confident, not like the previous times. He was encouraged by the fact that he had made it this far, which meant that all was not lost, and there was still something to be achieved. Taking just one step forward and coming a little closer to the monsters, he swung. And just from that move alone, they were nearly blown away. Dozens of the creatures convulsed and struggled to stay on their feet. One by one, GQ began to destroy them. He moved so quickly and imperceptibly that before they knew it, they were lying dead on the ground. The boy went back, bypassing some of them. Though the monsters kept trying to catch the boy, they never caught him. It was time for the decisive blow. So GQ prepared himself and struck as hard as he could. But there was that strange voice again, insisting that Gikyu finally choose a name for it. Without thinking too long, the young man mumbled a short name, and from then on, his name was Lu. Hikyu decided that he would call him that. At first it seemed that the voice was not happy with the new name, but later he assured him that he was fine with it. With his consent, he helped Gikyu destroy the monsters by splitting the earth among them. Everything happened quickly. Time flew by, and only recently, GQ was trembling at the sight of orcs and goblins, but today he holds a whole bag of crystals as a reward for the monsters he killed. He collected all the crystals left behind by these creatures and put them in a large bag that was already slightly overflowing. The boy looked at his ring and turned to Lu, who had been inhabiting this particular piece of jewelry. The boy stood in the middle of the forest, which had just been invaded by orcs, but now the clearing was empty and quiet. GQ opened the table with his own characteristics, reading all the lines gradually. Now, instead of question marks, the column for his ability features read that he was able to connect with Ego, after which he became its partner and could use fusion. This meant that the young man would be able to use Ego's skills after the connection was made. Only now did he realize that it wasn't a dream, and that Gikyu had been right to go to the tower right after he was discharged from the hospital. The boy knew that if he returned home, Yuzhong would scold him severely. He almost died recently, and he's already going somewhere. But for the first time in 5 long years, something changed in the information window. Hikyu couldn't just sit there after such a breakthrough. He looked at the bird sitting on the tree branch and thought about this ego. It was not yet known how to establish a connection with it. He stood there, wondering what he should do to avoid going astray. Perhaps he should just try it and everything would be much easier. He decided to give it a try and shouted the word connection with all his might to try to establish it with Lu. But nothing came of it. A parrot sitting in a nearby tree fell silent, watching the stranger's foolish actions. Eventually, the bird flew away, and Gikyu sat down to tie the laces of his shoes. He was too worried about everything that was happening, and the fact that he started shouting at the whole forest now seemed very silly to him. It was a good thing that no one was around to see his shame. But GQ still didn't know how to use it all. He had definitely given that insolent voice the name Lu, but for some reason, it hadn't always worked. This time, however, something happened. The young man looked up, and the system informed him that he had just summoned Lu's disembodied ego. He was nervous as he looked up at the sky. He couldn't believe that he had finally managed to get in direct contact with Lu, who had no form yet, and because the player didn't have enough skills, Lu's form would be randomly selected. For now, Lu could absorb materials that came across his path. This was a bit alarming because he didn't know how it worked. He looked around him and the area in which the entity was now and waited for something to start happening. He did not have to wait long because he was literally blown off his feet by a strong wind. He could hardly stand up. After a while, Guy was lost in space. He could not see anything, and the wind was not going to stop. The young man came to his senses only when his bag was being torn from his hands. He was definitely not ready to give it away. There were several thousand crystals in it, and he could not afford to lose this money. But the wind still hadn't stopped. The guy grabbed the handle of the bag with all his might, realizing that his feet had already left the ground and he had taken off. In the end, he had no way to stop it or to grab onto something to keep from being caught in the whirlwind. Then the most unpleasant thing happened. All the clothes and shoes he was wearing were simply ripped off, and the young man was left in his underwear. However, there was good news, because at this point all this hard labor was over and he was thrown to the ground. GQ was still staring at the sphere with the list. For a few more seconds, feathers fell from it. The boy threw it away, hoping that this would be the end of the adventure and he would finally be given at least some clothes. But before that happened, a dark sword with one eye near the hilt appeared in front of him. This was the image the system had chosen for Lu, the ego of GQ. It was far from the best option, but at least he got a woolen blanket and threw it over himself, looking at the weapon with displeasure. Hikyu asked the sword if he was the same Lu, and he replied just as unhappily that he was. But he was already annoyed that the new owner repeated the same thing several times. Lu called the guy an idiot again, but he had to endure it. There was no other way out if he wanted to maintain normal contact with ego. In the end, the guy tried to ignore this manner of communication and asked him what this ego was and how it worked. He thought it was something like a soul, but Lu said he was wrong. When the boy asked him another question, he again did not answer anything normal and continued to call him an idiot and told him to stop touching him. Du continued to call him a pervert, and then the guy's patience began to wear thin. He closed his eyes, telling himself to be patient, even though his ego's antics were already crossing the line. GQ stabbed his sword into the ground, and only then did the man stop talking. At the same time, the gatekeeper asked Lu if he could move on his own. He answered more calmly that he did not know how to do it yet, but that he could learn this skill in the future. Afterwards, GQ asked him if Lu could break the connection and change his master on his own. Lu answered that only the master has this choice. Ego can't do that. And then the young man was curious to ask him a few more questions. He wanted to know if ego could harm him when he was able to move around on his own. Lu assured him that he could attack him, but if the master dies, the ego connected to him dies as well. Therefore, in practice, this simply cannot happen. This was already good news, because these questions were the most worrying when evaluating Lu's behavior. So GQ was going to ask the last question. He asked if ego felt pain. Lu was a little alarmed and answered sharply with a yes. He was a perfect and full-fledged ego, and people like him can feel absolutely all emotions, and if you tune it properly, then feelings will be present. When GQ picked up the stone, Lu was nervous. He didn't understand what it was all about. At the same time, Guy said that he would teach him good behavior and smiled. Since he had often spoken ill of GK, he decided to show him that it was better to refrain from doing so. After a while, they came across the big orc again, and the young man decided to try out his new weapon. Lu's ability was that he could absorb the orc's blood after one wound and gain experience points for it. Soon, the monster was defeated. If you think about it, Lu had been wandering alone for a very long time and was without his master. GQ asked if he was bored all this time. Lu laughed, saying that he was even ashamed to remember that period. Without pursuing the topic, Lu talked about something else. He was impressed by GQ's aura, and admitted that he was very happy that his new master had such a wonderful aura. This was almost the first time Lu had ever heard such praise from a disgruntled man, so he was overjoyed. Moreover, he had already collected a full backpack of crystals and decided that this was enough for today. Lu began to behave more calmly and seemed to have more respect for the owner. He said that this place was very good. In response, Q said that their next trip would not be to the tower, but to the gate. He would like it there as well. That same day, Q returned to the Players Association building, and when he was about to leave again for his mission, he was intercepted by Tai Cheek. He caught him in the corridor of the building and stopped him when he heard about his intentions to go outside the gate. The man told him that 4 ranchers from America had recently died there. They thought that they were waiting for an F-rank gate, but it turned out to be a level stronger. Taeshik also said that lately, rescuers have been finding more and more strange gates, and this hasn't happened in all the years. It started only a month ago. He remembered that it was around the same time that he met Lu and connected it to the new gate. But taking a glass of water, he decided not to dwell on the subject too much. After all, he had more important things to think about. Then Taeshik spoke again. He added that he wasn't asking him to forget about the gate forever and never go there, but that the man wanted him to stay away from it as long as it was dangerous. The leader understood how Gikyu felt, because for the first time in all the years he had been here, he had been able to use his unique abilities, but for now, it was better to be patient. The younger man nodded his thanks to Hyun, and Hyun gave him a little extra praise, saying that he had done a great job today. Taeshik smiled and spoke to him a little more quietly, calling him the tutorial killer. Hikyu looked around nervously and asked him not to be called that anymore. Never again. Later, he left the building and walked on. Pure crystals, special items, and a sweet reward for passing through. The thought of this portal tempted him. There was much more money to be made there than in the tower. He remembered Hyun's words and believed that there was indeed a very high level of danger there, but Gikyu couldn't listen to him. He had a lot of credit debts, which was why he needed the money. He pulled out his phone, looking at various job ads. After all, it was unlikely that he would come across that special gate, and that was what gave him confidence. After looking at just a few ads, GQ found the perfect one for him. He didn't have to scroll through many because there were many people in need of such a role, so he decided to call. After a while, he met the team leader named Ha-seong-soo. They greeted each other and sat down in a restaurant to discuss further cooperation. The first thing the leader asked was about the gate. He asked if it would be the first time the boy would hunt outside of them, to which the boy answered truthfully and nodded. But Gi-kyu quickly added that he had always studied strategy and all that, so it shouldn't be a problem. Ha-sung-woo wasn't interested in anything else. He just handed him the contract and told him that it would contain all the achievements and fines. In general, the usual content that is written everywhere. The place where the hunt was supposed to take place was Guri. Sung-woo said that we would have to come the day after tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Of course, it was strictly forbidden to be late. The gate could be of two types. Disposable gates would disappear after you cleared them, while continuous gates allowed you to hunt again and again. Unlike the disposable gate, the continuous gate did not have such large rewards, but there was a plus, namely the well-known capture strategy. That's why most hunters chose them because of the lower risk. The end of the day and the next day passed in reflection, and the day came when it was time to leave. The leader asked if the participants had checked their weapons, and only then did they go forward. Their team consisted of 5 people. This number was standard here because it's not that difficult at these levels. GQ noticed that everyone here was acting awkwardly. He thought that these people had also come by the announcement, just like him. But when he noticed a guy and a girl walking behind him, he realized that the two seemed to know each other already, because they were actively discussing something as if they were friends. Soon, the same guy shouted louder to the whole group to stop. Now they had to wait. He said that the monsters were coming. Everyone pulled out their weapons and prepared to attack. Only soon the team was trampled by monsters that resembled zombies. Their eyes were like red lights in the dark, and their movements were sudden and unpredictable. The hunter shouted for a tank to come out in front to take the brunt of the attack and clear the road. A man with blonde hair rushed forward, protecting himself with a shield, and ran straight for the zombies. With his large shield, he quickly deflected all the monsters that approached, and all their attempts to surround him were in vain. Now it was time for the long-range shooter to come out, and the other doves, who were the Avengers, also went forward with a fervor in their eyes and a desire to kill all the monsters. The archer took aim, pointing his magic arrow straight at his enemies, and he hit the mark. One of the zombies staggered from the impact, and this deterred the others who were following him, but this only made them angrier. The monsters screamed even louder and approached the team of hunters with jerky movements. They may not have been very strong, but there were a lot of zombies, and that was their main advantage. So everyone cooperated and took their position. One of the group members noted that now these monsters have become more resilient to blows. Previously, they could be destroyed on the first hit, but now they have become resistant to attacks. The young man missed one opponent and didn't notice how he came close to him. He didn't even have time to defend himself, but he was saved by the abilities of Guy Q, who entered the game. He instantly destroyed all the monsters that were standing next to this guy, getting in touch with Lu. Such capabilities could not but surprise the other team members. They watched their friend in awe, admiring him. In a few minutes, no monsters were visible on the horizon. The team found a safe place to rest for a while and thanked Guy Q. With his abilities, it would be much easier to get out of here alive. One guy spoke up to him, remembering that GQ said he was on a level. With his powers, everything felt like they were on a normal walk. The young man smiled awkwardly and said that this time he was just lucky. But it was worth noting that they were able to deal with the boss only thanks to GQ. Without him, it would have taken much more time and effort. One of the participants said in all seriousness that when they finished this task, he would like to be on GQ's team. The younger one laughed again, trying to change the subject. But the blonde didn't seem to be too bothered by what he was doing, and in fact he considered it normal. But behaving like that in front of the leader was not appropriate, in Gikyu's opinion. The other boy stood back and didn't pay attention to them at all. He and the girl were checking their ammunition. Today they were lucky to have such a member of the team. Hikyu objected and said that they shouldn't exaggerate, even though he knew it was true. When the leader of the group finished checking the arrows, he approached the others and said that it was time to move forward a little bit. They all moved on, and GQ asked Lu if he was ready for the next round, but he said he didn't like zombie blood at all. Then the guy decided to cheer him up and told him that he had to wait a little bit, and they would get to the boss's room. Then both participants, who had been praising the young man so much, began to whisper quietly to each other, and after the conversation, they smiled cheekily. The team passed through all the rooms quickly and without any difficulties and soon reached the boss's room, which was framed by a tall cage. GQ thought that these iron sticks were here to restrain the monster inside. Before they went inside, the leader came out to them and was about to tell them how they would attack the gatekeeper of Talon. He started to speak, beginning to talk about who exactly this monster was, but someone abruptly interrupted him. It was the blonde man, and he told the leader very unhappily that they had checked such basic information before going on the hunt. He didn't see the point in wasting time explaining it here, but the commander insisted that they listen to him anyway. Beyond these gates, a mistake by one person could lead to the death of the entire group. However, the man was not going to listen to him, saying that he was annoyed by this behavior and that he was pretending to be someone he did not know. The girl standing next to the group leader did not like this behavior. She gritted her teeth and her eyes began to burn with anger. But when she caught his eyes on her, she calmed down. Now was not the time for that. At the same time, the commander decided to tell the story again, and Gikyu noticed something strange at that moment, but he didn't say anything. The plan was this. First, they would melt the iron cage with a certain solution, then enter the room, and then climb on Talon's back. But even this time, they didn't manage to finish the whole plan, because the boss appeared earlier than they expected. Then the leader quickly told them everything he didn't have time to say. He was supposed to strike first to delay the monster with the explosive arrow. He stepped back and took aim, and then the arrow flew straight to the boss. The giant zombie roared as it slowly moved from side to side. After that, he ordered Seung Byung-hun to block all the monster's attacks, as he was the only tank. This monster was simply gigantic, and even experienced people found it difficult to deter its attacks. And at this moment, while he is holding it back, the ranged and melee shooters should take down as much health as possible to make it easier to finish it off in the end. GQ decided to act at this point. Lu was ready to start, so he let him out, and he started to act. And now came the most important moment. This is when the monster decides to change its tactics of attack and defense, and this is the perfect opportunity to end the fight. The monster bends down and its defense power triples. Now it's not affected by normal attacks. And just now it's time for GQ and his abilities. He jumped forward so that he could take a stronger blow. It was lucky that this boy was in the group, because with his abilities there was a chance to land some blows after the monster's defense became more stable. As the young man and Lu continued their attack, he jumped on top of Talon, throwing himself at him. At this point, the system notified him that his fusion with Lu had increased, allowing him to use his ego power more effectively. Quickly assessing the situation, GK stabbed at Talon with his sword, using the new Lu power. With just one single strike, he managed to destroy the big boss. This was a surprise to the others, because no one would have thought that it would not take tens of minutes and a lot of power to do this. For this, GQ received a lot of experience points, and everyone else still couldn't even blink in amazement, and thanks to Talon's blood, Lu's strength grew even more. To tell the truth, the young man himself did not expect to destroy this monster with a single blow, and it took him a while to realize it as well. Because of this, GQ also gained a new skill called cannibalism. It allowed him to increase his physical strength by eating corpses. After he managed to overcome the giant, GIQ fell to the ground exhausted, and the rest of the team immediately came to him. They simply picked him up off the ground and took him by the shoulders and begged him to give them his number, but he was scared and said he would do it later. Ha Sung-soo continued to remain calm and poised, but asked for a moment of attention. He had to tell them that the item of equipment was a paralyzing dagger. Everyone cheered. Not only had they accomplished the task so easily, but they had also received a good reward, and as stated in the contract, they would now have to divide the loot by drawing lots. Gi-kyu was unsteady on his feet, so Song Byung-hun supported him. At the same time, he quietly asked if the young man wanted the dagger. Gi-kyu had been wary of this man's behavior for a while now, especially since he was acting so arrogantly around the leader. To be honest, Gi-kyu had done everything here on his own. That's why Hyun had offered to help, along with Dae, and he was just supposed to follow their instructions. The boy knelt down exhaustedly, thinking about how to respond to this offer. It seemed like the two of them had a plan of their own. But the three of them had an advantage here. After all, Dae and Byung-hun could get what they wanted by helping him. But he's not so easy to fool. During his 5 years as a guide, Gi-kyu learned to see through people. He suspected that the long-range shooter JDO and the tank, Song Byung-hun, were up to something, but he never believed that these guys would behave like this. And on the other side were the team leader, Ha Sung-soo, and a girl whose name he didn't know. Hee-kyu sat down in a circle in silence, where the others gathered and decided to start the draw. And then it began to seem to Gi-kyu that something completely different was behind this calmness. Sung-soo was sitting just as sternly across from them, taking something out of his bag. Byung-hun and Dae-oh looked at each other, and the guide watched them just as closely. At the same time, the former immediately rushed at the team leader, picking up a sharp knife. Sung-soo looked at the man completely indifferently, not even flinching from his actions. At this point, Gi-kyu couldn't stand it and grabbed the blonde man's arm, preventing him from hitting the commander. He simply could not let him get hurt, because it was too mean and unfair. The young man pinned him to the ground so that he couldn't move anymore and wouldn't let go. Byung-hun clearly didn't expect him to do that, thinking that Gi-kyu was on their side, but he just told the man to keep still, because he could kill him. At the same time, the man began to beg Dae-oh for help. He begged him to do something. but he was too nervous and scared, so he didn't even think of trying to help. Byung-hun's actions were too dangerous, and despite his efforts to justify himself by saying that it was just a joke, Gi-kyu was more serious, because if he hadn't, Sung-soo could have died. In general, the young man did not want to take a position because he did not know any of these people well, and they all seemed suspicious. He hadn't even seen the dagger that was causing them all to quarrel in their hand. Meanwhile, the boy realized that this girl, whose name he still did not know and who was the only one who had not uttered a word in front of him, was a magician. This was already dangerous. Ha Sung-soo could be a magician as well. What puzzled Gi-kyu was that he didn't even move when he was attacked. Instead, he just stared at the knife blade. Eventually, he couldn't stand it any longer and asked them directly. He was interested in who they were because so far he did not understand anything. But the team leader just smiled slightly and said that he wanted to ask him the same question. As the young man continued to hold Byung-hun, he asked what they were going to do with him because it was considered a betrayal of the team. Deo, who was standing behind him, shouted that he had just been told that he would be paid well if he obeyed and that no one had told him that they wanted to harm anyone else. However, no one here paid him any attention. Gi-kyu was more interested in the two of them, so he was determined to get as much information as he could. Sung-soo exhaled heavily and turned to the girl standing next to him, and finally her name was revealed, Ha-rim. Immediately after that, black smoke began to appear around her, and her eyes only glowed brighter red. Gi-kyu felt uncomfortable, but she moved towards Deo, who didn't understand anything at all. She approached him so quickly that he didn't even have time to turn around, and Ha-rim kicked him in the ribs and then added a kick from the back. The young man held his breath and watched her cautiously. Still, his intuition was right, and this girl was indeed very dangerous. Gi-kyu, in turn, slapped Byung-hun sharply, causing his eyes to go black. The team leader watched him silently, and the young man stood up, looking at the unconscious man. In fact, he was shocked with himself because he did not expect it to work and have such an immediate result. After that, he immediately grabbed for the dagger, saying that he would take it away himself, but Sung-soo did not agree to this decision. He argued that he had saved their lives, so he thought he was worthy of taking the knife for himself, but the leader again added that he was exaggerating and making himself a great hero when he was only part of the team. Moreover, with such power, the object would mean nothing to him. The young man turned around, looking at Sung-soo with a meaningful look and waiting for some further action. In fact, he was already prepared for him to attack him, but instead, the commander just asked if Gi-kyu knew who he was. At the same time, the guy looked at Ha-rim, and considering that he has such a strong bodyguard, Sung-soo is far from an ordinary person. But he didn't care about that. He didn't want to know who they were, nor did he want to spread rumors about them. After that, the boy fell silent, but again turned sharply to the leader of the group, telling them to deal with these two themselves. He had to go hunting here. Lu's voice was heard warning him that Ha-rim was very dangerous, saying her name with caution. Gi-kyu was well aware of this, so he didn't get into a fight with them, knowing that he would lose instantly. Perhaps the best option in this situation was to just run as fast as he could and not look back, but that would have looked even stranger. Lu was still in shock. If Gi-kyu knew they were dangerous, why did he tell them to deal with the others, and then blatantly take the weapon for himself? The guy thoughtfully replied that he had saved his life, and according to his logic, Sung-soo should at least return the favor and not kill him. After all, he had already done everything, and now he could go hunting and do it as long as he wanted. The system issued a new notification and said that he had absorbed all the zombies' powers. But Lu's response was the same as before. The zombie blood was completely tasteless. This time, Gi-kyu listened to him and decided to leave, especially since there were no more zombies left and he had collected a lot of blood. The goblins had agility, the orcs had magic, and the zombies had physical strength, so it's no wonder that they pay more here than at the regular level. In the end, Guy Q still wanted to persuade Lu to enter at least the reward room to see what was there. He couldn't disagree. The master would do what he thought was right anyway, so Lu just kept quiet. There was a gray space that could be moved around with the help of the corpse of the gatekeeper. In other words, this was the room where the reward for attacking the portal was given. The young man was about to touch the lifeless body of the monster, but something stopped him. He turned to Ego again, saying that he had noticed something strange on the wall and that it seemed that when they entered the room, it had not been there yet. Lu confirmed that he hadn't seen it before either. Then Guy Q went to the wall, knocking on it with his fist, and realized that it was probably empty, and he was imagining things that didn't exist. However, his curiosity got the better of him, and he suggested that Lu break it, to which he agreed. The boy swung with all his might and smashed the sword against the wall. Lu screamed, but it was too late. The wall shattered into hundreds of small stones, which miraculously missed the boy. In addition to these stones, a whole cloud of dust was trying to hit him. The young man coughed, waving his hand in front of him to dispel the dust. He was trying to say something, but Hikyu could not understand. Then Lu repeated himself, saying that he could feel another ego here. It was strange to hear that. An ego in a place like this? The boy would never have believed it. He had thought that the ego was not so common as to be in a place like this. Now he was convinced that all 5 years had been wasted while such a valuable thing was lying around. Lu started to get up again and wanted to call his master a fool, but the man quickly shut him up. He immediately shut up and suggested that Hikyu look for it somewhere in the area. The boy again covered his face with his hands to hide from the dust that surrounded him on all sides. He had already noticed that this gate was quite old and was not sure that there was anything else to be found here, but Lu kept repeating that he could feel another ego here. After a few more minutes of searching through the dust, the guy finally found something. In front of him stood a light sword that glittered like a single star in a cloudy sky. In general, it looked like Excalibur, but it was unlikely that it was here. He wasn't sure what to do next, so he asked Lu if he should pick it up. Soon he heard familiar words as the ego asked him if he was the owner. It was the same dialogue with Lu. But unlike his dark aura, this was a completely light space. It was indeed similar to the previous meeting with Ego, but the sensations were still different. Now, Gikyu was not panicking. He knew what was going on and how everything was going, so he calmly asked the Ego if it was inside the sword. The young man heard an affirmative answer, and the Ego said that it had been waiting for its master all along, and then the voice insisted on answering again. Gikyu immediately said that he was not his master, but he would like to become one. Hikyu gave him a name, and from now on he would be called L. He didn't hear any response to this sentence, so he just grabbed the hilt of his sword and stared at the weapon in silence, and the light space around him disappeared. The second time, everything was clearer and did not seem as scary as it had been with Lu. But this ego's character was less aggressive, which also played a role. He felt a certain peacefulness, but it was disturbed by a loud noise after which the ceiling began to collapse. At this, Lu only had time to shout out that Gikyu should run away as soon as possible. L also added that he should run away immediately, to which Gikyu replied that he knew that himself. Eventually, the egos heard each other's voices, and even before that moment, they had felt someone else's presence, but they didn't know who they were. Lu spoke first, and said that he was the great and powerful ego, but Gikyu quickly interrupted his respectful story and told them both to be quiet. Right now, his main concern was to get to the reward room where Guardian Talon's body was lying. He probably would have been crushed by a rock if he had been even a millisecond late, but Gyukyu was lucky again and miraculously managed to reach the room. A little more and it could have been over. The ceiling continued to collapse and the stones were flying right at the protagonist. At the same time, the system asked him if he wanted to go to the reward room, to which GQ shouted a sharp yes in confusion. Apparently, this is what saved his life, because immediately afterwards he saw a bright light. Something extremely strange started to happen, but he was where he wanted to be and was safe. The strange gate disappeared, and this is unprecedented. The reason for this remained unknown. The news reported that the appearance of the strange gate and the mysterious events there caused a lot of resonance among people, and it is still unknown whether this is good or bad. However, the reward for passing through is 30 purple crystals and a guardian amulet. This is a valuable item that even ordinary people can use to treat minor illnesses and increase vitality. He knew that it wouldn't cure his mom, but it would definitely help her financially, and he wouldn't have to worry so much about paying for treatment. And besides that, he started climbing the tower again. Later on, the boy entered the 5th floor, where he stayed. He knew about the development of the citadel, of course, because there were no monsters on the test floor, but this place looked more like a small town. He walked to the 5th floor, where he was found unconscious a few weeks ago. On the day he first came here, he hadn't been able to see everything, so this time he wanted to explore the area more closely. But when he first walked the streets, he immediately went to the next floor, where he encountered monsters, but they were quickly defeated. Just as quickly, he went up to the 7th floor, and there were also unpleasant guests there, who soon found themselves dead from GK's weapon. On the 8th floor, there were many players. All of them were eager to fight, and GQ didn't even notice how fast he was moving around the tower. Before, he had only been able to roam the 1st floor. He couldn't believe that he had climbed all the way up to the number. This is just the beginning, but a great achievement for GQ over the years. Just recently, he would not have dared to dream of something like this, but with the help of the 2 egos he now possessed, he could easily reach these levels. Although he realized that the levels themselves were not the most important in this whole story. If you don't give up, you will one day be able to discover your unique abilities. These were the words that Gikyu remembered from his elder. And yet, Yu Seok-woo was right. Gikyu had finally managed to do something that had eluded him for several years. He glanced at the scores, where he noticed that L's level had also risen significantly. Perhaps it took a little longer to increase because of the experience points section, but with the help of the fusion, GQ truly felt that he had become stronger. The young man thought it was also because he had the demon with him. However, the sword in which the ego was trapped had lost all its magical power. He did not remember or know anything about the demon himself. Could that huge eye have been the demon? He would never know the answer, so everything was just speculation. Then Gai went to check his own characteristics again and realized that the stronger the ego, the more powerful he would become as a ruler. So it was decided to find a few more egos. Lu asked him if he knew where else egos could be found, and the young man confidently replied that he was going to visit one such place. Although he was tired, GQ went to the room where the auctions of various items were held that day. A lot of people were gathered in the huge hall, and a man was announcing the price on the stage. The young man was not in time for the beginning, so they had already sold a bunch of things for which the price was very high. Hikyu was sitting in the audience and asked Lu if he felt any ego here. He said that he hadn't felt anything yet. In general, this is not so surprising. Egos were not very common, and the fact that he had two so quickly was a great deal of luck. Meanwhile, the announcement was made that the last lot for the day was about to begin. A minute later, the main item of the day, called the wound bracelet, was brought to the stage, and it was the very thing that dramatically increased the speed of recovery. And at that moment, L quietly told him that he could feel the ego there. This caused a shock to Gikyu himself. He no longer expected it. He knew that the auction was not too easy. They were asking too much for this thing, and he didn't have any free money to spend on his whims. L was more polite, unlike Lu, who did not miss the opportunity to jab his owner again and called him a poor man. He was not happy, but he was consoled by the fact that the paralyzing dagger had been sold for almost $1 million. Lu noticed that he was sitting with a very strange expression on his face. Then GQ thought for a while and said that Lu and L should kiss, to which the former sharply replied that he had gone completely crazy. After a while, the young man left the store without buying anything, but then went to the supermarket. It was already dark when he received a call from Hyun. With a bag in hand, Gikyu picked up the phone and started talking to him, telling him that he was on his way home. He told him that it was very difficult for him to find a good team, and added that he had recently been behind the gate and realized that the other players gave him a headache more than the monsters. Tae-shik shouted that he was a fool because he emphasized that it was very dangerous there and ordered him not to go there anytime soon. To this, Gikyu could only say that it was an F-rank gate. He calmed down a bit, and the young man began to talk further. Without equipment, he was still at the first level, so he couldn't get the player rank, and because of that, it was difficult to plan a strategy alone. He knew that there was no other way to do it, so now it was a matter of priority. When the light turned green for the pedestrians, he said goodbye to Hyun and crossed the street. But at the end, he added that he shouldn't forget to put up in honor of his promotion. Then Hikyu thought about it. He didn't mind climbing higher up the tower, but Lu needed blood, and it would take a long time to get there, and he might not be able to take it. Moreover, there was a good income at the gate. It was much more profitable to work there than in the tower. Eventually, the young man exhaled, and a light smile shone on his face. Somehow, everything would work out. He knew it. But first, he had to take care of some urgent business. He even managed to buy some beef. L remarked that he was holding such a lot of money in his hands, and such actions were simple-minded. However, Lu called him greedy. GQ was not going to stand for this, so he hinted to Lu that he had not been raised for a long time. Only then did the young man hear the same greedy apology. Anyway, GQ wanted to make money as soon as possible, and leave this place so that both he and Yujong could walk in a safer city. While he was walking to his temporary home, he saw something strange that stopped him. In the dark alleys, he saw a sphere that looked very much like a new gate. He opened his mouth in surprise and almost dropped his grocery bag on the asphalt while watching. He remembered the words that told him what to do when he saw something like this. First of all, they urged not to worry, because immediately after the gate appeared, it would not be dangerous. Therefore, it is better to just call the relevant authorities or association and stay put. It was also dangerous to enter the gate because its level was still unknown. If a player enters the portal without confirmation from the association, he or she could even go to jail for 5 years or be fined up to millions of won. And these cases of unnecessary witnesses, until the gate is confirmed by the association, you need to keep the information to yourself because disputes may arise. Therefore, you need to keep the evidence because the first person to find a new gate is given priority to attack the gate with the right to resell. Tae-shik learned about this situation and watched it all closely. The appearance of the portal really impressed him, and for a moment he froze as he was about to press the mouse button. And he was even more surprised when he realized that it was right next to GQ's house. Taishik continued reading, keeping his eyes on the screen and sipping his coffee. But that calmness stopped the moment Hyun read the name of Gikyu, who had claimed the portal. The scream heard by the other employees in Taishik's office was so loud that they immediately quieted down and turned their attention to the door. The young man himself was told by people from the association that he had to enter the portal and start attacking it within 5 days. Otherwise, this right could be auctioned off. He also had to take into account everything the guy had said earlier and be careful. After that, he thanked me once again for the application. At that moment, Taishik approached them unnoticed. He asked his mentee if he had finished his work. When he nodded, Hyun took Gikyu with him on the pretext that he needed to talk to him in private. They entered a local cafe nearby and got something to drink. Taishik immediately took up his drink and drank it almost completely in one go. Leaving only a single ice cube in the glass, which had not had time to dissolve into the drink, he set it down on the table, taking off his badge. In fact, Hyun was worried about Gikyu and wanted to make sure that the young man would be able to enter this portal. Even though it was F rank and the boy had gotten stronger, he was still worried. The man's mood was a bit of a mess, and he realized that it would be impossible to convince Gikyu not to go there, at least not alone. He was too stubborn, so Hyun simply asked what floor the boy was on in the tower. He's already on the 11th floor. Today, he had just managed to finish with the past, but his own strength level remained the same. Then Taishik thought for a while, but then said something to him about 4 days. The young man didn't understand, and his expression showed it. Then the man added that he should prepare everything in 4 days and then come to him. Gikyu asked him in disbelief why, and received a predictable answer. He just wanted to make sure that he could be sent there. The 4 days went by very quickly, but Gikyu was really diligent in preparing for the journey through the gate. Just as Hyun had asked, the younger man came to see him, and then Taishik showed him to the basement where the training area was located. Even now, it was rarely used, but it was just right. It was. There was so much space here, and the walls were covered with a protective layer. Then Gikyu realized that he had underestimated this association. Taishik watched the boy's reaction, and only after a few minutes, when he had looked around, asked him if he liked it here. At first, Gikyu didn't understand, because Hyun had invited him to join the association. The man was sure that Gikyu could join not only as an employee, but as a full-fledged player. The young man thanked him, but refused without hesitation. He explained that he did not want to take on these responsibilities at the moment. He reacted quite calmly, but reminded him that he would be happy to see him here at any time. Gikyu was also curious about Theo. He remembered that when Hyun became the boss, the guide department was closed, and Theo joined the Carbon Guild. His expression had even changed then, as if Theo had become a completely different person. Gikyu was happy to hear this about his friend, and decided that he should get in touch with him in the near future. After that, he decided to cut to the chase and asked Taishik if he had brought a weapon, since he said he wanted to compete. Hyun smiled slightly, but also felt a little sad. Gikyu must have underestimated him, thinking he was just an office boy. He stood back and quickly made a cage-like motion with his hand that the young man could not follow. At that moment, Gikyu began to doubt that everything would end well for him. A moment later, Taishik said with the same smile that the younger man shouldn't look so superiorly at the top runner. Lu turned to his master, unable to sleep, while he finally attacked. The young man was shaking when he saw Taishik standing in front of him. Junior knew that he could not defeat Hyung. He still had a lot to learn from him, but he was not going to just stand there either. First, he decided to draw his swords to defend himself. He already knew that it was not going to be easy, because Hyung was going to prepare him well for the portal. So Gikyu took Lu and El, and Taishik prepared to attack. However, at that moment, the man stopped and looked at the younger man. He asked if he was well prepared for a fight with him. It was then that the young man realized that these top runners were indeed quite different. Taishik shouted at him loudly, telling him to pull himself together and not to be distracted by trifles. If you do, you'll die right out of the gate and you won't get a second chance. Hyun was right. Once he entered the portal, everything would be different, and relying on luck alone would be completely pointless. However, he did not come here empty-handed, having at least a plan. The day after the gates opened, Gikyu went to the game market in Dongdaemun. Lu was surprised to ask the owner what he needed these items for, because it was unlikely that he could find better equipment than the 2 egos, but that was not the case. The young man's defense was too weak and he wanted to find something here. He picked up the phone to wake up talking on the phone. He couldn't go out the gate like that in case he found another ego. El promised that he would let him know if he felt the presence of an ego. He thanked him and went to walk around the market to see what he could find. As Gikyu passed by several shops and tents, he noticed a nice piece of armor nearby. Deciding that this was what he needed, he went to check out the price and it shocked him. Millions of won for just a backpack. The cheap stuff was too bad. of poor quality, and the good stuff was too expensive. Now he realized that it would be very difficult to find something suitable. Suddenly, both egos spoke to their master at the same time. They noticed a man walking among the crowd, talking to a young boy about something. But what the conversation was about, GK could not hear. So he decided to get a little closer, and then he heard the boy shouting that his grandfather was a great master. But another boy who came up to them said that there was nothing special about the equipment, which didn't even have an information window. The boy was very upset when they said such hurtful words to him and walked away. He knew that his grandfather was really doing good things. These guys just said in the end that there was no point in advertising a store that was not doing well anyway. This hurt the boy even more and he almost cried, but GQ came up behind him and called him. The boy looked around, not expecting anything, but the man asked him to take him to his small shop. The boy did not really believe the words the older man was saying to him, so at first he hesitated. But realizing that this was his chance, the boy called him to follow him. While the boy was walking down the stairs with him, he asked Ego if they were sure about their feelings, and both said that they were. Lou noticed that even the boy's clothes were ego. Yes, it was artificial, but it still had the energy of the ego, as Elle said. Lou got very angry, saying that he wanted to tell him about it himself, but it was too late, especially since the boy spoke up and opened the door to his grandfather, saying that he had brought a client. The grandfather gazed at his grandson and addressed Minsu. He advised him against bringing any customers, but the boy insisted that he wished for everyone to recognize what an amazing grandfather he had. The man then eased his tension slightly and instructed him to change his clothes for some of his own, of which there were plenty. Dad might reprimand him for that. Hikyu, who had just entered the room, noticed that there seemed to be some good items here, and absolutely everything here was ego. He stood in front of the door, completely shocked. It was impossible to believe that a person could do such a thing. There were so many things lying there that were of high levels, and they were all egos that had no self. When Hikyu went a little further, he was even more surprised. Besides the boots and different clothes, there were also different weapons. He simply could not say a word as he looked at it all. His grandfather, who was sitting in the back of the room, grumbled to tell him to leave because there were no suitable items for him. The old man was sure that he didn't understand their value, and he didn't want to sell anything. Huang Di-chul was a skilled blacksmith. He sat on a chair, flipping through a book, and said that he no longer had the strength to prove anything to those whose eyes were clouded. But at that, Gikyu Dish shouted out what he was buying. The old man looked up at him without saying a word, but he just waved his hand and told him to get out again. He didn't want to sell his stuff, especially to people like this kid, because he thought he didn't even know how to use these valuable things. Gikyu did not give up his opportunity and still tried to convince Di-chul. He asked if he would sell his products if Gikyu showed him how to use them, but the old man was stubborn and stood his ground. He said that the young man could look at everything here, but then get out and stop talking nonsense. The boy picked up one of the swords, saying that it was called the Nameless One. He was also able to determine that the weapon had a level, and only then did the old man think twice. While Gikyu was calmly looking at this sword and lightly touched it, Di-chul jumped out of his chair and asked in surprise, looking at the guy, not believing that he was really reading the abilities of this sword. Gikyu replied just as calmly that he could see the weapon's abilities. Di-chul was really impressed by this. Not many people had this ability. It seems that his grandfather was already more loyal to him and said that in that case he could try it. Allowing someone who understands the value of a weapon to use it is a blacksmith's dream. Now Hikyu had named the sword. He already remembered that this stage should not be skipped, so he named it Blade. Huang Di-chul held his breath as he watched the young man holding his creation so confidently. However, that confidence was instantly shattered when nothing happened to the sword. Elle suggested to the owner that perhaps the weapon did not like her name, although Hikyu did not understand why. So, on the battlefield with his young, he decided to fight as hard as he could so as not to disappoint him. Lu and Elle were an integral part of this battle, so he took his dark and light sword and flew at his opponent with all his might. He tried his best, but Tai-cheek didn't even move. The young man was so close and he hoped he would succeed. And at the moment when he had to attack directly, Hyung repelled the attack with a single punch and dashed his hopes. The man said that he could see the hesitation and the sword blade in his hands was uncertain, so Tai-cheek ordered him to use all his strength and aim for vital organs. That way, GQ wouldn't even be able to scratch him. The guy understood why it was so hard because his opponent was a top-ranked runner in the past. The next time, GQ concentrated and aimed carefully, just as his mentor had said. It was clear that he was really trying, but apparently it wasn't enough for someone like Tai-cheek. The mentor easily dodged every blow of the young man, and although the sword was very close, he was unable to do anything. They continued to fight, but nothing changed. The young man couldn't hit him either, and Hyun just kept dodging. This went on for what seemed like forever, but GQ did not give up trying to show his skills. One day, he managed to get closer and swung with all his might, realizing that this was his chance. Back in that small shop, he wondered why he couldn't make the connection. He even began to doubt that it was the ego. Lu spoke up and said that all these items were second-rate. In addition, ego is very cranky when the owner chooses a name and is picky about the owner's choice. Lu and Elle had no other choice, but this will not be the case for everyone. The guy was giving up, but decided to try one last time, despite Lu's urging to give up. GQ turned to another DCL creation and seriously said that from now on, his name would be Brunhart. The guy didn't expect it, but this time it really worked, and he made a connection with an ego named Brunhart. His level, his agility and physical strength were also good, but his magical powers were still lower. However, he had a special skill called reflection. He was able to throw back the accumulated attack of his opponent. He also had skills that were inherent in ego, such as turning into an accessory and protecting its owner. Tai Cheek was more tense at this point. He felt that his disciple's strength had increased dramatically and suddenly. However, this only resulted in Gi-Kyu flying into the wall due to the strong impact. The only good thing was that the walls here were not so hard, because this was a training room, and they had taken care of that. After the fight, Tae-shik took out a bottle with orange contents and gave it to Gi-Kyu. It was a potion for internal injuries, so he told him to drink it. For some reason, the boy was smiling, even though his body hurt a little. He tried to open the bottle, but his hands were shaking so badly that he couldn't do it. He also did not understand why such an expensive medicine was in this ordinary bottle. While the young man was trying to open the drink, Hyun greeted him. After all, Gi-Kyu had passed, even though he hadn't yet realized what it was. Tae-shik once again proudly said that Gi-Kyu had passed the test. In fact, the mentor didn't think he would be able to touch him, but the man showed a few small scratches on his fingers. And it was not an accident, but a carefully thought-out plan. Tae-shik admitted that he had underestimated Kim Gi-Kyu. Then the guy fell silent, realizing that he had just heard incredible praise from his mentor, who did not realize that he had managed to use the last minute and still get to him. Then the man said that if the gate was not cleared from today and throughout the week, the association would send its agents there. So Hyung wished the young man success in his task. But before that, he said that he was giving him not a week, but only 5 days. And if there are still monsters there during this period, he will personally come and get him out of there without any agents. Somehow uncertain, Gi-Kyu said that this would not be necessary, but Tae-shik added that it would be much cheaper than paying the association's employees. They walked together to the gate, where there were guards. Hyun asked if Gi-Kyu had taken smoke bombs, potions, and food with him, and the young man nodded his head at everything. Then the man reminded him that he shouldn't relax here, even though it was an F rank. Lu spoke to the host again. This level would be similar to the one with the zombies, so it was unclear why Tae-shik was so worried. But the young man replied that Tae-shik was like his father, so he was worried. For the last time, Gi-Kyu turned to him and told him that he was leaving, and now there was no turning back. He stepped into the portal, which immediately swallowed him up. The system immediately notified him that he had entered the gate. In fact, Gi-Kyu wished it had been the continuous gate. It would have been much better for him. Lu, as usual, asked him what was so good about it, but he immediately replied that it was a way to make more money. Ego then asked how Gi-Kyu was going to determine whether it was a continuous gate or a disposable gate, but first that it was cleared up. It was worth clearing it completely. Since it was only an F rank, it should be able to go through quickly, no matter if it's a dungeon, a maze, or something else. The main thing now is that it's not a stacked version. He needs swords anyway, so Gi-Kyu picked up Lu, already feeling his aura, and went forward. And he did it just in time, because right after that, a beast approached him, which he was able to kill easily with the sword. It was time to act. The young man was taking this mission seriously. It was his first time, and he wanted to show the best possible result. And right now, he had the opportunity to prove that his abilities were beginning to reveal themselves. A pack of white wolves began to walk towards the boy, looking very angry. Now, it was time to level up. He looked into the eyes of his many enemies and grabbed both swords in his hands harder. Lu drank the blood of the blue wolves that he killed one by one. In the cave, he could hear the cries and growls of the animals, who were already more fearful of their death. One of the wolves almost bit Gi-Kyu's leg, but he turned around in time and fought it off, thereby increasing his L level. Similarly, Lu's characteristics were improving. The system did not even have time to announce this in time due to the large influx of notifications. After a long struggle, Gi-Kyu decided to rest for a while because he was tired and his ego needed to recuperate. L remarked that it was too much for the master, although it was only the beginning. 5 hours of continuous fighting was not something he was used to at his first level. Blue wolves were not much different from orcs, perhaps even easier competitors than those. Still, in his situation, It's hard to get into a place like this alone, so this time he was just lucky. The boy decided to have a little snack, so he took out his food supplies for the next few days. He took a bite, thinking that he needed to have a player level here. The player's level is measured without any equipment. If the ego is at a certain distance, then he has a level. He won't even be able to get a normal score, and the cheek will not be able to help. He is powerless, even though he is the boss and his opinion is extremely important. L decided to encourage him. He said that if the master improved his skills, they would be able to install the ego at any distance. GQ greedily gulped down the water he had brought with him and thought that it all sounded good, but he had no idea how to develop his abilities. Then Lu started talking and told him about the ego box, but he immediately hit him. Lu shouted something at him, both unhappy and upset, but GQ didn't seem to care. Eventually, he finished his meal and sighed heavily. The question of development remained unclear, but this was not the only problem. The guy opened the information window and began to read carefully. He started talking about something very strange, like eating his own kind. But it was good that Lu just stopped him, and that was the end of the topic. He had already rested enough, so it was time to move on. He picked up his backpack and stood up, moving forward. But he noticed that the backpack was already full and was barely closing. He thought about buying a bag with space expansion magic. But since he couldn't buy anything right now, he decided to drink the potion of enhancement. It would give him a little more space. When he took the bottle in his hands, he walked on and Lu's voice came up again and said, "The most powerful aura comes from this gate they are standing in front of now. Perhaps that was where the boss was." His physical strength and agility began to increase at the same moment he finished the potion. He stepped down into the cave and lost track of how long he had been walking here. It was as if he was walking in a completely different way than outside. Soon the effect of the potion he had drunk would have worn off, but El suddenly spoke up and said that he could feel a very strong energy nearby. They were almost at the right place. Both egos were sure of it. In a few minutes, they saw a light. Hikyu praised El because this energy was indeed coming from there, but Lu was a little nervous again. Actually, it was he who said that the young man was approaching the right place. But once again, GQ just shut him up. It was necessary to be as quiet as possible here. Then Ego replied that no one could hear them anyway. The young man had simply forgotten about it. L decided to calm his friend down and said that it was enough to talk to his master like, but Lu just said that Ego was being hypocritical. GQ came out of the cave and finally saw daylight. It was as if this boss had absorbed half of the gate's energy. This creature was different from Talon, whom the young man had attacked so many times, and the beast had great dignity. The guardian of this gate woke up almost immediately when he smelled the stranger and appeared in front of the boy with a grin. This unusual wolf was truly impressive. Lu spoke enthusiastically about it, and El only gently reminded the owner to be careful. In fact, the pressure felt from Talon here was completely different, stronger, and more deadly. But despite this moment, GQ had to fight the guardian. There were no more options because he needed to protect the entire territory, especially since the beast itself rushed at him. This time the boy was able to fight back, and the guardian did not hurt him. Instead, the young man was able to wound the wolf. GQ seized the moment and plunged his sword into the beast's neck, but it was not deep enough to cause a fatal blow. In great pain, the guardian shook his head and threw the man away from him. It was done so quickly that the young man did not even have time to recover. And there was more bad news. This guardian's attacks are much more powerful than they seem at first. All that remained for the boy at the first level was to accumulate strength and then strike. This plan seemed great. The main thing now was to have enough dexterity and time to execute it. It was going to be a long and difficult fight with an opponent who was far above his level. And Hikyu was already a professional in this business. He had been through many similar battles before. The guardian was getting even more furious, but so far, Gikyu had managed to keep it at a sufficient distance to save his life. But the next minute, the beast started attacking again. The boy barely had time to put his sword under its jaw to avoid being killed himself. And in that moment, GQ managed to make more sword movements than he had ever managed before. His eyes were burning with the desire to destroy the enemy, and forgetting about his lack of strength and fatigue, he attacked and did so very successfully. Later, the gatekeeper was lying beside GQ and could not get up. He wasn't dead yet, but he had enough strength to accompany the boy with a menacing look. Only now did the effect of the potion begin to wear off. If it hadn't been for Brunhart, he would have had to try even harder, and it was far from certain that it would have ended well. Talon could not be compared to this monster. He was much stronger, and it took longer to kill him. Exhausted, GQ exhaled and leaned on his dark sword, thanking the guardian that he had died at his hands. He managed to destroy the boss Changyong, and for that, the young man received experience points. They were much more than the previous boss. In addition, Lu absorbed all the blood of the beast and received a bonus to dexterity, and his ego gained an additional skill. GQ was shocked by such a huge influx of messages in the system, so he just watched it all and waited for it to end. In the end, Lu completely absorbed Changyang, and this beast was successfully transformed into another ego. Instead of a big wolf, there was only a crystal, and the boy tried to figure out what had happened. Lu himself did not understand anything. He had never heard of monsters turning into egos before. He already knew that he wouldn't really learn anything from them, so he decided that it would be faster to figure it out on his own. However, before doing so, Gikyu did ask L's opinion on the matter, but unfortunately, he didn't know anything either. L apologized for not being able to help his master in this situation. He was ashamed to admit it. Then, Lu asked his master what had been bothering him the most lately. Since L appeared, the young man could have dumped him, but he had only dumped Lu, and that was really confusing. The boy seemed to let it slide and asked his own question. He was only interested in the ego that the monster had turned into, and it had to be Lu's. But he answered that he had no ego, but he tried to get some attention from his master. All this was in vain. It was as if GQ could see Lu only at those moments when he personally needed his help. Eventually, the young man decided to find out what had happened here because he knew that L definitely did not have such skills. He opened the information window again. The level was still the first, and everything else hadn't changed, except that he had gotten another ego named Changyang. It turned out that this ego was in his inventory, but Gikyu still had no idea how to use it. Maybe he should just shout out the name of the skill? The protagonist remembered that it worked the first time, so he should try it with Changyang. However, he decided that he would do it later, or that it would become clearer over time. Right now, he needs to clear the area as quickly as possible. Gikyu had already tested how handy the cannibalism skill was. This ability really came in handy at some points. He also managed to get a blue crystal, which is much more expensive to sell than the usual purple ones. For such a large one, they would definitely have to give a lot. And now it was time to head to the reward room. However, the moment he was about to go there, he stopped. The boy looked around until both egos realized what was happening to the master. It was simple. You need to touch the body of the gatekeeper in order to move to the reward room. He already knew this from the last time. But the problem was that the body of the damned guardian had been eaten by Lu, and now there was no way to get there. For a moment it seemed that the reward room in this portal was just an unattainable dream. But he had no intention of missing the opportunity to earn so much money, so he began an active search inside the gate, whose caverns are never exposed to the sun's rays. He started the next day, even though Lu did not want him to. He emphasized that they would only be wasting their time, and it would only be a waste of time. And L added that it was not too late to get out of here and ask for professional help. But GQ couldn't do that. If the same weirdness started happening again, like the last time at Guri's gate, everyone would start to suspect him. And he was worried about leaving here and then not being able to find any way to get to the prizes. In this case, a gate breaking could happen, which would hurt people. Whoever was responsible for the problem had to take responsibility for it, and GQ believed that he was responsible, so he knew that he had to solve the problem somehow, and preferably as soon as possible. Time was short, but he felt responsible for what he had done, and L praised him for it. When Lu started to say something again, he literally interrupted him. Hikyu told him to be quiet and let him concentrate. In 4 days, Hyung is supposed to come here. Of course, if Taishik sees all of this, no one will see the worst of it, because he always comes through in any situation. Lu was really impressed with this man, especially after he had fought with him on the battlefield with Gikyu. The day passed uneventfully, as he spent all his time trying to find something, but nothing came of it. It was the 3rd day of his stay here, and even then, he felt tired. He sat under a tree in the shade and decided to have a snack. Sometimes it was just impossible to be in the sun, so he looked for such places. He was already thinking that it would be better to just kill all the monsters here and be done with it. L supported him, as he thought it was the best solution. Lu, of course, said it was too simple, but it at least sounded good, and they didn't have much time. They went through absolutely all the caves that they had deliberately skipped before and killed the beasts one by one. A few hours later, GK and the 2 egos had killed all the blue wolves that were still in this portal. Apparently, they were no longer here. After making the rounds, they could say that for sure. L once again praised his master for the excellent work he had done. They were going to collect crystals, which the young man could sell later, but he didn't know what to do next. Where to go? Taishik would be here very soon, but there was still no reward room, and he didn't know how to explain it either. Suddenly, he had a brilliant idea. He decided to blow the cave he was standing in to smithereens. His friends shouted in unison to stop him immediately, and not to do such a stupid thing. They tried to, although the boy's very calm demeanor made it clear that he was not in the mood for their conversation. But they started talking at the same time again about how all the energy inside the gate was gathering in one place, and this place is very close to them. The boy stopped. Either out of fear or just out of surprise, he could not go on for some time. But after a few seconds, he loudly asked them where this wonderful place was. He had to go there immediately. After visiting this special place, Gikyu returned to the Players' Association, where he immediately met with Hyun. Tae-shik said that if he had come out an hour or two later, he would have gone inside to rescue him. The older man was already on the yard. Next to the door they were behind was a sound barrier generator. He asked Hikyu why he had come out so late, because it seemed to him that with the abilities Hikyu had, it could have been completed in 2 days. They both stood in the shower, and Gikyu told him that he had managed to kill the guardian that very day, but that there was a small problem afterwards. Tae-shik was genuinely surprised by this because what problem could there be after killing the boss? But then the younger man explained to him that the boss's body had disappeared, which was why he couldn't enter the reward room. At this point, Hyun had nothing to say. This was the first time he had ever encountered this. A few seconds later, he heard his mentor's voice again. He asked Hikyu what he did next. The boy said that first he wanted to destroy all the monsters left in the gate. Then Tae-shik realized why he had so many crystals, which the young man had rolled up in his hood. It was hard to collect them all. Lu pushed him while GQ collected the screaming Shaw crystal and couldn't stop. He just couldn't imagine what it would be like to leave at least one crystal here. But he sharply told them again that he remembered perfectly well that he had to get out of here without Elle and Lu's reminder. Gikyu had never run as fast as he did this time. He ran as fast as he could, trying to find the corridor of the cave that would lead him to the exit. He didn't even know how best to describe what he saw inside. The young man looked back in fright. It looked like different pieces of worlds, all broken and incomprehensible. And it was all in one place. If he had a choice, Q would have chosen to never see anything like it. And when the young man came to a stop, a sphere bright as the morning sun appeared in his hands. He had just received a notification that he had received the ego fragment, and then the question he was probably most excited about appeared. The system asked if he wanted to go to the reward room. When Gikyu told his Hyung, he could hardly believe it, because this had never happened before, so he decided to ask him in detail. Then the boy said something that amazed his mentor even more. It could be that the gate he had entered was a solid ego. When they got out of the shower, T-Cheek said that he would transfer him all the money for the crystals and the gate cleaning. Altogether, it would be about 1 million won, approximately. The young man thanked him, and they went outside to be greeted by a warm sunset. It was nothing, so the man just smiled and kept walking, asking the younger man if he was going to the hospital right away. Gikyu replied that it would be good to go so that no one would worry about him when, so forgetting about his fatigue, he was going there. Tae-shik offered to give him a ride. It would be faster and easier, and Gikyu would have liked that, but he was surprised when he walked to the car. The man looked at him, looking at his shocked eyes, and seeing that Gikyu was about to go back, he stopped him. Gikyu just hated the color pink, and that was the color of Tae-shik's car. Tae-cheek was his opposite and thought the car was just beautiful, especially since it was pink, but the young man could barely get in while the older man was driving. They arrived at the hospital in a matter of minutes, and the boy immediately went to his mother's room. Lee Soo-jin. She was happy to see her son safe and sound, although she wasn't particularly happy that he had gone through that dangerous gate. She then asked Gikyu to buy a drink for Yoo-jung so that she could finally wake up. He left Tae-shik alone with his mother and left the room to visit his sister. Soo-jin looked at the young man and thanked Tae-shik for taking such good care of Gikyu as soon as he disappeared from her sight. The man replied, a little embarrassed, that it wasn't hard for him at all, especially since it was Gikyu himself who was helping a lot. Yoo-jung could barely stand up. She was so sleepy despite the fact that she had just had dinner and it wasn't too late. Her exams were coming up soon and Gikyu had been reminding her of that lately, but her sister just turned away from him and said that she just wanted to rest for a while and then start studying again. But he added that Yoo-jung wasn't pushing herself too hard. After all, health should come first. The girl laughed and said that in that case, she needed a guardian amulet, but the young man took such jokes too seriously. Suddenly, they heard someone's voice coming from the back of the corridor, and that voice was very interested in GQ. It was an elderly woman who was slowly approaching them with an intravenous drip. It was obvious that Yoo-jung was very happy to see her, but Q just stood there with a look of surprise on his face. She asked her why she was still awake, as her grandmother was usually in bed at this time. She smiled and said that she had decided to go for a walk beforehand and heard her grandmother's voice, so she came over to them. Grandma also slowly walked over to Gikyu, taking his hands and looking into his eyes. She said that Yoo-jung was very well-mannered, and now she understood why. After all, she has a wonderful older brother. The grandmother took the young man's hand in hers and said in a quieter voice that he had a very good aura. He just thanked her, not taking it too seriously. Then the grandmother picked up her drip again and apologized for interrupting their conversation, and then she went on, and they said goodbye. But she stopped for a minute and looked at Hikyu. He looked uncomfortable, but she was only trying to tell him that several energies had come together in him, which doesn't happen very often, and his aura was telling. Finally, the older woman said only that he should be careful not to lose himself among all these energies. She wished Gikyu to go through all the difficulties and calmly went on her way, leaving him in complete confusion. Yujong did not understand any of this either. They stood in silence in the middle of the empty corridor for 2 minutes, watching his grandmother go until she turned to her room. Hikyu turned his gaze to his palm. He already thought that this old lady knew something. Maybe she was somehow connected to everything that was happening. With these thoughts in mind, they went to get a drink and returned to his mother's room, after which Gikyu and his sister went to bed. The next day came quickly, and the young man slept soundly after all those days in the portal, and was glad to finally be in a normal bed. In the morning he stretched, realizing that he had slept well. Compared to the cave, this was a great hotel. But when he was about to leave, he ran into the doctor, who was looking at him in the same confused way. A nurse was standing next to him, and after only a few seconds, the man asked Gikyu if he was related to the patient, Lee Sujin. He calmly answered the question and waited to see what the doctors would say this time. The man closed his eyes and spoke to him more quietly, asking if he had some time to talk. Of course, he agreed, and only after a difficult conversation with Dr. GQ did he return to the Players' Association. Many of them were already tired and at the same time happy that after such a busy day they could relax, so they decided to have a drink. Suddenly, one of the men in the room noticed GQ, who was walking around the room looking down at his feet. He looked at him a little closer and recognized him as the tutorial killer, and then his friend looked back at the young man. He laughed and said with that ironic smile that he was a fan and wanted to at least say hello. Of course, he was being sarcastic, but Hikyu was used to such compliments. When they approached the boy, they saw that something was clearly wrong with him. It looked as if he could barely hold back tears. All this time on the way here, Hikyu was thinking about talking to the doctor. Lee Sujin's condition was critical. It wasn't so noticeable from the outside, but his muscles were very badly damaged. Back then, in the hospital, he was despondent and listened to the doctor while looking at his mother and Yu Zhong, who did not leave her side. The doctor said that there were some serious complications. Despite the fact that the children had taken good care of their mother, they had gone to the hospital too late. And the doctor's words only added to the mourning and put more pressure on the boy. He said there was another problem, the cause of which remains unknown. The young man barely heard him ask what the problem was, and after the answer he finally realized that it was over. She had only a year left, and at worst only 3 months. Hearing that about my mom was just unbearable. It was as if a flock of guardian monsters had attacked him at once, and there was no way out of this situation. He didn't know how to act, how to react, or how to talk to his family without tears in his eyes. At that very moment, GQ felt fiercely angry, but at himself. He blamed himself for not doing anything earlier, for not going to the hospital when it was not too late, for not earning enough money to save her. If only he hadn't hesitated before the new portals, everything would be different now. But no. He hid behind his family and for a long time fenced himself off from the higher levels. He just didn't have the courage to go there a little earlier. The rain that fell on him incessantly hid the tears that were falling just as continuously on GQ's face. He stood in front of the gate, even though Lu tried to stop him. At such moments, you had to keep yourself in check and think soberly, but it was impossible not to get emotional when you heard something like that. As always, El supported him in this, because he realized that his mother was dying, and it was clear that the owner would suffer because of this. Heikyu no longer knew which choice was right. He was completely overcome with anger at himself and could no longer control his actions. Later, he looked up at the tall scaffolding which was abundant on the 19th floor of the tower. Of course, there were other players up there as well who turned to look at GQ. Shock was written all over their faces, and they couldn't even say anything out of surprise. Only later did they quietly begin to ask each other questions, wondering who he could be and where this guy got so many backpacks. They could see crystals in them. Then they remembered the latest rumors, which talked about the player who had been hunting like a madman for 2 weeks. He only stopped for a short nap and a meal, and did not leave the tower for 14 days. During this time, GQ managed to climb from the 11th floor right down to here, but it was no longer as satisfying as it used to be. One of the players decided to approach him and gently asked if he needed help because the bags looked heavy. The first thing that GQ thought was about these people. He had no explanation for so many of them on the 19th floor. Then he looked at them more closely and realized that they were the Order of the Red Players. They were from the Smurf Guild, and for some reason GQ was not happy about it. One of them smiled very ambiguously and offered to help, but the young man kept his mouth shut. Without saying anything, GIQ took out Lu and put him forward, touching the boy with his sword. The guild member was frightened by this, and in a trembling voice he said something incomprehensible to Gu, but Gu told him to shut up. During these 2 weeks, the young man went completely crazy, thinking about his mother. His anger was unbearable, and that was the reason for this aggression. The boy looked him straight in the eye, frightened, and thought about how to get away from him. He did not want to be his rival, because with such a mood and weapons, the enemy could easily be turned into pieces of meat. But what interested the guild leader even more was why Gikyu was so angry. His eyes were burning and he seemed to be able to destroy you with one look. This guy was distracted only by the fact that someone from the association came here, noticing something strange and rushed to help. Since they didn't want to be caught, they immediately decided to run away, adding that they remembered GQ very well, and soon he would be dead. But today, he was just lucky. When they left the place and left the worker and Q alone, the worker asked him what had happened and if he was okay. After that, the man introduced himself by showing his badge and giving his name. Ho Sung-hoon was a security guard on the 19th floor and asked the young man to answer his questions. Gikyu turned around and calmly replied that these players from the red team were trying to steal his personal belongings. Sung-hoon smiled and laughed slightly, saying that they were just the right size to steal. Then he changed the subject, recognizing Kim Gikyu. Although the young man resisted, he dragged him back, because they had been looking for him for several days, and ordered him to get him out of the tower and back to the association by any means necessary. He was promised a bonus for this, especially since the security guard was really trying his best at work and was not being lazy. Taeshik decided that he would definitely give Song-hyun a double bonus, but now he had to talk to Gikyu, whom he hadn't seen in weeks. The young man tiredly asked his mentor what was wrong, and showed with his whole appearance that he was unhappy about being brought here. Then, Hyun told him more seriously that 2 weeks in the tower was too much. Taeshik hadn't heard from him, so he was getting worried. He sighed and asked if that was all his mentor wanted to talk to him about, but he said in the moment that there was one more thing to discuss. Gikyu sat there just as unhappy, but only until Hyun mentioned that there was a way to cure his mother. There was one way to cure a disease whose cause was unknown. The man asked if Gikyu had any idea what he was talking about, and perhaps the only thing that came to mind was an elixir. The elixir of panacea, which can cure any disease, but there was another problem, and Taeshik knew about it as well. There were only 3 cases when this elixir was found by humans. Mark Alonso, who was the first to complete the 50 levels of the tower after its appearance and received it as a reward for completing it. The other 2 cases were similar. It was also a reward for the players, but for completely clearing the gate. This was something that Gikyu had also heard about. Taeshik noticed that he knew a lot for a simple player. The guy had just been interested in this topic more than once. If he had heard of the gate, it meant that Gikyu had already guessed what it had in common. A labyrinth gate. Such portals differed from the others in that monsters of completely different levels could wander through them. They waited for the player to pass by and then rushed at him. There was also a much stronger guardian and a bunch of other traps that complicated the path. First of all, Taeshik ordered to get GQ because the 3rd labyrinth gate had appeared in the United States 2 days ago. The mentor told the young man to wash himself and go, because if Mrs. Sujin sees him like this, she will be scared. He allowed him to leave his things here. He will count everything and transfer the money to him right now. Gikyu thanked Hyun and went to the bathroom. When he left the boss's office, he exhaled a calm breath and laid down, closing his eyes. For some reason, he had been craving a cigarette all day, even though he had given up smoking. The man felt that he had already done everything he could for GQ. Later, the young man bathed and walked across the room to the exit to go on his mission. Taking his backpack with everything he needed, he met Ho Sung-hoon on the way and he stopped him to talk. The boss told him that if he wanted a double bonus, he had to be responsible to the very end. Therefore, the guard must escort Gikyu to the gate. He also added that Taeshik had taken care of Gikyu's stay in America, and he had prepared all the necessary things. Ho Seong-hoon invited him to follow him and said that they could leave right now to avoid wasting time. But the boy called out to him and asked him to wait. He looked back at him with a strange look on his face. At first, he wanted to go to the tower to the 20th floor, and in a short period of time they were at the base. Now, Gikyu had passed the exam and his fusion bark had improved to rank E. All of his characteristics remained the same, except that he could use his ego skills already. He stood next to the information window and carefully read the stats. Of course, it's rare to have a new level added to a skill, and he could only use so many ego skills, but he still felt that he had much more energy than he had before. Then Ho Sung-hoon approached the player and distracted him. He looked very serious. The guard said that it usually takes about a day to clear the 20th level. The boy agreed, but stopped himself and asked why Sung-hoon was asking this so suddenly. But it wasn't too sudden. It just took Gikyu only 20 minutes and it was hard not to notice. After that, the guard asked if he was ready to leave right now. He nodded and asked when their plane would be here, but the answer was that they would not be going on a plane. There was a different plan here. First, they had to go to the 5th floor of the tower, which they did. The tower was simply gigantic. It was so high, and the shadow stretched so far that the end of the edge was not visible. Sung-hoon then explained that due to the separation of zones, it is very rare to see players from other countries. But it is a fact that the tower is connected to all parts of the planet Earth. Therefore, there is also a chance to meet foreigners here. For a while, Sung-hoon and Gi-kyu were on the 5th floor of the tower at the Korean Players Association branch. When they entered the elevator, the young man was genuinely surprised because he had never heard of it, and it was unclear how it worked. The security guard explained to him that it was a special kind of artifact that works with the help of crystals. You could say that the whole room is one big artifact. This place is really very valuable and important, and only then did GQ think about how much it all costs if the entire elevator is powered by crystals. And soon the elevator arrived, and they were there. As soon as the doors of the huge hall opened in front of GQ, he was fascinated by everything that was there. He could never have imagined that he would ever get here. It was a buoy of the Center for the Control of Portals between countries, and it looked so mesmerizing that he could not look away for a long time. He couldn't imagine when he would use such a portal. All he had heard was that associations of different countries managed this place. It wasn't easy, and not everyone was given this opportunity, but Ote-shik was much more versatile than Gikyu could have imagined. When they reached one of the portals, Sung-hoon called the young man to follow him. They came to the right gate that would take him directly to America. Each portal had a guard assigned to it, whom Sun-hun asked to step aside for a few minutes to allow them to pass. And now it was time to go to the state. These portals were considered the fastest transportation in the world. With their help, you can literally teleport to other countries, and the whole thing looked very fun. GQ kept this thought to himself, but he was not sure at all that such gates could be called transportation. But whether it was or not, the journey took only a few minutes, and Q and his attendant found themselves in Los Angeles. The city greeted them with a magnificent sunset, which drenched the entire horizon in pink and purple tones and made the sky seem fairy tale-like. Q got into the car, still deep in thought. He held some papers in his hands and immersed himself in them, not hearing what was happening outside. 3 top rankers declared their desire to participate in the capture of the gate. One of these runners was the American player Iron Shield. The second was Athena, representing Europe, and the third runner was the Korean Demon King. GQ wondered if he would be able to cope with such a task at the first level, when his competitors would be such strong players. Later on, the car parked, and the driver announced that they had arrived. Here was the hell of this world, the epicenter of evil and dark forces. The third labyrinth gate, which is not for every player, but GK was ready to go there without hesitation. If this is the only way to save his mother, he must at least try. There were already other people gathered there who wanted to enter the gate. They were in a more relaxed mood and were discussing something inconsequential among themselves. But instantly it was GQ who became the object of their interest. They saw that a Korean had come and seemed to be new here. One young man with glasses, who had just gotten out of his car, also looked at him and said that it was the first time he had ever seen him, but he must have been from the association. At least he thought so. However, when he examined the young man more closely, he exclaimed in surprise. His level was the first. His unique ability seemed to be there, but it was not visible, which was very strange, because with such abilities, he was always able to see the special abilities of other players. This was the first time this had happened to him, and after that he became even more interested in this young man. One girl who was standing next to the white-haired boy took off her glasses and said with a smile that he looked like the perfect type for her. It got even more interesting. Time passed quickly, and the trials had already begun. The first person Gikyu met was a giant spider that attacked him out of the blue. Sung-hoon was still able to help the young man, so he didn't waste any time and launched an attack with his spear. He looked very confident, and at times it seemed as if he had come here to fight for a great reward. With the speed of light, Sung-hoon hit the spider in the face, and that was the end of the fight with this mutant. The spear ended up in one of the spider's eyes, which stopped it. The spider could not continue to strike because of the pain. A few broken walls, and that was it. GQ admired the guard's excellent work. He moved so skillfully with the weapon in his hands that it could not help but attract attention. A little sad but still smiling, GQ asked if Sung-hoon had to go now. After all, it had been 15 hours. It would also take time to get back to the portals, so it was better for him to leave now. Guy thanked him, because he had helped him get used to the place quickly. Sung-hoon also thanked the young man and praised GQ. His growth rate was incredible. He also offered to bring him dinner when he returned from his mission, and Sung-hoon was happy to oblige. They said goodbye and would see each other only after many days, and in Korea. He said goodbye and wished him a safe journey and left. He took a lot of necessary things with him, and the first thing he did was to use a spray can to mark the areas he had already been to and cleaned up. This spray was unlimited and was used to keep you on track inside the gate. A whole week had passed since Mr. Sun-hoon's departure, and during that time he had learned to kill 3 giant spiders without much difficulty. But the fact that he was fighting only the same kind of monster indicated stagnation, which was quite disappointing. He looked for the right path, waiting for stronger monsters to appear closer to the boss room. Suddenly, he noticed a ball of thread. Not knowing what it was, GK safely picked it up and examined it closely. Then he began to recall what his escort had said. Sung-hoon had said that it was the thread of Arachne, which allows you to travel directly to the gate. He couldn't get the doctor's words out of his head, which were intertwined with what Tae-shik had said. Life is the most precious thing a person has, and he took this issue very seriously, and the desire to help his loved one overshadowed all other thoughts. As he was getting deeper into his thoughts, he was startled when he heard a strange and sharp sound coming from right next to him. He reflexively swung his swords and looked around, involuntarily taking a few steps back. GQ clearly heard the girl's voice and Lu confirmed it, but his ego was against him going there. It all looks too strange and there's no telling what might be waiting for him there. His master was of a different opinion and decided that even if it was a Patska, it would be good to check it out so that in the future he would know what to expect. Ignoring it could only lead to more danger later. Lu agreed that there was a logic to what GQ said. He and Elle had no choice anyway. A young lady who was chained to a tree trunk was screaming for help. Her hands were tied, making it impossible to get out. She was looking for someone, not hoping for a miracle to happen and someone to hear her. Even though there were many people here, the area was very large and it was not a given that anyone would come here. Hikyu cautiously peeked out from behind a tree and looked around. It was all very strange indeed, and he was still hesitant to go there. He was worried that this was just a ploy to get him into trouble, and that would be the end of his involvement. He had no idea what a little girl like that was doing at the gate. Usually, older players with experience came here. She reminded him of Gikyu Yujong in some ways, and because of him, he was inclined to think that this was just a wasteland through hallucination or mimicry. He suddenly remembered a sea devil that suddenly attacks its defenseless victim, who was lured by the light. Because of all these thoughts, GQ decided that it would be better to wake up as if he hadn't seen her at all. There was too much weirdness in this situation. Lu fully supported his master in this and was glad that they would finally leave this place. But just as he was about to start walking back, the girl spoke again. She didn't call for help anymore. She just quietly apologized to her mother for not being able to find the money for treatment, and that was the only thing that stopped GQ. Lu could see that the situation was getting out of hand and the boy was already doubting which way to go, but this topic was a vulnerable point for GQ. Lu began to convince the host that he was just being tricked by these words and that he shouldn't fall for such provocations. But Lu already knew that his efforts would do nothing. If it was a trap, it was a good one. Without thinking about anything else, GQ rushed upstairs and quickly cut the net that was holding the girl. After that, both of them finally felt the ground beneath their feet. They hadn't been hiding anywhere, deciding to rest. Gikyu asked her what had happened, and the girl replied that she had gotten away from the team for a split second, and then he saw what happened. Her name was Jong Soo-jong. She had unique abilities and could use them to enhance her skills. In general, GQ knew that a 10-year-old child could become a full-fledged player if he or she developed the necessary skills, but it was difficult for minors to join the team. However, there were not many people who had the opportunity to improve their skills, so it was worth it. But the guy still did not understand how a child could be brought to such a dangerous place. Even if she had such abilities, she could have lost her life very quickly. He decided to help her and took out a safe zone kit from his backpack. These things weren't very powerful, so they wouldn't last more than a day, but it was enough time to wait for help in a critical situation. The girl stood up abruptly, which startled Hikyu. She looked into his eyes and asked him hopefully if he could take her with him, but he immediately said no. He started to get a little nervous and said that players have to be responsible for their own lives, so he couldn't help her anymore. But she kept up with him, saying that she could be a very good assistant in the raid. She was so sincere in saying that she could help that. For a moment, Gikyu began to hesitate again. She had recently become a player, and her level was still low, and she got into the team only because she told them about her unique ability. She had been promised a lot of money if she did well, and as he had already realized, money was very important to her in order to cure her mother. But GQ had had enough and turned away, saying that he had plans to clear the gate completely and was not going to return. He added that it would be very dangerous there, and that they would divide the reward between them, but he would not give them the panacea elixir. Soo-jong was very happy when the young man agreed to take her on the team, but he said that if the child was a nuisance, he would give her to another team on the way. She smiled and thanked him, and her mood immediately lifted. There was a benefit for Gikyu too, because it was much easier to spit with an assistant, and he justified everything with that, not her resemblance to Yujong or the girl's mother's tears. Lu had nothing but another harsh word to say to him. After walking a few hundred meters, Gikyu and Sujong came across another huge spider, which he had already learned to destroy quickly. The young man stepped forward and told Sujong to reinforce her abilities, which she immediately did. Her power-up worked in the moment, and now Gikyu's abilities became even more powerful, allowing him to destroy his opponents in seconds. Now he was able to kill several spiders at once with just a few swipes of his sword. Feeling so powerful, he kept going and attacking the spiders, cutting them to pieces. It had been 2 weeks since Sujong joined him, and he immediately felt that hunting had become much easier. On one such day, they sat down to rest and eat. Gikyu always treated her to his food because Sujong didn't have any of her own with her. Meanwhile, she told her that the level had risen again, and the girl was incredibly happy about it. She giggled and said that soon she would be able to catch up with him. Such a joyful moment for her was interrupted by a strange noise that Gikyu heard coming from behind the wall behind which they were hiding. Deciding to see what it was, the young man moved away from her. And he was actually surprised when he looked out and saw it with his own eyes. He felt uneasy when he saw with his own eyes a large guild led by the American top-ranked runner Iron Shield. The Iron Guild, that's what he called it, and together with the people who were lucky enough to join it, he successfully advanced. The guy started to panic even before he caught sight of him, because if this player was at that level, he would definitely feel someone's presence nearby. And if the guild people thought that GQ was following them, they might attack, and that would be the end of him. So he decided that it was time to get out of here immediately. But as the young man crawled back, the wall behind him collapsed and small stones flew at him. Now there was no place to hide, but the boy was lucky not to be killed by the Iron Shield's weapon, which stopped just a few centimeters away. After that, Guy Q ran away as fast as he could, trying to make as little noise as possible. The other members of the guild froze and asked the master why he had launched the Callion. For a split second, the team master doubted it himself, but seeing no one, he said that he just imagined it. Miraculously, both of them managed to get to the small cave without being noticed. Only once inside did they breathe a sigh of relief. Sujong finally looked up at him and asked why they had to run away because they hadn't done anything wrong. Hikyu, who still couldn't breathe calmly, said only that this meeting would have ended very badly. If they had met under normal circumstances, nothing would have happened, but now they look like spies. There is a danger of a surprise attack, so this was forbidden between players. Even though such surprise attacks were rare, there was always the possibility of falling into the clutches of a large and powerful guild. Sujong drank some of the water he gave her and asked if they would run as far as possible. However, the young man said that it would be better to keep a short distance and follow them hot on their heels. Perhaps it was even for the best. The fact that their paths crossed with a strong team increased the likelihood that they were on the right track. It was only after some time that Gikyu and Sujong emerged from the cave and saw the marker when they returned to the same place they had escaped from. Now he was happy, because thanks to the Iron Guild, there were no monsters here, and they had already destroyed all the traps. All that was left was to follow them and be the first to find the boss's room to take it for himself. He was talking so enthusiastically that he didn't even realize he was talking to himself, because Sujong was not around. He looked around but didn't see her anywhere. His ego was also in complete shock. The girl was following them, and at what point she broke away, Gikyu did not notice. While the young man was trying to recover and find his teammate, Lu and El simultaneously shouted at him to get out of that place immediately. But he didn't react in time, and that moment didn't give him the opportunity to escape. Now, GQ was caught in the hands of the Iron Shield. Naturally, he took him as his direct enemy, who was also spying on the team, so he behaved aggressively. The guild commander grabbed GQ by the hair and pulled him toward him. Everything that happened next was blurry, because the leader of the American group slammed his face against a stone with all his might, after which consciousness gradually left Gikyu. But the Iron Shield did not stop there. He continued to beat GK, who looked completely defenseless in front of him. Eventually, the young man lost consciousness, and they dragged him to another place. For some time, Gikyu did not open his eyes, but after another slap, he woke up and looked at the people around him with distrust. The commander of the Iron Guild took the boy by the hair and pulled him back to him, trying his best to get information about who sent him to spy. And then, there were difficulties. GQ did not speak English at all, and did not understand a single word spoken to him, but even without that, it was clear that he had been mistaken for a spy. Now he found himself in a terrible situation. His hands were tied, and there were people around him who were ready to kill him right now. The Iron Shield continued to try to ask him about all this, and promised to kill him quickly and painlessly if he answered, but GQ never spoke. When the boy heard the familiar expression about killing him, he shouted in broken English at the top of his lungs for them not to move him, and asked for it several times in a row. The leader took a step back, realizing that GQ didn't understand the language, but one of the guild members reminded him that the prisoner might just be pretending. Whether that's true or not, they'll find out the rank sooner or later. No one was going to let the suspect go anyway. After that, the head called Rogers, who at the same moment approached his master. He was also recognized by Guy Q. He was the famous player whose entry into the Iron Guild was the talk of the town, an American of Korean descent, Rogers Han. Gi-kyu began to realize that perhaps the man had guessed that their victim was also from Korea. Since Rogers was the only one in the guild who spoke Korean, he approached Gi-kyu and spoke to him in the familiar language. The man did not give his name, knowing that he was quite a popular figure in Korea. He also took with him Gi-kyu's belongings that had fallen out of his backpack. It was the inscriptions on these things that made Rogers realize that he was Korean, but only now did he notice that they contained only expensive items. After examining the contents of the bag in his hands once again, he apologized for his rude greeting and added that their boss was not in the best of moods. Now, Gi-kyu noticed that Rogers seemed friendly enough, and if he was here as an interpreter, they wanted to talk to Gi-kyu, and there would be a chance to get out. The man from the warrior group was not really aggressive, but simply asked the boy everything about the espionage to understand who was behind it and how he managed to deceive the leader in the first place. It was only after this question that Gi-kyu shouted loudly that he was not a spy and that it was some kind of mistake. He raised his tone with each sentence and added that he had come here to hunt like any other player without a guild. And he wasn't going to deceive anyone. He just decided that they were already well aware of his presence and just decided to let him go. At this point, Rogers stopped him and reached for his sword with the same smile. At that moment, Guy Q was both scared and indifferent at the same time. Everything happened so fast that he didn't have time to realize anything, and he was already standing with the dagger above him. For a moment, there was only a squeak in his head, and everything went black before his eyes. He didn't make a sound as he stared at the same spot. But when a sharp pain coursed through his body, as if he had been electrocuted, Gi-kyu screamed. He looked with hatred in his eyes at the friendly Rogers, who was only saying that the young man wanted to pull a fast one on it. The man also guessed that the prisoner was hunting for a rare elixir. The other men took all the contents of Gi-kyu's backpack, and they were even more interested in his sword. They knew that the weapon was unusual because there was no information window, but they also knew that the sword was too blunt and not even suitable for cutting through an orc's skin. It was all strange. The leader didn't know what to think about it anymore. After all, they would not learn anything new about this sword now, so the blond man gave orders to keep the weapon to take to the workshop when they returned. However, compared to the sacred sword of Kallion, which belonged to the leader, this weapon is just an old piece of iron. While they were sorting out GQ's belongings, Rogers continued to mock him. He took a recovery potion and opened a small bottle. You could beat him again and hurt him, but you couldn't let him die, and it was so much fun. The man poured the potion on the boy's wound, and he almost started to whimper. The pain remained, the potion did not relieve it, and Rogers watched his victim with a haughty and sarcastic look. Suddenly he approached GK and told him that he had better tell everything right now, lest something worse happen. The young man exhaustedly replied the same way he had a few minutes earlier. He said that he had lied about the hunt, but that he was really here alone. These interrogations were getting to him. Rogers said the same thing every time and didn't believe the boy's words. The elder added that the whole team had already checked GK's belongings while he was unconscious, and that he was carrying a simple rope, not an item for real players. It's strange if he can't untie an ordinary rope, but he ended up here without any help. Such a blatant lie only irritated Rogers more. And at this point, when the man was about to finish him off, he was interrupted by the commander. He told him that everyone was going to eat now, and then he could continue his interrogation. Rogers' anger subsided a bit as he moved away from the young man, but told him to think about what would be the wiser behavior in this situation. I will never show off is something that Gi-kyu had promised himself hundreds of times, because he always felt very unwanted compared to Taishik. What was he hoping for when he came here at this level? This is a labyrinth attack with zero chance of passing it, and he really thought it was impossible, but deep down he couldn't give up hope that it would work. All he believed in and could hope for was borrowed strength, which came to an end when his weapon was taken away from him. After that, GQ was completely helpless in the world of the Great Portal. 2 guards stood guard next to him, making sure he didn't run away, but someone else appeared from behind the bushes, watching closely. The distance was about 2 kilometers. The girl in front of them said that they would have to search for some time in the area of the base. She turned around and asked her leader what she would do next. She thought about it and looked at Gi-kyu skeptically, but said nothing. 27 finger amputations, 63 cuts, and 121 puncture and stab wounds. After the 200th time, he threw up and stopped counting. 3 days had passed since the Iron Guild had caught him. Rogers had been mocking him like a predatory beast, and Guy Q silently hoped that sooner or later it would end. The Iron Shield just watched him suffer and seemed to enjoy it. If he had a higher level, he would have been a little luckier and would have been recruited to his team. Then he ordered Bruce to bring one of GQ's swords. At first, the guild leader wanted to melt him down, but then he changed his mind and decided to recognize that GQ was still a courageous player and kill him with his own sword. He added that he would be given a tombstone and buried in the gate that will go down in history. This is an honor for the player. Iron Shield said they would send him off with all the honors. The commander took Lu in his arms and walked over to the exhausted GQ, putting the sword to his body. And it was a chance the boy took. When the sword was at a shorter distance, the connection to the ego was restored. There was a flash of light and energy, and GQ freed his hands from the ropes that had been holding him tighter day after day. He grabbed the hilt of his sword and launched an attack. Lu's blade approached the enemy and stopped a few millimeters from his body. But Iron Shield grabbed the weapon and stood still. There were suspicions that GQ was hiding his powers, and such assumptions turned out to be true. The Iron Shield had just sensed the Demon King's energy nearby, and it was very curious. Apparently, GQ was just a puppet in the hands of the mighty Demon King. Letting the guild leader's words pass through his ears, the young man told Lu to stay still. He was still wondering how the boy had managed to outmaneuver and deceive him for the second time, as it was impossible even for the same Demon King. The commander really wanted to hear the answer to this question, but all that flashed through GK's mind was that it was time to use his trump card, which he held for the worst-case scenario. And that's when Athena came into play. Suddenly, an arrow flew into Iron Shield's hand. He held his breath in pain and watched in silence as blood poured onto the ground. But he recognized who it belonged to. It was Artemis's arrow, and he knew exactly who owned it. Athena showed herself only after the sudden impact. She was standing off to the side with her assistant and smiled proudly when she heard her name. She greeted her old rival, whom she had not seen for years. Then the leader of the Iron Guild destroyed the arrow and threw its fragments on the ground. This could be perceived as a declaration of war. Athena just laughed, saying that he had finally started to make more interesting jokes. But there was never a time when they didn't fight each other. Their groups always fought each other, and then the war would freeze for a short period of time, after which it would continue. Athena ran towards the Iron Shield to attack it again, but she was met with a worthy rebuff from the guild. The leader took his sword to defend himself and prepared to attack. A sign appeared over the entire team, symbolizing an impenetrable shield that was held together by his energy. GQ covered his face as a wave of dust hit him, and Rogers tried to get to the Iron Shield so as not to leave him alone with Athena. Without looking back, the leader ordered him to go back so as not to leave GQ unattended and told him not to kill him yet. He might be useful. Once again, the fight between the Iron Shield and Athena continued, and it was going to be a hell of a show. It was the first time GQ had ever seen two top-ranked runners fight each other. The Iron Guild commander was determined to put an end to his fierce rival. He ordered his group to prepare for battle, and everyone gathered behind him, confidently moving forward. The sound of them made me scared. They now resembled monsters from the worst nightmares. Sometimes it even seemed that this was a battle between gods, not ordinary people. Even though Rogers was sitting here with no intention of killing GQ, on the orders of the commander, he could not expect anything good from him. Looking at the boy, it was enough for Rogers to stand still. His legs could barely support him, so the man did not see him as a threat. However, he had other plans for the young man. I accidentally killed him because he was already dying. These words would not be surprising when the master saw only the corpse of GQ. After these words, Rogers flew into the air and was never seen again. This was even more alarming, because now the enemy could attack from any corner. No sound was heard except the clash of swords, and suddenly Rogers reappeared behind GQ. He could not leave the young man alive, for he had already learned of his identity. He tried his best not to lose consciousness, and when the katana of the guild rival was a centimeter away from his face, GQ did so. With all his strength, he shouted the name of the skill, mirroring. Rogers stopped at the same moment, feeling unbearable pain. Brunhart was indispensable here. With his help, GK managed to repel the Raven, because the ego reflected all the accumulated shock. Rogers did not understand anything when energy appeared around him, demolishing everything that was nearby. Perhaps this was the most powerful punch GK had ever thrown during the fight, which lasted more than 5 years. Rogers fell to the ground and got a bunch of scratches, and now GC stood over him with his sword, and his life depended on him. The guy was also in a terrible condition. His whole body was in pain and he could hardly realize anything, but now to give up meant to meet death, so he desperately grabbed at any opportunity. That's when the familiar sound of the system's alert appeared. The damage Brunhart could absorb had exceeded the limit the first time. Because of this, Brunhart was instantly destroyed. Of course, he didn't want to lose his ego, but this incident saved his life. Without stopping, GK decided to finish the job and finally kill Rogers. It would be revenge and justice in his eyes. Now the Korean himself was begging GQ to wait and not kill him. Finding himself in the role of a victim, he felt uncomfortable. He could not even fight back because of his weakness, pain, and lack of weapons. Rogers did not stop begging for mercy, forgetting how boldly he had spoken about killing GQ just a few minutes ago. The guy was too tired to listen to these pleas and whimpers, so he plunged his sword into Roger's heart and killed him in an instant. He fell to the ground exhausted and breathing heavily. Back when the iron shield was striking, Guikyu had turned Lu into an accessory, so the wounds were shallow, but the effects of using the reflection were too severe. The bleeding wouldn't stop. It must be the end, he thought, but Sujong's voice came from his foggy consciousness. He couldn't open his eyes or make any sign to her, but it gave him some hope. She stood over him a little frightened while Gikyu barely heard his sister's name. He had already begun to deliriously lie still. But then the girl said that there was no Yujong here, and only then did he slightly open his eyes. His eyelids felt so heavy that he wanted to close them right away, but it seemed that if he did that this time, he would never open them again. Sujong sat down beside him and said that maybe she could save him and get the elixir. She smilingly asked him what he was willing to give her in exchange. Would he give his life for her, or become a slave for life? She didn't seem to care about Gikyu's condition and demanded an answer. Then the boy raised his hand, shaking so badly that he could barely do it, but he had one more important thing to say. He wanted to kill the Iron Shield, but he knew that it was impossible in his condition. And there was one more thing: destroy the Iron Guild to the ground so that no more such bastards would ever exist. That made two requests, even though he was only talking about one, but Sujong ignored it and asked if he agreed. He didn't answer her question, and he spoke hoarsely again about his sword, which was in the possession of an old man with a white mustache. The girl was already tired of listening to all these additional conditions under which he would agree to her proposal. Still, this young man was really strange, Sujong added, and he would seem even stranger up close. Sometimes he seemed to be kind, but he was actually evil. Sujong then approached the man she had come here with this time. She noticed the way Gikyu had stabbed the bastard with his sword, for the young man was not just acting out of anger. He was clearly aiming for a vital organ, and even though it was his first kill, Gikyu kept his cool. Maybe it was because of his condition, but there was no doubt in his eyes. The man asked her what Sujong was going to do with him next. Rogers has a fatal wound, but it's a pretty good one. If he is left here, he will be able to heal on his own and survive. So Sujong said she would just leave him here. If he chews it out, it's fate. She was going to kill him anyway, so it was better to just leave and be done with it. After all, revenge is much sweeter when you let your opponent suffer. Then the man who accompanied him informed her that the Demon King had arrived, but Sujong immediately stopped him and told him not to call him that anymore. It was just a nickname made up by ignorant people. She was the one who would kill this demon and put an end to this forever. With a smile, she transformed into a grown girl with long purple hair and confidence in her eyes. And Guy still couldn't wake up. But when he started to wake up a little, he began to recall gradually all the events that had happened. His dream, which had tormented him for 5 years. A nightmare that did not allow him to sleep. But after meeting Lu Gyu, he never saw him again. And then he saw the well scoop, as if to save him from this strange and monotonous place. He could cross the wall, but he was still inside the well. Now even his dream was mocking him, and Hikyu felt trapped. It was true that he had been lucky enough to catch the rope from above, but he was not climbing up by his own power either. Suddenly, an entity appeared behind him, and it was Lu. Only now did he show his true colors and walked up to the boy and called him, calling him again with not the nicest words. They just broke off the connection for a while, and GQ was already starting to get upset. The young man looked back in surprise, slowly turning his head and staring in shock at what was behind him. Lu spoke up again and said in a stern tone that the others were no different from Gukyu. They also wanted to rise to the top, and were going for it by all means possible. So why was he beating himself up so much for? Whether he's going to make it to the top through his own efforts or just by getting lucky is another question, but all Gikyu has is his strength. Gikyu stared at Lu, whose true form he was seeing for the first time. It was none other than a demon, and there was something so fascinating about it that it was mesmerizing. But that wasn't all the surprises. The young man heard another voice from behind him. The power of the ego is the power of its owner, and when this energy is burning, nothing is over yet. He turned his head back again and saw the essence of El. It was a white angel whose light and appearance were mesmerizing. The girl smilingly stretched out her hands to Hikyu, who was still in incredible shock at what he had seen. And then, when she touched him with her hand, Gyukyu woke up. He was dizzy and looked around at the area around him, where neither Lu nor Ella were anymore. The man standing next to him turned his head back slightly, noticing that the victim had finally come to his senses. But the young man himself had no idea who was next to him now. Hikyu asked him without much confidence who he was. He did not hear an answer to this question, but he began to guess that Sujong was not the little girl she had pretended to be at the beginning. Then he realized that somehow she was connected to the Demon King. The man didn't say anything, but he did bring the swords that Gikyu had told Sujong about. Lu was not as excited as El, but he was still glad to have returned to this fool, and now he would finally have them. At the same moment, the boy grabbed his stomach. The wounds inflicted by the enemies still hurt, and then the stranger told him to lie back down. The wounds could be healed with a potion, but Gikyu did not need to move. It was dangerous for him to move. Another hemorrhage could occur, and then it was not known whether anything could be done. Then the boy sat back down without saying a word. All his attention was focused on Sujong, but she looked completely different now. But when he heard an unfamiliar sound, he turned around and his eyes grew even bigger. This was definitely the first time Gikyu had ever seen anything like this, unlike the girl's assistant, who was reacting far too calmly. The Legion commander was approaching the quiet place where they had stopped to heal him. This creature was the master of the labyrinth. The monster came closer and closer while Gikyu sat still in one place. This was the gatekeeper. The young man had already met different guardians. Some were easy, others a little more difficult, but this creature had a completely different energy, so powerful that it was hard to describe in words. The man stood there with a smile on his face, as if he didn't see any threat in this creature, and Gikyu felt sick when he realized who he was going to fight alone when he got to the boss's room. It was hardly something that anyone could do alone, and he was injured. However, Sujong steadily moved toward the guardian and stopped in front of him. The owner of this gate was her target, and she wanted to destroy him by any means necessary. Just then, Gikyu, who was watching from the sidelines, noticed a new gate appearing nearby. The assistant immediately called him over, saying that if he was dragged in, he would inevitably die. The boy walked over to him more briskly, and then the man with the glasses told him to stand behind him. When he did, the man quickly created a protective field, and a strange sign appeared on the ground. The boy looked around the area as anxiously as he did, and then a dome appeared overhead. And Sujong stood steadfastly in front of the guardian, waiting for the right moment to attack. Reptiles, dragons, and other similar creatures were approaching her, making loud noises, but she did not move. It seemed that she was not afraid at all. And at a certain moment, when these creatures flew close enough, she destroyed them with a single blow. It was the kind of thing you wouldn't expect from her, and now Hikyu understood where she got her confidence from. It was hard to even imagine what level she had if she could handle these creatures so easily. Everything was scattered around them, and only the three of them were unharmed because of the protective barrier. Then the boy remembered Roger's words, who had compared such battles to the fight of the gods. Indeed, now it was like a competition between higher beings. Sujong didn't drag her feet with the gatekeeper either. She destroyed him by throwing a huge boulder at his head, and the whole nightmare ended at that very moment. After such a big but short fight, there was a huge ravine that they passed by. Sujong led them to the spacious reward room where they stayed for a while. At that moment, the guy touched the main reward that was in this place. He slowly opened the chest, not believing his eyes. Still, Gikyu had obtained the panacea potion, and El congratulated him on this achievement, even though it was not entirely his own doing. He had done it, he really had. So many things had happened that all the memories were jumbled in Gikyu's mind, and he couldn't realize that this was real. This was what Hikyu had come here for, but now he was more confused than excited. Then Sujong turned her head to him and said that she had fulfilled her part of the promise, and that the debt was his alone. Although there was still revenge left, it was unlikely that the boy wanted to kill absolutely all the members of the Iron Guild. She looked at the young man for confirmation of her words. Perhaps he had missed it because of his confusion, but he only asked her real name in response. She held up the chest with the panacea extract with satisfaction and said that Jong Sujong was her real name. She was not lying here, and also said that she was from South Korea as well. They shared 2 of the elixirs, and Bal got the 3rd one. It was good that it turned out that way, because at first, Gikyu thought there would be only 1 portion of this precious potion. Unexpectedly, Sujong handed him her reward as well, saying that he could have her elixir for himself. Gikyu just looked at her hand, where the bottle was, and said that according to the rules, it was hers. Everyone got one. But Sujong gave the elixir to him anyway. Helping him take revenge on the Iron Guild was the deal, so she didn't want to give it up. Right now, Gaikyu's body was in a terrible state. He was badly injured. There were even areas that could not be healed by ordinary potions, so he needed this thing more at this moment. From the very beginning, Sujong and Bal's goal was not the elixir, but the Legion commander, that is, the Guardian, especially since the 2 of them have another bottle. Gikyu silently looked at the small bottle. The thing he was willing to give his life for had come so easily. Clutching the elixir in his hand, GQ decided that he would never compare himself to others again. He just needed to become stronger. But he somehow doubted that the girl would give it to him for free, so he immediately asked her what she wanted in exchange. He remembered that back then the Korean woman wanted GQ to be her eternal slave and thought that was what she wanted, but she waved her hand and said that was not the case. Soo-jong seriously wanted him to become her student. She saw his potential, and he could be a great member of her team at Matzo. It was a bit of an unexpected offer, but she wasn't going to take no for an answer. After all, it was thanks to her that he stayed alive. Right now, the young man was still too weak from all the events and, of course, not ready for training. But Soo-jong told him to bring him back after he had completed the first floor. Then she would be able to take care of him fully. GQ was embarrassed when the girl approached him so close and abruptly, but he did not resist. Then she lightly tapped him on the head with her finger, and he felt a strange energy. Soo-jong explained that it was a sign of agreement between them and a way of communication, so now they would not lose each other. Right now, this thing didn't have any abilities or functions, but this world only looks like we personally know it. So Soo-jong advised him to learn as much as he could before coming to her. She stopped talking then, but she started talking again, but changed the subject and said that there was something she wanted to know. The girl noticed that both of GQ's swords were quite unusual. There was still a little time left before the gate would close, so she decided to show him how to strengthen one of the swords. GQ looked at her at the sudden suggestion, as if to check if it was true. She smiled slightly and told him to drink the elixir first. This method is quite dangerous and requires strength to do it perfectly. While Sujin, Baal, and GQ managed to reach the boss's room and successfully destroyed him, the Iron Guild continued to fight Athena. But the trio went straight to the battlefield. This was the way she was talking about. Of course, Lu and Elle didn't want to do that because they knew that the master might fall to the ground again, and this time, luck would not be good. However, GQ had already come here and stepped on the path from which there was no turning back. To tell the truth, he did not fully believe he was doing it himself. GQ had really surprised Iron Shield with his appearance. The guild leader did not expect to see him again, and he had not thought about him. There were other problems as well. They kept their distance. Only a few meters separated them, and there was silence around them. All the noise had stopped, and this made the situation even more tense. GQ was worried. Soo-jong was more confident in him than he was. The Iron Shield had guessed about the Demon King's dark deeds, but now he was sure that they were not just guesses. He glanced at Soo-jong, who had destroyed the boss in an instant, and his eyes began to fill with blood from anger. But the girl only defiantly replied that the guardian never belonged to him, and neither did the reward room. She sent GQ forward and shouted encouragingly to follow all the instructions she gave him. For a moment, it even seemed that this was not a human being at all, but the devil, ordering him to do such things. After all, if he was already here, why not try? In broken English, GQ said that he would kill him here and now. After that, the body of the Iron Shield will disappear along with the gate. Apparently, this didn't even make the guild leader angry. Rather, the words made him laugh. For a moment, it was as if the guy had been electrocuted, and he began to tremble and froze in place. He could not believe his ears that he had said such a thing to a top runner. The Iron Shield used this moment of hesitation to its advantage and rushed forward. GQ's face changed. He looked at him, wondering if he was now also one of the Demon King's top 6, or if he had always been there. In short, all the Iron Shield was going to tell him was that GIQ was finished. Sure, he was a little tired, but he was generally recovered and his wounds had healed, unlike the Iron King, who had spent a lot of time fighting instead of looking for the Guardian. The action had to be instantaneous, and that's why they wanted to go to the guild right away. At the time, GQ didn't even resist. He was just shocked that this was even suggested. Surprisingly, he felt almost no change after drinking the liquid. He just felt a little better. But Soo-jong assured me that this was a completely normal reaction. A person feels little, especially right after taking it, but their potential and capabilities have changed. But physical changes will be invisible, so she was not surprised by Hikyu's answer. However, this small difference between life and death manifests itself in the struggle. There were only changes that could be felt right now, was to simply observe, being attentive and not letting the enemy out of your sight, and to react to his attacks with skill and intelligence, thinking through your moves in advance. In other words, he became more sensitive to the enemy's attacks and reacted to them much more quickly. He sharply dodged another attack from the Iron Shield, and this time it was very fast. And now the young man could see the difference between what happened before he drank the potion and what happened after. Previously, the Iron Shield's movements had seemed elusive to Gikyu, but now he was beginning to understand its strategy and keep up with it, even if it was happening little by little. However, he was still not at the level to defeat Iron Shield. The newcomer, who had just started his long journey of improvement, could not cope with the great warrior and fight one-on-one. Soo-jong paused, wondering if it would be a wise decision to send the boy there. She looked at him and told him that she would rather use a different strategy for now. While Gikyu doesn't have that much experience yet, he'd better think about every action very carefully. She told him to focus on the choice of weapon because it needs to be matched to the victim he will be hunting. And it's not even about safety. The Iron Shield is not acting this way because it doesn't consider someone a strong competitor. He's relaxed because he's strong and confident in his abilities. The guild leader watched the boy quietly and calmly as several blows in a row flew past the victim. As for this one blow, the leader had most likely already assessed the situation himself. Height, connections, elixir, there were many clues. In the end, the Iron Shield recognized that this young man was indeed an unusual player. He had been interested in him from the moment he had managed to deceive him, and that interest had not waned. But if he guessed what had happened, he would attack even more aggressively and violently. The time had come to activate the power of Kalion's sacred sword. His eyes remained icy, and the sword was enveloped in an aura. With these improvements, the Iron Shield rushed to attack the boy who did not dare to do so. Just as the sword was near his shoulder and was about to slide toward his neck, Gikyu remembered Sujong's words. She had told him not to think about what might happen, and she had emphasized that he was just fighting, and that was it. Unnecessary thoughts about anything would get in the way. That's when Gikyu decided not to put off his new abilities. He took out the L, and the master of this sword awakened his new abilities. He was simply drawing in the skills of the sacred sword, Kaleon. Although only a partial absorption was possible because the wielder's level was low, the Iron Shield was puzzled. As it stood there in thought, the absorption was complete. A fraction of the power of such a great player, it was certainly not enough, but it was done, especially since he couldn't concentrate on anything else now. And this attack, which had seemed completely impossible to catch before, was now quite possible for GQ to repel, and he decided to take the chance before the Iron Shield recovered from the shock of losing the power of his sword. The boy tried to increase the distance between himself and the enemy as quickly as possible and ran back. He succeeded, and when he was at the right distance, the boy looked back at his competitor, who was tiredly holding the hilt of his sword. And finally, he had to do one more thing to get rid of the one he wanted to take revenge on. Gikyu remembered what Sung-hoon had said, that with this item, one could instantly exit the gate to the outside. The young man had picked up the Arhana thread and was now finally ready to end the fight. The Iron Shield closely followed the enemy's movements, but he still stood still and did not attack. The aggression had disappeared, and now he was not so sure. But as the anger surged back into him, he gripped his weapon tighter and quickly moved directly toward GQ, about to deliver the fatal blow. But it was too late. The boy showed his opponent the fact, and then a whirlpool appeared around him, protecting him. But the Iron Shield continued to move towards him, realizing that he would either finish him off now or never. He swung his sword with all his might as he got closer to Gikyu, trying to catch him with the blade. But nothing happened this time. Gikyu simply disappeared from the gate, just as Sung-hoon had promised him, and Iron Shield was left with nothing. He exhaled heavily several times as he looked at the ground and chastised himself for not being able to do anything about such a weakling. Looking back, he turned his gaze to Sujong, who was still standing behind him. He angrily asked her if she was going to talk to him this time, or if they were going to start fighting again. The girl just smiled at him, and purple clouds appeared behind her. That's when he realized that he was definitely trapped and would not be able to leave this portal alive. Gikyu immediately went to the hospital to see his mother, holding in his hands the last hope for her treatment. He called Tai Shik and told him that he had already brought his mother home, and Sung-hoon helped him because the hospital didn't allow drinking the elixir. When the young man closed the door and went to the room with Sung-hoon, he said goodbye to Hyung and asked him to call him back when he came back to Korea. The young man thanked the older man for his help, and he said he had to go. The man left the young man's house, and then Gikyu went to his mother's house. The woman was very tired. She looked extremely sick, and would probably die soon without the elixir. When she saw a silhouette in front of her, she barely opened her eyes and asked exhaustedly if it was GIQ. The young man took her hand in his and spoke to her mother gently. He asked how she was feeling and tried to speak quietly and not make too much noise. Just as hard, my mom replied that she missed him very much. They hadn't seen each other for so long since he left to conquer the 19th floor and then entered the labyrinth gate. A few tears spilled from her eyes, and she wanted to see him at least one more time before she died, so she thanked him for coming to see her. But GQ reassured her and said that there was nothing to worry about now. Everything would be fine now. She may not have believed in the magic potion herself, but he knew that her mother would soon recover. Then Sujin continued to speak. She had something to tell her son. Hikyu didn't let go of her hand, looking directly into her eyes and listening intently to the barely audible words. But when he felt her hand start to drop and she only tried to breathe in painfully, Gikyu stood up from the chair, taking the medicine in fright. He quickly opened the jar of panacea elixir and then handed it to his mother, saying that she needed to drink it. She couldn't even lift her head, so GQ gently helped her drink the contents of the bottle. But now everything was definitely okay. Before he could finish his sentence, the young man fell to the floor next to his mother's bed. Elle was a little worried, but for Lou there was nothing strange about it. He had been through so much in the past few days. It wasn't a sure thing that it would all end well, especially after GQ had gotten even more involved with her. When Lou tried to explain Ella's feelings, all he could say was that there was nothing they could do about it. They would have to accept it. Their master was going to rest anyway. While he was lying on the floor sleeping, the elixir began to take effect and Mom gradually got better. She was able to open her eyes, although she was unable to get to her feet or speak, but she was alive. This is the only thing this whole thing was started for. He had saved her. He had done it. The light in the room did not go out until the evening, and at some point the silence was broken by a phone call. An angry Yu Jong looked at the phone and tried to reach her brother, who was not answering. It was getting annoying. She hadn't been able to reach him for a month, and he had sent only one single message to his sister, and then the ignoring continued. Yu Jong wasn't going to let it go, so she decided to go home to confront him. Angrily saying all these words, she started walking towards the house. She opened the door with her foot and abruptly burst inside, starting to yell at him. He called her home and now he can't even answer the phone. Her anger knew no bounds, and she started to say something about her mom the moment she heard a voice from the other room. But it wasn't GQ's. She immediately took off her shoes and walked down the hallways, not believing that she was hearing her mother's voice with her own ears. Su-jin quietly told her to be quiet. Her brother was sleeping. When Yu-jung entered the room where the voice was coming from, she froze in her tracks. Her mother was standing in front of her. Involuntarily, her eyes began to water and her voice trembled. To see her healthy and on her feet, it's such a joy. She could not contain her emotions and hugged her mother as if for the last time, never to let go again, and even if it was a dream, let it last forever. They left the room where the boy was sleeping and went to the kitchen. A few hours later, Hikyu woke up. He could smell something coming from the kitchen. It smelled so delicious and reminded him of his early childhood when his mother cooked a delicious dinner for her children and was healthy. This smell cannot be confused with anything else. It was his mother's soup, which he and his sister adored. If he opened the door to his room now, he would see what he had risked his life for, what he had been dreaming about for so long. He put his hand over his eyes as he realized he was going to cry, but he should at least smile and pretend it was business as usual. Gikyu, exhausted, strode into the kitchen and asked his mother with a smile if she had slept well, but he stopped before he could finish his sentence. Su-jin didn't look like herself. She had changed so much during her illness that it was unusual to see her smiling and full of energy. Mom smiled back at him and told him to sit down to eat. Dinner was just about ready, but Hikyu just stood in the doorway in surprise. Later, the whole family ate the dinner that Su-jin had prepared before she went to bed. They turned on the TV and watched the news, which showed the same gate where Gikyu had gone and, with Su-jin's help, managed to beat all the other top players. His sister guessed that this was the way he would choose to get the elixir for his mom. He smiled back at her as well, but it must have been more nervous, because Gikyu hadn't even expected such an effect. His mom helped him for a few years, and immediately felt better. The awkward silence continued for some time. He knew that he shouldn't focus too much on everything that had happened. He just wanted to go back to the time when everything was fine. At that moment, Yu-jung quietly muttered that she didn't know whether to be happy, surprised, or crying, although she had already started to cry. Then she looked at her brother and seriously told him to get the elixir for her as well, which made Gikyu almost faint. He had to go through hell to get this elixir, and such a request sounded too frivolous for him. Moreover, he had no idea why she needed this elixir. But Mom decided to lighten the mood a bit and change the subject. She was very pleased that GQ had tried so hard for her and that these efforts had not been in vain. The smile returned to his face, and the young man said that it was nothing too difficult. He did not want his mother to ever know what he had experienced inside the Great Gate. Later, they invited Tae-shik to come over, because he was very close to that family, and as soon as he returned to Korea, he went straight to their house. He hadn't visited them for a long time because of the circumstances in their lives, so Su-jin suggested that he stay at least for lunch. He thanked her a little embarrassed and said he had to decline. Right now, he needed to talk to Gikyu. Hyung handed Su-jin a lot of beef, as it was considered the most expensive and delicious meat. She also thanked him, and was especially pleased that Tae-shik had taken care of Gikyu for so long as if he were his own child. This made him blush even more, but they said goodbye and agreed to meet again sometime later. After the visit, Tae-shik took Hikyu to a cafe. There they ordered pork for 4 and soju. The soju was such a great appetizer that it was impossible to resist, so Hyun allowed himself to drink during the day. When the drinks were already on the table, Taishik asked the guy how he got the elixir. He hadn't heard the details yet, but he was eager to find out. He had endured all this time to hear the story face to face, not over the phone. Hikyu didn't say anything and didn't answer his question, as if he were floating in his own thoughts. But after a moment, he said he had to ask him something. He'd noticed it when Sujin was sick. Taishik often visited her and helped her, and he looked at her differently, so Gikyu suspected that Hyun liked his mom. But when he said this question out loud, he didn't know what to do. He didn't say no or I don't know. Taishik couldn't say anything at all. Gikyu Itlki noticed that the older man's cheeks were very red. The young man reached for a tissue, a box of which was lying on the table. He knew that Taishik had taken care of his mother when he and Yujong were not around, and he also knew that this sympathy was not because she was younger. In other words, he wanted to say that he guessed everything and was even happy about it. Because if he had someone like T-Cheek next to him, he wouldn't be ashamed in front of his dad. The waitress who brought the order looked at the two of them in surprise, and Hyun blushed more with every word Gikyu said. When the food was on the table, the man hesitantly suggested that they return to their conversation. He didn't feel comfortable talking about his sympathy for Sujin. He obeyed him and began to tell him something, but only the very beginning, and then asked if he had brought the dome generator, a question that took Hyun by surprise. He didn't know why the young man needed the generator, but he replied that it was lying around in his car. Then the boy explained that the story would be a bit confusing. After the dome was over them and they were able to avoid prying ears, Gikyu began to tell the story, and towards the end of the story, Taishik got very angry. He stood up from the table and shouted at Hikyu to give him the address of these bastards, and Taishik wanted to put them all in their place, but the young man quietly told him to calm down. It wasn't that bad. Of course, it was nice to see such a violent reaction, but he assured him that he shouldn't be so angry. He wanted to destroy them with his own hands, and only then would he feel relieved. But even then, Hyun found something to complain about. Revenge should also be taken wisely, not haphazardly. Taishik was not going to back down from his goal, and said that at least the burnt meat should be chewed. He took a small piece with his chopsticks and handed it to Gikyu, who still didn't understand why he was so energized. Especially since they were talking about revenge, he had another small debt to pay. The young man asked Taishik what had happened to the fourth-floor guardian. Hyun looked around and then replied that yesterday a C-ranked team had gone to kill the boss. There were a total of C-ranked people there. With that level, they would be able to take down the 30th floor guardian. Taishik added that the order to execute the operation would be coming soon. It was sad to hear that, because Gikyu had been hoping to relieve his stress there and get away from the past events. But now, there was no point in going there. However, in reality, things were not so good in those dark woods of the 4th floor. The man was running as fast as he could, wading through thorny tree branches to the exit to alert the association to the trouble. He was holding his shoulder, which was bleeding, and his arm was gone. It turned out that C-rank had failed. The squad had been completely destroyed by the Guardian, and the leader was the only survivor. However, right now behind him stood the boss of the gate, who was just waiting to tear the victim apart. The next day, Sung-hoon was back at Gikyu's house. The most important thing now was to check on the boy and his mom after they drank the elixir. It was necessary to go to a certain place to do this, because it is impossible to check in a regular hospital. The guard told me that the chief, Tachik, would talk to me about it, so there was no reason to worry. Along with the elixir came another reward, the yellow crystal, and as Gikyu had asked, Sung-hoon gave half of its value to the chief. Although Taishik tried to refuse to do so to the last because he thought it was dishonest, after the guard told him that Gikyu said he no longer wanted to be in his debt, Hyun pretended to give in and accepted the money. Sung-hoon looked at his tablet and calculated that if he subtracted all the money that would be used for taxes and other expenses, he would have about 1,000,000,000 won left over. As for the house where Gikyu would like to move with his family, Sung-hoon found several options on the banks of the Pukan River. He had paid attention to all of Gikyu's wishes, so he just had to choose the house he liked best. The guard held the tablet up to him again. Gikyu looked at him with a tired look, not saying anything. Not to say that he was against it, but he couldn't remember a time when he had asked Sung-hoon to choose a house for the family. Then he said with satisfaction that, according to the new order from Chief Taishik, starting today, Sun-hoon would be the personal secretary of the player Kim Gikyu. He entered his number into the young man's phone and smiled as he handed it back. The boy took his phone in silence, wondering if he always behaved like this. As the sky fell into the warm hues of sunset over the city, they arrived in the Dondamun neighborhood and pulled their suitcases out of the trunk together. The secretary had everything ready as Gikyu had asked, but he didn't know where to spend the money, so he asked the young man about it. He asked him to prepare billions of won in cash to take with him. Gikyu calmly explained that his armor had fallen apart, and he still had debts to pay. All of this, along with the equipment, would be covered by this money. Sung-hun was even more shocked to hear how much this equipment cost, that he had to take so much with him. And when he heard the answer, he was even more shocked. It was going to cost about 1.5 billion. He remembered the old man who had given him Brunhart and saved his life at the gate. Then he promised that after winning he would bring him such a reward. The young man immediately went to the shop where the boy had brought him once before. The blacksmith was just doing his favorite thing. The little boy was with his grandfather this time too. He opened the door and happily informed him that a customer had arrived. The old man was not expecting any customer. He didn't like it when anyone came here at all because he knew how disrespectful people were of guns. Sung-hoon had already gone upstairs and said he would wait for the boy there. When the young man was left with his suitcases on the first floor, he heard his grandfather's familiar voice. He looked more friendly this time and was happy to see GK, who had changed a lot in these few months. The boy entered his office and asked him how he was doing and if he had received the money that Gyu had mentioned. The old man replied that the agent had transferred the money and that everything was fine. But then the old man added that there was a little bit missing, to which Hikyu apologized. But the old man smiled again and said it was no big deal. Moreover, he had asked for the letter that the young man had handed over, and what was written there was more like a will. In general, the grandfather did not hope that the young man would survive these difficult gates. He was about to forgive this debt and chip in for the funeral. He laughed as he came closer and said that he still wanted to return every last bit of it. Strache asked about Brunhart, whom the young man had taken for himself. He guessed that the boy had died, but it was not for nothing. After all, Brunhart had saved a life. In general, it was created for this purpose, so there is no reason to regret it, but still, as a blacksmith who created this weapon, he was a little sad. The man asked to at least tell about his last moments. Of course, the guy agreed and told him everything, and then returned home, where his mother was waiting for him. They were going to visit a place together, and Yujong had just woken up and immediately rushed to them, asking where they were going. She wiped her eyes as she looked at them and completely forgot about what Gikyu had said yesterday about the medical examination. Then she looked at him more closely and noticed that her brother had grown a lot since then. Sung-hoon came to pick them up, and about an hour later they were there. The secretary then remarked that Gikyu looked like a model, and he was fascinated by the boy's appearance. Then he suggested that the young man try his hand at show business, but Gikyu just blushed and asked him to stop. But Sung-hoon was still surprised to see that in just one day, Gikyu grew by centimeters. This elixir must be really difficult. Then the new secretary asked if Gikyu could get one for him. The young man laughed, remembering that his sister had said the same thing and had asked for it more than once. It's not a huge change, but it's still noticeable. Previously, GQ used to exercise until he lost his pulse, without a break, for several hours every day, but after the missed workout, his muscle growth abruptly stopped. Perhaps this is the restoration of the cup that the system was talking about. After all, he didn't know right now, but Sung-hoon said that the results of the examination were ready. First, he took a look at his physical strength and compared it to his previous performance, and he could break all the records of the Olympic Games someday. The young man asked why he was talking about a year ago. Why compare what happened in the past? He asked him to say everything by modern standards, especially since Sung-hoon had never seen the Olympic Games himself, but Gikyu kept this thought to himself. Then the secretary smiled and turned his head back to the young man and said that he was about 10th level, but this made Gikyu angry. It seemed that he was deliberately prying. But then the man asked him not to react too emotionally to all this. But he now had an SS rank, the potential of a top ranker. GQ calmly mumbled something, and this reaction seemed too ordinary, but Sung-hoon himself had asked not to be too surprised. He kept up with him, saying that Gikyu should be at least a little surprised. This is such news. But the boy had already heard this news from the Demon King, so it was not surprising. At that moment, Tai-cheek knocked on the office and entered. Then the boy immediately asked how his mother was doing. She was completely healthy. You wouldn't expect anything else, and her muscles had become much stronger thanks to the elixir. And what was most interesting was that Sujin can use certain items even though she is not a player. That's really exciting. No wonder why everyone is running after this elixir. It works wonders. Anyway, Tai-shik said to tell you more about the details later. He came here to talk about something else. Gikyu hadn't hunted at all in recent weeks, and he wanted to get some rest before he conquered the first floor and went to Sujong. Besides, Elle still didn't have the full power of the Iron Shield's Kallion. Elle apologized for being so slow, but Gikyu assured her that it was okay. Tai-shik then asked about the resumption of the hunt, and the young man replied that he would continue after this weekend. Hyun said that in that case he would set aside some time next week. The young man was a little confused and asked if something important had happened to make it so urgent. That's when he told him that the C-rank squad hadn't been in touch for several days in a row, and he had a feeling something was wrong. Tai-shik was now gathering a new squad, but of B rank. to send to the 4th floor next week and reconnoiter the situation. This meant that the guardian of this floor was still at large, but that wasn't the most important thing in this situation. Taishik turned off his phone and shrugged. I didn't want to say it, but assessing the whole situation, it was clear that this monster was killing the players and replenishing its energy reserves with their strength. At such an important moment, Sung-hoon came up to them and said that he also wanted to be present during the conversation, not sit somewhere far away. B-rank group. The minimum number of people in this group was 30, and this raid was supposed to be made up of B-ranked players. GQ felt proud to be called on such an important mission. For so many years, he had experienced what real combat was like. However, there was still one but that concerned his own level. A level that had not yet been raised. He had no idea what to do to raise it. Even the elixir was powerless here. When he and Taishik returned to the association, he suggested that the young man go through an official examination to have his level declared. His physical skills were D rank, and if you take into account his potential, you can get at least B rank. The guy was very upset, and when I asked him about it, he told me that B rank is the level above, not the first. One can only imagine what people with special abilities look like and realize that Gikyu is not up to par. However, Taishik wanted to comfort the younger man a bit and said that the level was not so important compared to everything else. The most important thing is to improve your performance, and most players generally believe that level doesn't play a role here. Moreover, lately, it's been impossible to evaluate level at all because of data protection. GQ also asked in a frustrated tone if it would be noticeable if he got a new one, and Taishik smiled and assured him that if the tutorial killer who can't level up immediately got a B rank, it would be a real event. All in all, he realized that there would most likely be some small controversy, and he definitely wouldn't be able to stop the rumors of the new top-ranked ranks from spreading. He didn't mind being popular, but the Iron Guild was watching him, so he didn't want to make himself known. Hyun thought about it and let out a sigh of relief, but if Gikyu was against it, he wouldn't go against his own wishes. But Taishik couldn't arbitrarily give Gikyu a new level of Taishik. Gikyu only felt more desperate, but he still hoped that Hyun would think of something. But how could Taishik know that he would have such a case? The manager was confident that Gikyu would pass the test. Everyone knows that level has a lot to do with attitude. But he heard encouraging words when Taishik told him that there was a way out. He pulled out a piece of paper with a list of all the guild members who would be present on the expedition. He could join the guild on a temporary basis to join the raid, and Taishik could introduce him to anyone who might be useful. But he wasn't so sure that would work, because it was unlikely that anyone would welcome a newcomer from the outside. And if he did sign up, and then wanted to leave right after the raid, it could have a negative impact on their reputation. But Taishik insisted on doing it anyway, and after a while, Gikyu was standing among the other guild members in front of the group leader, Kim Dong-hae of the Child Guild. First, he needed to check all the members, and only then would the group be able to leave. Then Gikyu thanked his old friends who brought him along to help. They wanted to repay him in some way. On the contrary, they even apologized that there was nothing else they could do to help. The reserve force of their clan is only C rank. But for Gikyu, such help is invaluable. Here he even had a chance to take part in the fight. He laughed, saying it was unlikely. There will be very special guests there, so you shouldn't hope for that. Someone from the crowd spoke to the leader. People had heard that Kim Dong-hae was going to be promoted to A rank very soon. And with that rating, the player is considered a top ranker. Gikyu heard this conversation while silently watching the commander. Everywhere they talked about this rank and level, and it depressed him. Still, compared to the people in the Iron Guild or the Demon King, he was far behind. But then Lu said that his master's criteria were too high. This girl, Sujong, is unusual, and it will be extremely difficult to reach her level. Kim Hanil then approached the former guide and noticed that he had changed somehow since the last time they met. Some of them even thought it was plastic surgery, but the leader of this guild calmed them down. GQ himself did not notice such a strong change that everyone told him about. Then Lu replied that the atmosphere had changed, and the owner was more interested in people and made a good impression on them. So the guy said it wasn't plastic surgery, and he laughed and explained that he had learned a skill on the 5th floor, so it could be an effect of that. Sung Pil envied him in a good way. I would like to have a skill like that, and the others started talking about it. For a while they just talked. Everyone else asked Gikyu more about this new skill, and he in turn tried to find an excuse and make up a non-existent story. And at that moment, another small guild took an interest in them, and more specifically in Gikyu himself. GQ did not even notice their presence, and they went to the 4th floor of the tower. The leader distributed tasks to all the players, and the first to enter the game was the search group. They had to lead the others to the Guardian's Trail. The others had time to rest. GQ and his team sat down a little further away from the others, waiting for further instructions. The boy looked at them all carefully. Sung-pil was an archer, Hanil was a mage, Sung-woo was good with a sword, and Jae-won was a tank if he remembered correctly. After that, Gi-kyu became curious about the name of the guild. After all, it was called the Morning Star. And then Sung-pil got a little angry, because Gi-kyu laughed a little. Then Sung-woo decided to tell him about it himself. He said that the leader himself had come up with the name because of Gi-kyu's influence. He recalled the moment when Gi-kyu ran out of the cave to call for help. Then Seong-pil noticed that there was an incredible light around the leader. And this light was like a morning star. He again said menacingly that no one should laugh. Gi-kyu smiled calmly and they tried to move away from the topic if it made Seong-pil so uncomfortable. Then Guy said that they could call him by his first name because he was no longer a guide. And since Gi-kyu was the same age as Sung-woo, i.e. older than the leader, Sung-pil suggested calling him Hyung. They liked this idea, so they continued their conversation. But they were not left alone. Someone's voice was coming from nearby, and it seemed that these people were speaking to Gi-kyu. This guild, which had given him a wry look before they went on the raid, and now they were starting to pick on the young man here. Gi-kyu had no idea who he was, so he asked Sung-pil. He quietly told him that his name was Nam Young-seok, and he was a B-ranked player from the Brother Guild. Then the boy started asking about them, because he knew nothing about this guild, although they were quite popular. They lived by the principles of natural selection and valued only strength. This group values tradition, hierarchy, and loyalty. In other words, they are boomers. They continued to stand by GK's group and did not want to leave. This guild started throwing negative words at them and making fun of them. Jae-won was the least patient of them all, and it was quite easy to piss him off, so he was ready to punch these crazies in the face, but the others tried to restrain him, knowing that it wouldn't end well. This mighty guild felt like they were at a picnic, looking at a bunch of these weaklings. They tried to get the group emotional, saying that they were worthless, even though they had signed up for this dangerous raid. Their leader started to say something about how even the helpers who were here to carry the stuff were worth more than all of them. It seemed that this was the last straw for Jae-won. He could not take it anymore, but the others persuaded him to calm down. Seeing that they didn't react anymore, Nam Young-seok's guild got bored, so they just walked away and that was that. Sung-pil felt a little uncomfortable in front of Gi-kyu. He felt guilty about the situation, so he fell silent, not knowing what to say. Gi-kyu became incredibly angry about the whole thing and clenched his fists tightly. And that's when the leader, Dong-hae, sensed that something was wrong. Gi-kyu's energy changed a lot and became negative. Ella and Lu also noticed that the owner was very angry and decided to take matters into their own hands, trying to calm him down, because it seemed like he was going to kill these people. Despite all their efforts, they were well aware that Gi-kyu was almost out of control, and that there was hardly anything that could hold him back in this state. Dong-hae approached the boy, asking what happened to him. As a leader, he had to control everything. That's why he asked if there was a fight and who was involved. That's why he asked if there was a dispute and who was involved. He immediately warned that he was not going to interrogate Gi-kyu in detail, but he needed to know about it. As the leader of the expedition, he needed to assess the situation and name the culprit. Gyu exhaled calmly and then confirmed that there had indeed been a small quarrel and that he had one request. The young man got to his feet and then looked the leader in the eye. It may have sounded strange to Dong-hee, but Gi-kyu asked for permission to fight Nam Young-seok in a duel. The best option would be to solve this problem before the battle with the Guardian began. The other members of the guild began to realize that something was going on and whispered amongst themselves, trying to figure out what exactly had happened. It wasn't that Dong-hee was against it, but he had his doubts that Gi-kyu wouldn't be able to do it. The difference between C rank and B rank is not just one stage, and the young man knew this very well, so he had an extra condition for the fight, as he was the backup force of the Morning Star. But the Brother Guild is the main group of the raid, but true combat power is much higher than any rank, right? So the guy's request was to make their guild the main guild if he won. Gi-kyu apologized for not discussing the matter with the others, but asked them to trust him. Yoon-seok started laughing when he saw the boy deciding something with the leader. They had nothing to gain from it, so they weren't going to participate. But when Gi-kyu said that they would get 500 million for it, he thought about it. The young man promised such a reward for winning. It's not a bad deal, so he was sure that his Seok would agree. The other members of the Brother Guild didn't believe it at first. They thought he was cheating, but it was unlikely that Gi-kyu would cheat in front of so many witnesses. They wished Gi-kyu good luck, saying that they would win anyway, so he should prepare himself for humiliation, but Dong-hye was still bothered by this. As the commander, he needed to stop this chaos. They were here to defeat the Guardian, not to fight among themselves and prove something. But he realized that there was something special about Gi-kyu and didn't believe that feelings were exchanged then. In the end, the leader agreed, because there might not be a better opportunity to test it. So he said yes and allowed the duel to use weapons. The use of weapons or overly powerful attacks was forbidden, and if one side conceded defeat, the the duel would end immediately. Everyone gathered around Gikyu and Yeonseok, except for the scouting team. Gikyu gave the swords to Seungpil, who was very worried about him, because he had only bad thoughts in his head, but the young man asked him to stand in a certain place and not move away. The boy turned to Lu, asking if this distance would be enough to keep in touch, and he replied that it was. If you take into account the growth of the bowl, the communication range will increase, but El still asked to be careful. It's a dangerous match. Yeonseok was confident in his abilities, so he let Gikyu attack first because a quick win is too boring. He stood there as if he was walking and knew he was going to win. Well, Gikyu already knew that this man was a B rank and that he would lose to him. So the young man thought about his weaknesses, evaluating his physique. Was he a melee fighter or a tank? And one more thing, most likely Yeonseok has one hidden weapon for emergencies. After evaluating the characteristics, Gikyu decided to try a high-speed attack. He trusted his wits more than he trusted the meaningless analysis of the fight. Yeonseok didn't even move when the guy started attacking. It was obvious that he was too confident or that his counterattack skill was automatically activated. Still, there was no turning back. He was literally a few meters away from the opponent, so he decided that as soon as he used a counterattack, he needed to dodge the blow as quickly as possible and prepare to strike again. Gikyu was already very close, and Yeonseok was still standing like a steel wall in front of him. A few seconds later, the moment came when Gikyu attacked him. Perhaps the enemy was too careless and relied too much on his own strength, underestimating his opponent. But the result was the same. He was now lying on the ground. It was fast, perhaps too fast for people to realize that it was over. Only Dong Hye announced the unexpected winner with a little stutter. His team was so excited, a smile finally appeared on their faces, while the members of the Brother Guild, on the other hand, began to worry. They came up to him and asked him enthusiastically about his level and his strength, which was so strong that he even destroyed a B-ranked player in one hit. It was amazing. It was impossible to even keep track of what Gikyu was doing. It was then that Dong Hye realized that Gikyu had every chance of becoming the most important figure in this raid. All this ended in time because new news came. The search party finally returned. They looked very tired as they ran as fast as they could to inform their men. Meanwhile, Tae-shik was in the office of the president of the Players Association. He reported that they had urgently assembled a B-rank squad and sent them on an expedition. The raid started this morning. The president carefully examined everything, looking at some papers. Then he noticed something, and then he turned to his boss, Otsik. He was interested in the basement training room, the place where the portal between countries is located. He knew about Gikyu and how Tae-shik treated him, and in the president's opinion, he was doing too much for a player who was not in their company. So the man demanded an explanation. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor of the tower, a fight with the boss began. The Guardian killed several people almost immediately, which made the others behave more cautiously. The player's profession was in first place in terms of mortality. Very often they simply did not return from raids. You have to get used to it, even if you don't want to. And when there are only predators around you, in their eyes you will always be just a prey, a victim. And you don't want to get used to that, and it's hard to do. Despite all this, they chose this path on their own and wanted to do this work. Dong Hye rushed at the Guardian first, using one of his most powerful skills, Hydro Slash. This did not destroy the monster, but it at least staggered and stopped attacking for a moment. Then he issued a new order that concerned all the participants of the raid. After that, everyone rushed into the deadly battle as one. This time, the attack tactics were very simple, and the preliminary attack of the raid leader would serve as a sign of the beginning of the operation. Dong Hye hit the monster with his strongest skill, while at the same time he tried to attract the Guardian's attention. After that, the tanks entered the battle. They acted as a wall, protection for the archers and other rangers. Stone shields were used, which were considered one of the strongest barriers. But this Guardian was so strong that all these shields were not a big problem for him. Of course, they could be used to delay the monster and repel attacks for a while, but with each passing moment it was becoming harder and harder to resist. And lastly, the carriers below D rank have to throw the explosive items over the fence, and the ranged fighters with their firearms skills will help them with this. The monster was surrounded on all sides by various explosives and arrows, and could not get closer because of the shield created. It seemed to be cornered and about to strike a powerful blow. This is a simple and effective strategy that was developed with special care after the death of the previous team. However, it was not enough for the final victory. In this raid, it is better not to show yourself to the Guardian's eyes once again and soberly assess the situation, take into account your strength, and only then go on the attack. Behind the wall of smoke, little could be seen, but the monster's paws were making their way through the dust. Sung Pil looked at Gekyu excitedly. The situation was getting out of hand. This was to be expected, because despite all the advantages of this strategy, there was a major disadvantage. Having destroyed absolutely all the stones nearby, the monster was getting closer. The tanks were already tired from the constant attacks of the Guardian, and in their case, the team was losing, and complete chaos ensued. No matter how steady the swords of the players were, the monster's weapon was several times bigger and had more strength in its paws than in human hands. One of the Avengers fell to the ground after being struck by the Guardian. He immediately called his friend who, fortunately, was standing nearby and managed to cover him. He quickly took a phial with a potion, asking how many minutes the fight had been going on. It seemed like it had been going on for more than half an hour. But in fact, only 5 minutes had passed, and in such a short time the soldiers began to lose strength one by one. As he drank the contents of the vial, he gradually felt better, and the courage of the leader Dong-hae was impressive. He decided to challenge such a giant. Some were no longer able to continue, although they held on to their last breath, and Dong-hae did not give up his position either. He was the closest to the Guardian, and the terrors were based on him. Fortunately, he was doing well so far. Using his sword, the commander tried to strike as hard as possible, risking his life. And he managed to hit and wound the giant more than once, but the wounds healed too quickly. Regeneration was at the level of the guardians of the upper floors. Realizing that the groups were no longer able to withstand, Dong-hae ordered the first and second teams to be replaced, and the reserve team was to prepare for the attack. Sung Pil, like Gekyu, stood back and did not participate in the fight, but he saw that they would not be able to win, so he suggested that Hyun intervene. Gekyu didn't mind the suggestion. He had been waiting for such a moment because he didn't want to stand by and watch all these people suffer. So as soon as he heard his friend say that, he took both swords in his hands and walked straight toward the fourth-floor guardian. Yun-sung rushed forward when he saw where he was going and shouted at him that it was very dangerous. But the young man didn't care much. When he saw the target in front of him and held the weapon in his hands, he didn't think about the danger. He had a slight smile on his face when he realized that his guess was right. The other players were very surprised by this. They knew very well that GQ had only recently finished studying the tutorial, so they had no idea how he knew all this. It was true that he had just started to climb up, but he had studied the behavior of these monsters for several years while working as a guide, and thus recognized that this guardian moved and attacked like a normal orc. The only difference here was higher physical strength and regeneration. When Gekyu took billions of won with him, he went to buy himself some new equipment, and now he had a great chance to test it in a real fight. He also had a new ego, which he successfully managed to connect with. Hermes, his strength and agility levels, health and magical powers were also at an all-time high. This ego had a unique acceleration skill. This ability worked in such a way that the host's speed gradually increased over 5 minutes, and when 3 minutes passed, the owner would be able to move at maximum speed. Here, everyone had already seen that Gekyu was not an easy player after he challenged Yeon Seok, but they definitely didn't think he was capable of something like this. Dong-hae shouted at him that the monster regenerates too quickly, and it would be much better to hit him once as hard as possible than to hit him weakly but continuously. In the event of a long fight, you need to protect your health. If the majority falls, it will all lead to the death of the whole team, but Dong-hae stopped, eyes wide open. This giant's regeneration stopped the moment Gekyu got closer. This was the ability of another ego, which the boy called Bai. The level of strength and agility was inferior to Hermes, but it was enough to fight, and the main feature was a unique ability. B could restore magical powers and heal wounds. Ego had the ability to accelerate the process of restoring magical powers, and the skill of wound aggravation slowed down the healing process and worsened the condition of existing injury. Only for a moment did the Guardian stop and the fight stopped. Unexpectedly, he felt weak, and at the same moment he screamed loudly. The players stepped back as the monster began to walk from side to side. They did not know what was happening to it and thought that the Guardian was simply changing tactics. However, it didn't look like a change of strategy. It was more like the agony of a monster trapped in a dead end. While GQ stood aside from the fight, he had been closely observing his enemy and now used this against him, knowing his behavior in battle. Now he was going to face him one-on-one, just as he had wanted to do before. However, it turned out to be a more difficult task than he had thought at the time. He had to devote more time to this giant, but he knew he would win. He had to make a wide swing and cut along its horizontal. There had to be a very small gap. He quickly approached his opponent, who continued to walk frantically from side to side. No matter how much he increased his level, an orc is an orc and his actions are completely repeatable. Even though he knew that one monster had killed the entire team and was terrifying the new group, He was not afraid of it. After making a few more skillful moves, GQ stood proudly next to the body of the big orc. He was already lying unconscious in his own blood. Now that the young man looked at the defeated, he realized how much the choice of swarms and other equipment affects the fight. Just as Sujong had told him, GQ had defeated the lower demon Ferris alone. When he heard the system's notification, there was only one word that interested him: demon. It was the first time he had ever seen one, and it was on the lower floors. But now it was clear how the fourth floor guardian had so much power. He automatically activated the cannibalism skill. Like the last time in his personal fight with the guardian of the Found Gate, the demon had turned into ego and was now to belong to him. But within seconds, the system informed him that Ferris's transformation into ego had failed. This was the only thing that was a little disappointing. However, there was good news. The parts of Fearless that remained after the failed transformation had infiltrated Lu. Donghae immediately turned around and ordered to take care of the wounded. Those who did not take part in the fight were ordered to put the detachment's property in order. He also told them not to weaken their positions on the borders and to be ready for battle in the near future. Only after he was sure that everyone was in place, the leader approached Kim Gi-kyu. The guy was a little nervous, thinking that he was going to be interrogated, but Dong Hae asked him to just talk in private while there was time. He thought that there would be questions about the sudden disappearance of the corpse, because the body of the guardian is extremely valuable in itself. Despite this thought, the guy could not refuse to talk, so they moved away from the others. During this time, he managed to think of various things and remembered that even after the body disappeared, not a single crystal or object was left behind. Most likely, Donghae would now demand an explanation. However, there was no evidence that he was to blame. This guardian had been unconventional from the beginning, so the young man hoped that the commander would not make hasty decisions. They stood a little further away from everyone else, and finally, Donghae looked him in the eye. There wasn't much time for small talk, and it wasn't necessary here either, so Donghae got straight to the point and asked Gi-kyu if he wanted to join the Child Guild. It was the last option the guy would have thought of, but there was no surprise on his face. He just exhaled calmly that he wouldn't need to come up with any explanations or excuses. Gi-kyu didn't think long and immediately said that he didn't plan to apply for anything at the moment. Of course, he was pleased to hear that such a person was interested in him, but he did not want to change his mind. He had only come here to participate in the raid and had no plans for anything else. Donghae smiled. Although he was sorry to hear a person with such potential reject him, he didn't want to persuade him either. He simply added that no matter what, he would be very happy to maintain a good and friendly relationship with Gi-kyu. And in case he changed his mind or just needed help, Donghae gave him his business card. Later, they returned to the others, and after a while, everything was successfully completed. The commander praised his group, thanking everyone. The young man stood next to his friend and asked him a little awkwardly if he could ask him about a situation. He nodded, and Gi-kyu explained that he had been uncomfortable asking about it before, but he wondered why Sung-pil didn't want to join the guild that Seok-woo had created. He had enough skills and talent, and he must have good connections. If Sung-pil joined this guild, he would always be a winner, but he said that there was no particular reason to do so. He didn't want people to think that he was accepted on a whim. He wanted to achieve everything on his own. Then Sung-pil asked Gi-kyu the same question. He has so many opportunities, but he refuses to take them. With his abilities, he should have gotten a lot of offers from Seok-woo, but he never got a response. Hanil and Sung-woo noticed that they were talking about something and approached them. Then the older man asked if he would go out to eat with them after the hard task. Gi-kyu refused and said that they would definitely have dinner together someday, but he had to move soon, so he had a lot of things to do. So the boy said goodbye, waving to his friends, and went to pack. They were already waiting for the next meeting, and Gi-kyu promised to invite them to a housewarming party, and then they would see each other. When the player walked away, he remembered that Sung-hoon had asked him to call after the mission, so the young man took his phone out of his pocket. When they talked, the secretary told Gi-kyu to bring Tae-shik's boss in, and as soon as he entered the office, he began to tell him everything that had happened, while also apologizing. Hyun wasn't happy about it either, especially since he was getting a big old beating from the old man, the president. Together they got into the elevator, and Tae-shik added that the president of the association was going to have dinner with him. Gi-kyu was not happy to hear this, because he had a feeling that this dinner conversation would not go so smoothly. He scratched his head, thinking that he should have at least gone to the hairdresser beforehand. He was not prepared to meet such a person, but Tae-shik was not in the mood for that. He was too worried about the situation. Little was known about the president of the Korean Players Association. The only thing they knew was that he was an outstanding personality, a great man who was hiding in the world of Korean players. The guy was nervous. It was obvious. He had no idea what the conversation would be about, but he was even more surprised when Tae-shik brought him to his home. The president said he wanted to personally prepare dinner for them. He loved to cook, so he decided that he would rather do it himself. Taeshik sighed and let Gikyu into the apartment, calling his father. They walked in with only socks on, where they heard the old man's joyful voice. It wasn't funny anymore. Taeshik asked how long he would repeat the same words, but the old man said he would say whatever he wanted. He was being nasty, but he willingly accepted Gikyu, saying that they had come at the right time. When Hyun led the young man to the kitchen, he asked what was on the menu today, because there was nothing in the fridge in the morning. Then the old man said, just as happily, that he had bought everything he needed that afternoon and called his son to put the dishes away, while Gikyu watched his grandfather in silence. It was unusual to meet the president of the association in such a home-like environment for the first time, so Gikyu could not even get a word out. Then the old man noticed him, looking to the side. He was equally surprised to see the boy in front of him, having apparently imagined him quite differently. But his father was happy to welcome the younger man to the apartment. He shook Hikyu's hand until he felt like he was going to faint right there from nerves. When the young man took his hand away, he began to say something tentatively, but the father interrupted him in mid-sentence. At that moment, the atmosphere instantly became very tense and GQ became even more nervous. The old man introduced himself, and now his voice sounded like a monster screaming in his head. He felt this pressure because of Otegu's status. Not everyone can be the head of people with unique abilities. And Gikyu had experienced a lot of stress today. He went to shake his hand again, and Taeshik said in a tired tone that enough was enough. It was the first time they'd ever met. And when the boy heard Hyun's last word, everything in his head turned upside down. As soon as Taeshik called Taegu dad, Gikyu had a lot of questions. But he didn't dare to speak up. Later, they all sat down at the table where there were many dishes that looked so delicious. Taegu spoke up again and told them that his son had repeatedly brought up the subject of Gikyu. And the father knew that Taeshik had helped the younger one a lot, using his position as a superior, and then his voice seemed to change to a more serious one. Gikyu felt uncomfortable when he said that Taeshik was even too protective of him. But then Hyun couldn't stand it any longer and told his old man to eat quietly, the more so because the stress would make the guest even sicker. He could see how uncomfortable Gikyu was here. While they were arguing with each other, GQ decided to eat a normal meal. He was very hungry after the fight, and the smell made him even more hungry. However, after a minute or two, they both fell silent, and Taegu looked at Hikyu again, saying that he had a suggestion for him. At this point, the young man coughed, hearing such unexpected words. He could barely swallow a bite of food, and his breathing could not return to normal. Before he could recover, the president said that the association wanted to hire him, but Gikyu replied that he had already talked to Taeshik about it. He didn't want to be tied down. The guild or the associations were not what he was looking for right now. But then Taegu cut him off, saying he didn't mean it at all, and the young man was even more surprised. In all seriousness, the president offered Shekyu to become a mercenary of the association because he had received more than 1 or 2 requests. A short time later, Hikyu left the apartment with Taeshik. He wanted to see him off and calm him down a bit. His father may have been a bit harsh, but he did not mean to put pressure on Gu's weaknesses. On the contrary, Taegu wanted to say that the boy could get help from the association if he accepted the offer. If he wanted, the association could provide him with everything he needed. Even though it is not a full-time position, there are many advantages to this position. Taeshik gave the guy a ride home, and he went up to his apartment in his thoughts. He thought seriously about what Hyun had said about the president's offer. Maybe it wasn't so bad after all. We have to move forward and not fall behind. He remembered Sungpil's words, when he had also spoken enthusiastically about his abilities and that he should join the guild. And while Gikyu is still hovering at the first level, Seokwoo has already become the head of the Cane Guild, which can be counted on one hand in Korea. All this time he was just getting help from everywhere and it was torturing him. He couldn't stay in debt forever. After all, he would like to stand on his own 2 feet. A few years ago, he heard his instructions, and the once great player promised to meet again here in the tower, but with a different status. And it seems that Guy Q is ready to take the first step towards this. Meanwhile, in the meantime, battles were taking place on the higher floors of the tower. The players fought bravely, but the fight was harder than anyone could have imagined. The swordsman and the wizard fought together against the monsters, of which there were many, but they did not reach the boss. However, another beast did not keep them waiting and ambushed them. It was a huge fire monster that could easily tear them to pieces with its teeth. A few more minutes passed and both players somehow managed to finish him off. They exhaled calmly, but were afraid that the giant would not get back on its feet. When he didn't get up, one of them slowly started to move back. Moreover, it was already dark outside. However, his colleague objected and said that it was better to catch 1 or 2 more, and then they could go out. It was time to level up, so they didn't want to postpone the battle for later. But later the two felt that it was getting cold, At first, they thought it was because it was getting dark and the sun was out, but it was all strange. In principle, it shouldn't be cold on the 26th floor. But despite the chilly weather, they kept walking. It was getting even colder, and the thin clothes they were wearing did not keep them warm at all. After wandering for a while, the team came across the foot of a hill. When they climbed up, the cold enveloped them completely. In addition, they saw something extremely strange. Seok-woo was sitting on an ice block in which he had trapped several animals and was talking thoughtfully with his assistant. After a moment, he stood up and said it was time to go upstairs. Last weekend, Angels Guild announced a new achievement. They had captured a floor, and the news brought them even more popularity, causing people to admire them. The leader of Angela's guild, as well as the #1 ranked runner in the world, was Lee Sung-ha, and the team also included Shin Yoon-bin, who was added to the list of top runners this March. The show prepared a chart of the best players of this week, and the host was excited to announce them. The first one is Asura, a living legend. The girl offered to learn a little more about this player. He is one of the 5 top runners who are called the top 5, and little is known about Asura. And the same Asura they were talking about was the president of the Korean Association and Taeshik's father, so the guy had already guessed that. And those guesses turned out to be correct. Hyun confirmed it, and Gi-kyu only added that he was incredibly lucky to be born into such a family. But the man asked me not to tell anyone about it. It was a secret that no one should know. And that was the end of the conversation about the players. Then he picked up a small box from the table and handed it to Gi-kyu. Inside was a ring. The first thing that came to his mind was a marriage proposal. Gi-kyu jumped up, looking at Taeshik in surprise. And when Hyun heard his version of the ring, he just laughed. This ring serves as a certification of identity and is issued to all mercenaries. It gave them the same powers as the director. Hong Sung would take care of the rest, as he would become the official secretary of the player Kim Gi-kyu. When capturing the tower or the gate, Gi-kyu will now be treated as a top runner, and after completing the tasks, he will receive fees. And the items that he gets during the mission, he will be able to sell in the association without commission. And now, he also has the right to refuse missions if he is not satisfied with something. So far, that was the main thing Taeshik wanted to tell him, and after hearing those words, Gi-kyu sat there in awe. This is just great. So many new opportunities and the ability to earn even more money. It's just a dream. And while Gi-kyu just accepted the offer, the Iron Guild continued to monitor everything related to this guy from their headquarters in New York. They wanted revenge. One day, someone knocked on the leader's office and then entered. The leader stood by the window, looking thoughtfully at the night city. Rogers had managed to survive Gi-kyu's fatal wound. Today, he walked confidently and continued to take part in the guild's battles, and now he came to the leader to discuss something. He coughed, attracting Iron Shield's attention, and only then did he briefly ask what he wanted. Rogers immediately stated his request. He asked to be sent to South Korea to take revenge on the man who had nearly thrown him into the abyss of hell. Rogers was ready to do anything to repay Gi-kyu in the same coin. To his own surprise, the leader agreed at that very moment. In fact, Rogers thought it would take longer to persuade him. Iron Shield still hadn't turned to him and coldly said that they were opening a branch office in Korea, and if Rogers wanted it so badly, the leader wouldn't mind rewarding him with the status of head of that branch office. He didn't care if he wanted to take revenge on Gi-kyu. The Iron Shield gave him the freedom to do whatever he wanted. The commander also said that he would give him the Nain, and Rogers was no less impressed by this than by Iron Shield's previous intention. The Nain was a sacred sword, and with it one could open up many new horizons, so Rogers was incredibly happy to hear this offer. He began to bow, thanking the head of the guild. This was the best thing that could have happened, and now he would definitely get his revenge. Iron Shield wanted Rogers to become his personal bargaining chip, a key figure for revenge, and he also brought up the subject of the Demon King. The next time they met, the Iron Shield vowed to tear the creature apart. As the head promised, he gave the sacred sword to 9 Rogers. At the same time, Gi-kyu was riding in Sung-hoon's car, looking at the specifications. He read that the wielder of a weapon like the Kallion could deflect a blow that would also be dealt by a sacred sword, could also absorb all lower-level sacred swords, and the Kallion blocked all attacks that could be deadly. And yet, after absorbing this sword, his strength increased significantly. Gi-kyu continued to sit in the front passenger seat and carefully studied the readings, asking Ego if they knew anything else about sacred swords. Elle s'est excusée, disant qu'elle ne se souvenait pas de tout, même si elle avait été réveillée. He mentioned Changyong's ego, which he got at the gate, and that Gi-kyu hadn't figured out how to use the fragments yet, and he didn't know what to do with the parts of Ferris. He asked Liu if anything had changed since he had absorbed Ferris, because there should have been at least something new. Sung-hoon noticed the boy's worried look and decided to lighten the mood a bit. The secretary noticed that Gikyu had changed his hairstyle, and when he heard himself addressed, he momentarily looked away from Ego and said, smiling slightly, that he had decided to tidy up his hair a bit. Lu then quietly expressed his assumption to his master, saying that Sung-hoon could hear them. At least it seemed so, but he knew that no one could hear Ego's, except their master. In the end, that wasn't what interested Gikyu. He returned to the topic of Fares. Lu nervously exclaimed that he knew nothing about it. The answer didn't cheer him up, because he was already hoping that he could at least somehow use him in the next fight. With a sigh, the boy spoke to his secretary and asked him about the place they were going to, because he didn't even know the name. Sung-hoon replied that they were heading to the special Yosu Gate. According to the experts, the level ranged from F to C rank. He just needed to complete one task, and it was Gikyu's first job as a mercenary. He was a little nervous, but it was more pleasant excitement than fear. The first important thing is intelligence. However, there is no particular reason to worry. When they passed by the recreation area, Sung-hoon said that he would go with Gikyu. But he didn't seem to hear what he was saying. Gikyu remembered his potatoes that he wanted to pick up back in the city for a snack. He had no idea how he had gotten on the international highway so quickly. Now Gikyu was worried about his potatoes more than his mission, and Sung-hoon began to tell him that the association gave all mercenaries code names, hence the Demon King and Asura. Gikyu didn't even know that this was a rule, but the secretary said that at this morning's meeting, they decided on a code name for the newcomer Gikyu. He hadn't heard what they had decided yet, but he didn't like the fact that he wasn't the one to decide. But those were the rules of the association, so Sung-hoon kept the intrigue alive for a while and said that the code name for Gikyu was Early Star. He'd heard it somewhere before. It was an unexpected coincidence, and he thought that if Sung-pil and the others found out about it, they would probably be happy. And when he looked back at the secretary, he noticed that he was smiling, trying to hold back his laughter. Finally, they arrived at the right portal. A hungry GQ got out of the car and saw several people guarding the gate. It was good that he was given a snack before the mission, but while he was eating quietly, someone approached him, addressing him by his code name. It was the head of the Players Association in Yosu City. His name was Jong-in-chul, and he also greeted him, but he was a little embarrassed to say that he didn't need to bow, even though it was a common sign of respect for a person. He looked a little embarrassed at Inchul, and asked him to call him by his first name if he had the opportunity. Early Star was unusual to hear. As they walked to the gate, the leader said that the gate had been spotted 4 days ago, and that it was a special gate that had only recently become known, so no one had entered it. And so far, everything was going according to plan, because the first step was to scout the portal. Sung-hoon asked Inchul what was going on with the military forces. Inchul replied that they could provide a B-rank unit if help was needed, and that would be enough. He also added that all the necessary equipment was ready and that as soon as Gikyu was ready, he could go right in. But while the two of them were talking, Hikyu decided it was time to go inside. They ran to him as soon as they saw it and tried to stop the guy who was going to go in just like that. It's good that they succeeded, and the guy was still standing a meter away from the gate. Since it was a special portal, it was too dangerous to approach and get too close without equipment, so it was understandable why Sung-hoon and Inchul were so worried. He asked Lu and El if it was indeed the same unique gate, and heard a firm yes from both of them. Apparently, because he got too close, the gate broke open. Chaos ensued, and those standing nearby rushed to call the head office. They had to ask for help from the nearest guilds, otherwise it would end badly. There was still time, so they could wait for the professionals to deal with the problem, but GQ continued to take steps forward. This was indeed the special gate that Ego had told him about. The system requested a connection. He reached out to the screen, about to click on it, and didn't care about the mess that was going on around him. While the guy was still standing next to the portal, others nervously asked if the head office had called back. They kept their distance from Hikyu, trying to bring him back, but he didn't even hear them. This gate was special because it was the Ego. During the battle with Changyung, Gikyu had already realized that this was possible, but he hadn't believed that he was seeing it in front of him. Since he didn't pay attention to the cries of the others, Sung-hoon decided to take matters into his own hands and rushed to save him. The secretary abruptly grabbed him and pulled him back. Gikyu blushed with surprise and intimacy, looking into Sung-hoon's eyes as he walked away with him. The others watched them closely, distracted even by the guild's call. A few minutes later, Gikyu and his secretary walked into the temporary office. They sat down opposite each other, with Sung-hoon looking at him with a slight sarcastic smile. First, he's going to break down the gates, and then what? Start controlling monsters? Gikyu scratched his head nervously, saying that he hadn't even thought it would happen. Anyway, Sung-hoon wondered how it had happened and what he had done to the gate to make it malfunction. Only later, When the representatives of the neighboring guilds arrived, did the gate return to normal? But still no one knew what had happened. The secretary demanded an explanation, looking more stern, but GQ had little to say. This was the first time this had happened to him, and there was only speculation that it might have been caused by his unique abilities. The secretary didn't know exactly what special abilities the boy had, and it was awkward to ask. He decided to find out later, but for now, he just gave Hikyu a strange thing. It was a rather simple mask made of ordinary paper. He didn't understand what it was for, so he just looked at it for a while. Now there were not just a few people at the gate, but a whole crowd that helped stop the chaos. There were signs that the gate was breaking, so they urgently gathered the players and put them outside. Soon the reporters will be here, and there will be more people. It was not good to hear that, especially since this was Gikyu's first task and he had successfully failed it. Now Song-hoon has explained what the mask is for. If Gikyu doesn't want to be the hero of the news about this gate, then he should at least wear the mask in front of people. 3 more hours passed, and finally the meeting ended, and it was decided that Gikyu would enter the gate alone. Of course, there were a few objections, but the association decided to help him and convinced him that it would be better. If he was already so praised, then he needed to prove his status and become the best mercenary. Even though Sung-hoon was angry with him, he was still worried about whether the young man would be able to cope alone in this portal. Gikyu was also not sure that everything would go as he wanted, so he asked his secretary to wait nearby, even though it was all about his unique abilities. Once inside, Gikyu pressed the button to connect. This time nothing strange happened, and the gate behaved normally. Later, HK found himself in a dark forest, where he tried to see at least something, but his mask was in the way. When he decided to take it off, GQ thought about what had happened. Since the gate is the ego, it would be logical to give it a name, and that would be the end of it. But it's not an easy ego, so the way it was with Lu and L wouldn't work. Lu said unhappily that now they looked like some cheap version of them. The young man didn't know exactly, but he assumed that he just needed to master the ego, just in a different way. Then Lu remarked that it would be better to take everything apart first, if the owner was not sure what to do. By the way, GQ noticed that he was completely uncomfortable here. This was the first time he had felt this way since entering the gate, and so he decided that it would be better to clear the dungeon as soon as possible for his mental health. To begin with, he decided to go to the place where the most powerful magical power was felt. But as soon as he started to follow the trail of energy, he heard Lu's voice again. He said that it was not necessary now, and then GQ stopped. Looking around, he noticed the inhabitants of this dungeon, skeleton warriors. Well, the monsters had come to him, so all he had to do was destroy them. One of them, sitting on a horse, was rushing toward GQ. When the boy took a closer look at him, he recognized Dullahan. It was the first time he had seen this creature in person, but it was too much, sending an intermediate boss at the very beginning, not just a regular monster. Whether he liked it or not, he had to fight, and Lu and L immediately joined the battle, giving the host a boost of speed. He quickly shattered the skeletons. Bones and parts of skulls flew in all directions as GQ confidently moved on. When he got to the so-called leader, he decided that the best option would be to simply decapitate him, and then it would be easier to deal with his subordinates. Lu wanted to say something to him, but the guy didn't pay any attention and attacked. When the monster was defeated, Guikyu moved on and reached the cemetery. Lu again noticed that something was wrong. He didn't know what he meant, so he asked him what it was. Ego replied that there were too few of these skeletons, and this intermediate boss, Dullahan, appeared out of the blue. Compared to the magic floating in the air in this gate, all these attacks were too weak. The boy agreed. He had indeed heard that the opponents here were quite strong, but he didn't see anything wrong with this situation either. He continued to wander around the cemetery and came across another coffin, and it was just about the time when the boss appeared in the other portals. There must be some explanation for Dullahan being so weak, but that's not the point right now. The time has come to fight the boss, who concentrates all the magical power that should be in the gate. And GQ saw before him someone who only appears in a higher level gate, or after a gauntlet. The king of the immortals slowly but boldly advanced on GIQ. Then he resumed his fighting stance and prepared to fight back. The monster did not stop, but began to speak in a low and ugly voice, asking GQ if it was he who had tried so hard to become its master. The boy was nervous. He did not expect to meet such a strong enemy here, and even fight him one-on-one. But the king of the immortals, not hearing an answer, repeated his question. He pointed his finger at Gukyu, staring with a piercing gaze directly into his eyes. By the time he spoke his question again, Gi-Kyu had almost buried himself. This monster was too evil and powerful to handle alone at this level. But the second time the voice came from this skeleton, Gi-Kyu noticed that it was the voice of the system, which confused him more. Finally, he decided to forget his fears and join the battle, so he confidently and loudly shouted that it was he, player Kim Gi-Kyu, who had come here to become the master of this gate. So he asked the King of the Immortals if he was the gate, and also Aegis. The King of the Immortals felt confused, not understanding what a strange question he had just asked. He looked at the boy in silence for a while and then sighed. He did not fully understand the question, but decided to answer yes, and added that he was the owner of this place. Yikyu now heard a human voice coming from his mouth. There was definitely something wrong here, so the guy told his ego that they would act first and attack by surprise. The King of the Immortals did not move as Yikyu approached, but said that if he wanted to become his master so badly, he had to prove himself worthy of it. The young man no longer listened to this voice, which only confused him, but leaped toward the monster, swords in both hands. But when the King of the Immortals responded to his attack with his own powers, Gukyu realized that it was too late to dodge. A cloud of dust hit him, making it difficult to see anything more than a few centimeters away. He was thrown against the nearest rock and barely managed to avoid hitting his head. Lei and El were no longer in his hands because he had dropped them when he fell. Right now, he needed to gather all his strength and resist the attack. The King of the Immortals was coming again. The dungeon boss soared above the ground and glared at his enemy who was lying on the ground beneath his feet. He hadn't even started yet, and he already looked very unhappy and exhausted. Although it must be admitted, no matter how hard Gukyu tried, the Immortal King was still more powerful. He approached him, flying above the ground, and said that he was trying in vain. He could not overcome such a strong creature. After these words, the monster shot lightning at Gikyu, and he barely managed to escape. He had only to turn away, and the boy was finished. He tried his best to escape from the storm and then turned to Lu, asking him for something. He didn't want him to worry, so he warned him that he wanted to use a smoke grenade, just like the last time it worked. Lu wasn't sure if it would work on this monster, but GQ begged him to trust him and do as he said. After that, he threw the sword away, which made Lu panic. The boy apologized, smiling, and then stood on his guard to get closer to the demon. This was the only way to be on a level playing field with the Immortal King, and after GQ jumped up, he launched an attack. A guy who wants to become its master so badly. At this rate, he'll probably have to wait a long time to achieve it. It only took a few seconds for GIQ to get back up and pick up Lu, and then he began to throw punches even more vigorously. And his persistence paid off this time. He finally managed to hit the King of the Immortals. It wasn't a great attack, but at least it was progress. The monster glared at his enemy, saying that his weapon was too annoying, and then a crazy smile appeared on his face and the skeleton prepared to attack again. He didn't want to drag this fight out. The King of the Immortals flew into the air again and appeared above the boy. Then Gikyu tried to move back as quickly as possible, keeping a close eye on his opponent. But that wasn't the last surprise from him. The king decided to repeat his attack again. Lu was already tired. The battle was drawn out and exhausting, so he warned that he would not dodge this attack. Then El suggested that GQ should launch it, and she would take over. The arrows that were coming straight from the sky were getting closer. They had to decide quickly. A moment later, the master ordered El to start the attack, which Lu was a little offended by, even though he had just said that he would not help this time. He immediately explained to him that he was not suited for this, but Lu was even more hurt and sharply replied that he could easily defend against such low magic. The master apologized, but now was not the time to bet on something they were not sure of. And the King of the Immortals was getting stronger and stronger, and the boy was beginning to doubt whether he would be able to resist him to the very end if the fight was already so difficult at this stage. Realizing that the monster left him no other choice, Gikyu asked Lu if he was confident in his abilities. Of course, he answered firmly and clearly that he was. In violation of his own words, Gikyu decided to try his strength. Lu had never let him down, and the boy trusted him. Immediately, Lu began to absorb the magical energy of the enemy's weapon. It took very little time for Ego to do this, and the system informed GQ that Lu had now awakened the consciousness of a magic weapon master. He didn't have time to think about what he had heard, but it was very impressive. The Demon King was equally surprised, as he could not believe that an ordinary person was capable of such a thing. The Immortal King recognized that Gikyu was trying hard and really wanted to become a master, but the monster still couldn't recognize him. With his hands in the air, the Immortal King began the final test. He had a lot of questions for Lu with his new powers, but there was no time for that now. He now had a new problem to solve. He stood before the golem that the skeleton had created. Now he had another opponent who was not easy to defeat. He was much bigger than the boy, so GQ was going to take him with his strength, which would be stronger even than this giant. The King of the Immortals was on top again, and GQ once again approached him. Being so close, he decided to try to strike. But when he was still at a certain distance, he asked the monster if he had now proved his power to become his master. In the end, the King of the Immortals gave in and banished GQ as his master, seeing in his eyes confidence, courage, and perseverance. Only now, the ego in the form of the gate accepted the connection with him, and GQ had to choose a name. He couldn't forget about the golem behind him, which kept attacking. Dodging its attacks, GQ tried to think of a new name. Suddenly, around Lu, he saw his red lightning bolts, which appeared only during the fight. The boy looked at Ego in confusion, not knowing what was happening to him. Lu began to attack the golem spontaneously, shouting that it was him, he did it all by himself, and was able to win. GQ began to worry, but Ego's attacks did not stop. So many times he had heard his master say, "Shut up," when Lu wanted to help, and today was the last straw when his master told him directly that he was not suitable for this fight. This strong desire to prove that he was worthy, that he was strong, led to this reaction. He couldn't just watch the enemy's sword become stronger than himself. Lu began to laugh out loud like a madman, and his attacks became even stronger. Even though Q tried to get through to him, he could not stop it. Only later did everything fall into place, and Lu finally heard the words of his master, who asked in surprise what had just happened. But Lu could hardly answer now. He himself did not understand much. Then El added that Lu himself didn't know how it had happened or what exactly was driving him. El wanted to say something else, but Ego said quietly that no one should say anything about it. Lu only said that he needed to rest because he had a bad headache. Q didn't start questioning him right away, but the pile of questions only grew larger. He decided that he would talk to Ego about it later, and Lu just thanked him for his understanding. Well, the golem was gone, so now it was time to come up with a name. It was a difficult choice. Nothing came to mind. But after standing there for a while, he finally revealed himself. He would be called Brunhart. The boy smiled and entered the name in the appropriate line. The situation in the city at the moment was far from good. The news was all over the place about the breach of the gate. There was panic in the streets. Everyone was running for their lives, and the crowds in some alleys were frantic. The employees of the association were urgently gathered for the task. They were placed around the city to help people get to safety in case of further danger. A siren sounded throughout the city to warn of the recent rupture of the gate. It hadn't happened in a long time, especially since the rank ranged from F to C, and the police and other players were always guiding people to safety. And on top of that, this gate is special, which makes the situation even more dangerous. Taeshik also came to the city. He couldn't ignore what was happening on the streets. When he got out of the car, he asked the driver if help had arrived. He told him that all the guilds in the area had been gathered and that Child was on his way. The evacuation was going smoothly and would be complete in just a few minutes. Tachik turned to him and said that they were done in 10. "We can't drag this out." However, the evacuation alone would not have ended. The journalists disobeyed the association and the police and did not leave, filming everything on camera, while saying something about freedom of speech. And the worst part is that there are players among them. It's so ridiculous. However, if they want to die, let them stay. It doesn't matter so much. The breaking of the gate itself is not a big deal. Including Tai-Cheek, there were enough professionals to help with it. The point here was different. Tai-Cheek walked closer to the portal, where many equipped players had already gathered. He realized that if it really was the gate breaking open, then something bad had most likely happened to Q. And as soon as he approached, those in the front shouted to everyone else to get ready to fight. The worst stage was beginning. And yet it happened, and the worst-case scenario became a reality. Taeshik and Song-hoon immediately ran to the gate, hoping to save Q. Taeshik felt guilty for what had happened to him. After all, it was because of him that Q finally agreed to become a mercenary and went on a mission. But no matter what, he fought to the last to save the boy, hoping that the young man was still alive. Without thinking about his own safety, Taeshik rushed forward, intending to kill the gate with his own hands and stop the chaos. But as he flew, he caught a glimpse of someone standing next to him. The voice sounded familiar, and he thought he had lost his mind. The man fell to the ground from such a surprise and hurt his back as he looked at the masked stranger. He shook his head, not understanding what was happening around him. Everyone was bustling around. There were more people than when he had entered. A moment later, he heard footsteps. It was reporters and journalists approaching who just wanted him to take off his mask and show his face. They started taking pictures of Q and asking for a short interview for their special report. After these requests, someone started to persuade the others and asked about the ring on Gu's finger. He had to pass by more than one curious face on his way, the reporters keeping up with him, even though he just wanted some peace after everything that had happened. It was a good thing that Sung-hoon and Tai-Shik were there to pull him out of this hell, and then dragged him to the president of the Players Association. He already knew the whole situation, but he asked him to tell him everything in detail. After a long story, Daegu realized why Q had become stronger so quickly. Sung-hoon very carefully asked if he could listen to the whole conversation, since it was about unique abilities. Then Tai-Shik assured him that he trusted him, and that's why they brought the secretary along. If they hadn't trusted him, they wouldn't have given him the position in the first place. Later, they returned to the conversation, and Hyun asked what happened after the connection with the gate was established. To be honest, This was the first time this had happened to Gikyu, so he didn't really understand. Now the system is in the stabilizing state, and it doesn't answer calls. And after the gate closed, Gikyu had the feeling that he had lost something. Taishik took some food, asking about Lu's ego. He knew that he was out of it for layers, but he wondered if he was okay. Guikyu said that Lu continued to be silent, but the guy continued to use his skills, so there must be no problem. Taegu was also impressed. The one who can own the goal. That's probably the headline when the world finds out about this, and then everything will be turned upside down. Of course, Hyunkyu doesn't have to worry about being filmed by reporters today. Hyun's father told him that the association takes certain precautions, and he will do everything to keep it a secret for now. The boy thanked him, and all he needed now was to calmly step away from everything and finally try to talk to Lu, so that he could tell him about the new powers and what had happened to him back at the gate. Suddenly, Gikyu stood up and apologized. He had received a call, so he had to leave. It was his sister. When he walked a little further, he answered her call and immediately said that he was in the middle of an important conversation, so he would call her later. And Daegu continued to eat his dish, thinking it was a little too salty. But Yujong just kept talking, saying that he was on TV right now, and at that moment, Gikyu started to worry. Yes, he had a mask on his face, but looking at his ring and small chain, it was immediately clear that he was her brother. Then she asked him what that strange mask had been on his face all this time. While he was talking, a notification came to Taishik and her father at the same time, and given that, the message could have been from the association. Yujong read the news headline, which said that a small hero had stopped the portal from breaking. She enthusiastically continued to talk to him while Gikyu stood in a stupor. She immediately asked if she could brag to her friends, although she already knew that he would answer a categorical no to such a request. But Gikyu didn't answer. When Taishik looked at his phone, he read the title of the article that Yujong had just said and realized that everything was now lost. The news was spreading so fast that it would be impossible to stop it. People were calling him a hero for stopping a natural disaster single-handedly and believed that this was the birth of a new top runner. Sujong also heard about Gikyu at that time and was sincerely happy to hear people talking about him. Bal noticed that she looked very happy. She looked up from her phone and said that she had a very good student. We mostly followed those who had already retired. They collect materials related to the tower, the gate, and the players from these people. Taishik blamed himself again for not being able to control the whole situation and for letting something that should have remained between them get out. But Gikyu wasn't angry with him. He didn't do it on purpose, and it was impossible to disperse those reporters. Apparently, they were just unlucky this time. It could have all been the work of one annoying reporter. All the others just didn't give him a pass, and all he could see from all sides were flashes of cameras. Gikyu wondered about the reporter, and then he told him that he used to be quite famous as a runner. Kyo Hyun-chul. He used to be one of the best runners in Korea, and many people looked up to him. But now it's better not to mess with him at all. That's why Taishik warned the young man to be careful about it. Afterwards, he left Hyun's apartment and went to Dongdaemun, where he went to Hwang No-in's studio. Now Lu would have started to argue with him again and say that the owner was going crazy with this object and was only getting into bad habits, and that the owner of these ego coasters is some kind of a nutcase. Lu would probably have put it that way if he had been with him. Without him, Hikyu was even lonely. He had gotten used to ego, even if he was a little bit harmful sometimes. Elle s'est excusée avec lui, et il n'avait rien à dire en retour. She finally asked him how she could help, but Hikyu said that it was nothing to worry about. When the boy went on to see his grandfather, he immediately noticed that Gikyu seemed to be talking to himself. The boy smiled slightly and asked the old man how he was doing. The old man was in a good mood and immediately told him that he had seen an article about the boy. Now he is famous. His egos B and Hermes, which he recently got, helped GK in many ways, so the old man offered to pay for such advertising. To be honest, that's why he came here, even though he didn't say so directly. The young man didn't want to be in the news right now, so he needed something to take the spotlight off him. The old man understood exactly what he needed, so he immediately offered him a new mask, because the one in the video was just worthless, although Gikyu didn't think so. Hearing this, the old man said that there was nothing in his workshop that would suit Hikyu's taste. But then the boy argued that it was the mask that he needed. As he already knew, everyone knew about the mask and the ego, and if the face can be opened, the ego will not disappear. And the bai is hardly ever noticed, but the rings are always in the spotlight. There were a lot of comments about how these accessories look very unusual, and someone even said that he had seen a player like that in Seoul once. So, Gikyu wanted to cover them with something, because he couldn't take them off without losing contact with the ego. The man pointed to the shelves on the side, saying that all the gloves were there and he would find something for himself. He made only a few kinds, but the choice was quite large. The boy examined the things made by the blacksmith and realized that it was difficult to establish a connection with Brunhard. But with B and Hermes, it was a little easier, so he wanted to find an ego with whom it was easy to start communicating. But then, I also remembered what El had said, that it might be due to the fact that his cup had become bigger, and he shouldn't have so many problems with it now. But Elle immediately added that she hadn't meant to imply that the master was inferior before, just that the name didn't suit this ego. But Gikyu smiled gently and said that he didn't have to worry about that. Finally, the young man came to choose, but everything he saw looked amazing, so he didn't even know what to choose. Thinking that too bright a design might backfire and draw attention to the gloves, he decided to choose something more quiet. And when he saw a suitable option on one of the shelves, he took it. The old man didn't say anything, but he appreciated that GK had chosen a very good option. Now it was time to establish a connection, and for that he had to come up with a name again. For a few minutes, Q tried to connect and try the mittens. It felt a little strange, but it would probably go away if he got used to them. His Obrion ego was now in his arsenal as well. His strength was on par, and his agility was on the special skill, Great Power. And then he also had an option that was perfect for the gauntlets. Even before leaving the workshop, GQ decided to try summoning Lu and L in them, knowing that the normal gauntlets would just break through. There was no such dilemma with these. The swords were in his hands and the gloves remained in place. All was well, but one more question. Would these gloves be able to cover the ego when they took the form of rings again? He tried everything, and everything worked for him. The guy asked how much it would cost, but he said he didn't have to pay. We can consider it a thank you. The man asked only one thing. When he needed GQ, he would call him. And in that case, the old man would like to get help from him, so he asked if the young man agreed. Soon Hikyu left the workshop and went home. And so the next day came. He entered the tower building, now on the ground floor in the lobby, but as soon as the doors of the tower opened, he saw the same thing he had seen at the gate, a crowd of people asking him to tell them whether he was a secret agent of the association. All of these people were journalists. In the last few days, Sung Hyun's head was spinning with them. After that article, they started coming every day, all because of this masked runner who had become famous on his very first assignment. It was a loud and sharp statement, even though GK hadn't intended it to be that way. After standing there for another minute, GK said that it would be impossible to enter the tower now, so he would rather look for another gate somewhere else, but the secretary told him that it would not be necessary. The reporters think that player Kim Gi-kyu is a top ranker, so they want to get to the top floors to meet him. But right now, our masked runner is on the lower floors, so he doesn't have to worry. With a murderous glare, Gi-kyu looked at Sung Hoon, who had just said those words, which sounded like humiliation. He just smiled sweetly and walked him to the entrance, after which they entered the first floor. Gi-kyu walked through it easily, killing all the monsters along the way, and at the same time, the words of the uncle from whom he had taken ego again were running through his mind. Huang's grandfather never puts too high a price on his weapons, but he takes great pride in his product. Especially since the thing was clearly not the cheapest in the workshop, Gi-kyu thought that this request would be very important and serious. Suddenly the boy stopped in the middle of the clearing and listened to the sounds around him. He asked Elle if she had heard anything strange, but she said that there was nothing strange. Right now, someone was talking about a master, and he could hear it clearly, but he had no idea where it was coming from or who it could be. He waited a little longer and the voices repeated themselves. This time Ellie also heard something, and the first thing that came to mind was Lu. Maybe he was already awake. But it wasn't his voice, and this one was very quietly asking for Gi-kyu to call his name. At first it seemed strange, although with each successive task he began to get used to it, and gradually some of the voices that were believed to be in the mysterious places of the gate or the floors of the tower ceased to frighten him. The young man looked up and saw a ball of light blue color. It was the same as Lu's, so he was sure it was ego. But even though he remembered seeing something similar, Gi-kyu couldn't remember what it was. Suddenly, he sat down on the ground, grabbing his backpack tighter, and got scared. Then the system started talking about Brunhard. His form hadn't been released yet, so a sign appeared asking him to choose it for ego. Elle was worried about her master. She didn't know what had just happened to him because he had fallen instantly, but he chose to remain silent when she asked. The sign didn't disappear, and the system insisted that Gi-kyu choose a uniform for Brunhard. Then he stood up and took a few steps back. It was different with Lu, although perhaps it was the norm that each ego had its own personal approach, but the owner still asked Elle if she knew anything about it. She replied that GQ should approach the sphere. There was nothing to be afraid of. After that, he had to put his hand to the sphere and clearly visualize the image he needed. At first, it seemed that this was not enough, but he trusted Ella, so he did as she said. With his hand on the sphere, GK thought about the image of the ego he would like to see. He closed his eyes and tried to imagine what he needed. It wasn't easy. They hadn't spent enough time together for Hikyu to know all the details. But despite this, Gikyu was very grateful to Ego, who had protected him until his death, and then Brunhart had given his life for him. The first thought that came to his mind was that he wished Brunhart could protect him again. It would be great if he would protect him, never leaving him. The boy's eyes were closed and he did not see that something was happening. He opened them only when something moved into the chain, making Gikyu stagger. The sphere disappeared, and the chain continued to emit lightning of the same color. It was as if something had entered his heart, even though he was not an Iron Man. Immediately afterwards, Brunhart heard the joyful voice of Ego, and he was very happy to be with his master again. Then the boy began to realize that this was the same Brunhart who had died saving him in the fight against the Iron Guild. It was the Ego that was taking over the memory, and it was actually him. Brunhart became even happier when his master said this, and he shouted joyfully that he was the same Brunhart, and he remembered everything. He couldn't calm down and kept repeating that he was incredibly happy to see his master again. Hikyu was also happy to have Ego back, but he would have liked a little less chatter. It was different from what Gikyu had imagined, and the voice sounded very childish. He thought Brunhart would look like a knight who would silently guard. But that couldn't be changed, so Gikyu used the Ego merger and L greeted him. Brunhart was happy to see her and remembered both Lu and L. This was the result of GK's wish for a new Ego, perhaps not completely what he had wished for, but it was there. With the help of the name, he took over all the memories from the past, and he also regained the skill of reflection, which he had at the beginning. Brunhart was a gate Aegis with many skills. In addition to reflection, he could absorb power, control, and was also the Ego with memories. Instead of transforming into an accessory, Brunhart only had fusion, and these new abilities came from his gate skills, the young man thought. Reading so many possibilities, Gikyu was very excited and pleasantly surprised. This is incredible. One could only imagine how much easier it would be to fight now. Deciding that it would be better to try out his abilities right now, GK used one of his skills, Discovery, and for a whole week, he climbed the tower and assessed the state of the Ego, starting with Brunhart. First, he learned the new skills of opening and closing, that is, the ability to open and close the gate. But he could not enter such portals alone, and the monsters inside did not obey his orders when GK was without this Ego. This was a useful opportunity that he took advantage of all the time, and when he entered the gate, he immediately destroyed the first enemies that came from all directions. At first, he had doubts about these abilities, but now he recognized that it was quite handy. He could even cause the gate to open. He went to the next gate and closed it from the inside, thinking that it would be even better to be able to control it completely. But he had to move on to the next skills, namely absorption and management, and they are closely related to Brunhart's growth. Absorption can absorb other gates and grow at their expense, and control could also absorb gates that are lower in level and allow the master to control them. Judging by the description, GQ had already guessed how it would look like in action, and it can also only be used for the gates he owns. Reading all of this, GIQ realized that there would be many limitations to its use. He wished he could go out and try out these skills right now, but he would have to wait a bit and put it off for now. Now he had something else to do. He had to catch this beast that was looking at him with mad eyes. It was the Floor Guardian, and they called it a giant Smilodon. He was really huge. The boy had only caught weak monsters this week, so it was time for something bigger. But he had to stretch his body at least once, so he wouldn't get run over. When the giant paw of the Smilodon came over his head, Gi-Q shouted the name of the skill, Strength, to fight back without wasting too much time. This would be enough for a good warm-up, so GIQ put both weapons in front of him and took a stance. At first, he attacked without much effort, just to anger the beast and slightly wound it. The next step was to defend himself. When Smilodon attacked him again in anger, the boy used this opportunity. An equally large wall appeared, and then the place was blinded by a radiance. He closed his eyes and turned away. A little time passed and everything was over. Only the ravine on the ground reminded him that there had been a battle. Gi-Q was already used to fighting guardians because they all had a very similar build, and he was even comfortable fighting them. The animal's body was now lying next to the ravine, and the enhanced reflection skill had kicked in. He calmly walked closer to go to the reward room. Brunhart asked him in a happy tone if his master was proud of him, hoping to receive praise. It was hardly praise, but at least he had fed him, and Brunhart was as happy as a child who had been given candy. A reward appeared next to Smilodon's body when the boy touched it with his sword. There was now a single green criminal lying in that spot. It was a pity, of course, that none of the equipment had fallen out, as it was needed now. However, it was also good that such a large body could be worth a lot of money. Now he wondered if the association's staff would be able to clean it up themselves if they were informed of the situation. Whatever the case, he had to fulfill his promise first. Opening the gate, Guy came closer, holding the reward in his hands. Brunhart had one more wonderful ability that he had only learned about this week. He threw a crystal into the portal while remaining in the gate. With the help of these crystals, they could grow. So after throwing the stone in, he closed the portal. Now, Q had tested absolutely all of Brunhart's abilities and adapted to his strength and speed. Even if Lu hadn't woken up, his skills were still usable, and raising Ella wouldn't cause any problems either. He thought that it would be great to go to the 30th floor now, but decided that he would go to the 29th floor first and think about it later. A few minutes passed, and Gikyu found himself on the right floor. And something interesting was happening there. The two guilds met on the same floor, and they were not the kind of people who would disperse peacefully, and that was that. The only way out for them was to start a war. The red players laughed when they heard the threats in their direction. They had no idea what kind of guild it was, although if it was just about the name, they knew their worth. This behavior was a challenge to them to fight, so they attacked first, telling their men to teach these lowlifes a lesson and show them who was in charge. GQ, who had just entered the floor, immediately heard the sounds of weapons and people screaming. Normally, there would have been someone here, but they were fighting monsters as they do here, not each other. Brunhart offered to go down and see what was going on, but GQ said that a nobleman had no business getting involved in such matters. Both sides were fighting, and the red players were winning so far. The members of the Cain Guild suffered from their blows, receiving one wound after another. But the leader of the enemy team somehow didn't care about such losers. He ordered them to bring the head of the guild, not wanting to continue fighting with weak wards. He wanted to see Yu Suk-woo and then talk about something, but suddenly a figure appeared behind him, approaching him extremely quickly. Gikyu was interested in this conversation after the fight, and when he heard the sounds of fighting, he was finally convinced that there was some kind of enemy guild or just a group of players wandering around. It was a kind of revenge, although he hadn't mentioned the Smurf team yet. He pinned the impudent man to the ground, asking who he wanted to see there. GQ hit him pretty hard, and he couldn't even answer properly. Then the young man's anger began to subside, and he realized that he needed to calm down. Besides, this behavior was not typical of him at all. Only now did he remember that he had seen this face before. It was some time ago in the tower, back when he had reached the 19th floor and collected a bunch of crystals, and then he had been dragged back down by Sung-hoon. But he was confused that the Smurf Guild was doing this to the Cain Guild. Why were they even picking on them? One of the guys who was standing in front and saw the leader being pounded into the ground started shouting at the others to move and do something to defend themselves. He was alone, and there were many of them, so it would be easy to win. But there was only one thought in his head. He needed to calm down. The player continued to sit on the ground, holding the neck of the guild bastard, while the other members launched an attack, attacking from the back. Seeing this, Q rushed back. It was the first time he had ever killed a human being, and there was not a single bit of hesitation when he swung his sword. This was the first victim to die at his hands. The feeling when the sword goes through human flesh, it's unrivaled. Your heart starts to beat faster, feeling satisfied. He could not deny himself and not allow himself to feel this sensation again, so he continued to kill, cutting the bodies of the other players in half. Elle got a lot of blood on her. Lu might have said something against it, but now she was the only one who could talk to him, and she didn't like the blood on the blades. He cut a few more members of the team, and only then did he feel calm and peaceful. After this incident, a mid-level leader of the Cain Guild approached GQ. His name was Do Bon-gu, and he expressed his gratitude to Gu-Q from the bottom of his heart and from all the other members. He looked at the hero who had saved their group with admiration in his eyes, and said that Yu Seok-woo had told him a lot about him. Headcane had said more than once that there was a player, Kim Gi-kyu, whom he would like to have joined his guild. But the guy was very different from what Seok-woo had said about him. Do Bong-gu had heard that Gi-kyu was quite weak and loyal, so he was even worried about him. But now he saw a bloodthirsty killer who had killed several people in cold blood with a wild smile on his face. His smooth sword strokes and strength were as good as the head of the Cain Guild. Then GQ asked Bong-gu what happened to the Smurf Guild. He had known before that they were hunting down Yu Seok-woo, but he didn't know the details. Member Cain didn't even know where to start this conversation. Yu Seok-woo is not the type of person who makes enemies easily. He is not a person who is conflicted. The lucky survivors of the Smurf Guild were sitting on the ground, tied up with a strong rope, and they were going to be interrogated, so something would have to come out during that, and then they would all have to be killed. The Cain Guild was even ready to use torture, even though they didn't like it at all, despite the fact that the association allowed such actions. GQ remembered the time when he had also participated in a raid on the Guardian. Strangely, he couldn't control his emotions then. He felt good about it, but he thought it was the effects of the Iron Guild's torture. and then he was stressed after his injuries. However, now that Bonggu is talking about torture, Gikyu also has no sympathy or questions about the decision. Maybe it's because they're criminals? Although it might not have been the effects of the trauma in the first place. Perhaps it was something else. But why then it was not possible to control GQ's anger, he did not understand. Such incidents hadn't happened all this time. Only recently did they start happening to him. But this was not the most important thing for him either. He was more interested in what had just happened. He was so satisfied when he killed people, and other people's blood stained his swords. And he liked it. He stood behind a tree, apologizing to Elle and Brunhart for having just made them worry. But then he added that they shouldn't worry too much about it. They were enemies, criminals, and they should be treated as such. Moreover, he had saved innocents. And then the young man added that he had some guesses about the situation. It must be the work of the Demon King. Gikyu was sure that Sujong had definitely done something to him when they met, and it affected his behavior and this strange desire to kill people. He had no other assumptions, because he had started to notice all these changes in his behavior after meeting her. A few minutes later, Gikyu returned to the members of the Cane Guild, who were dealing with the bound enemies. Bonggu heard footsteps behind him and turned around to see the guy. His face was slightly stained with blood, and he immediately apologized for having to witness such a scene, but the latter was understanding. The young man also asked if he had learned anything from the Smurfs after the interrogation they had just arranged. Bonggu was not particularly pleased to say that almost no information could be extracted from them, so they contacted the boss and followed his orders. Apparently, they were the lowest members of the guild, who knew nothing and could do nothing. That's what Gikyu thought, and Bonggu verbally agreed with him, but he thought it was all because of the guy's strength, and not that they didn't know how to do anything. It would be hard for anyone to resist. Guild member Kane then sighed, saying that it was time for them to move on. It would be really cool to go to the team leader together, but right now they still have a lot of unfinished business. But Gikyu abruptly turned away and quietly told them to wait, which alarmed Bonggu a bit because the young man's face instantly became very stern. The boy looked in different directions, hoping to see something even though he didn't know what it was yet. He just had a strange feeling that he hadn't had for a while, as if someone was watching them closely. And it turned out to be true. In the bushes on all sides, they noticed the Smurfs Guild, which surrounded them on all sides. Several members of Kane and GQ gathered in the center, unable to escape. There were so many of them that it was hard to even imagine how many people there really were. Probably no one has ever seen such a huge guild. If we estimate roughly, there are about 100 of them here, so there was an assumption that they came here as a guild for revenge. It was strange that they were so worried about their colleagues who were tied up here. In fact, GQ thought that the guild would just leave them, and that would be that. The situation was very difficult now, but for some reason, his heartbeat didn't even speed up with excitement. He calmly asked the Kane leader if he had sent someone to the association or his guild. Bonggu had certainly sent someone to report the situation, but he shouldn't expect reinforcements. Then Gi-kyo firmly said that he would clear the way and let the others urgently prepare a messenger and a flare to announce the necessary help. After telling the conductor to move faster as time was running out, the guy stood up to defend himself. The desire to do so flared up in his eyes again, though it came as suddenly as the last time he had anticipated the battle. At one point, GQ began to attack. He didn't hesitate and immediately rushed into the crowd to kill as many people as possible. Later, the boy jumped up, leaving the members of the Smurf Guild in the dark, as they still did not understand where this powerful wave of energy came from. When they finally found Guy Q, they began to watch him, but the young man ran away so quickly that they did not have time to catch his eyes, looking around in fear. The red players only saw the enemy run into the woods from the corner of their eyes and ordered him to be killed, because he would not stand up to this crowd alone. The Kane Guild also did not stand aside and began to attack. Bonggu sent some people to Gikyu's road, at least to be a distraction so he could strike. However, he hardly needed that. He slaughtered people like monsters in the tower as he moved from floor to floor. It was no different from killing a goblin or an orc. The feeling of guilt or a pull on his heart, a conscience that does not give him rest. He did not feel anything like that. It was the opposite. He loved it and felt some relief after a few kills. Later on, GQ met with the leader of the Smurfs Guild. He praised him with a strange smile for such a brave fight and the ability to dodge. Bonggu was fighting nearby and also noticed him, the head of the enemy team. No wonder he came here with everyone, but he made the fight even harder. The fallen runner, the killer of Jae Min-seok. He stared defiantly at Gikyu, holding a small but sharp dagger, and told him that he would fit in perfectly with their guild, because in some ways his kills resembled their brutality. Min-seok was even ready to offer him a high position in his team if he agreed to come over to his side. Those who committed crimes inside the tower were called the Red Players. They attacked and killed innocents, waiting in ambush, or simply stumbled upon them by accident. It was almost impossible to trace such crimes by law, and all the associations of all countries could do was to monitor the entrance to the tower itself, which was a portal for fugitives. That's where the guards could catch them. A former ranker, red player, and current leader of the Smurfs Guild, who was as famous for his cruelty as the leader of his team. He gave up everything that every runner wanted, from fame, respect, wealth, and chose the path of a wanted man. This only meant that Jae Min-seok was a psychopath who was only interested in killing. Meanwhile, the leader of the Smurfs once again invited Gikyu to join them and extended his hand. The other red players also began to support him, saying something about how they immediately realized who Gikyu really was, that he was very similar to them and would definitely enjoy their company more. The boy remained silent, remembering how he had ruthlessly killed people's lives and felt only satisfaction. But then he sharply told the criminal to shut up. He would not tolerate being equated with freaks like them, who attacked those who had no guilt behind them. One of the members of the rival guild, who was standing not far from the boss, was furious at these words, especially since the guy dared to say that to the commander's face. But Min-seok didn't appreciate it. He was irritated by his mentee's behavior and the fact that he had the audacity to interrupt him. The very next moment, the man was left without a head, which Min-seok ruthlessly cut off with his dagger in front of everyone else. Even for the other members of the guild, it was a bit too much. As the deputy leader's body fell to the ground, they gathered around him and stared in horror at the blood that had formed a large puddle on the grass and its splattering onto the nearby trees. Waving his bloody knife, Min-seok smiled slightly and let out a sigh of relief as he apologized to Gikyu. There were many impolite people among them who had been badly raised since childhood and deserved to be punished. Killing a person, even if it was his own, seemed to be the norm for him. And then Min-seok asked the boy with a calm expression if he wanted to become a deputy leader, just as soon as the position became available. The psychopath's eyes only wanted to see cruelty, and Gikyu would be a perfect pawn for him if he was under his command, so he wanted to lure the young man into his team. The boy wasn't going to respond to that. Instead, he had a single question for Min-seok. He still didn't understand why they were hunting the Cain Guild. It was so rude to ignore your opponent's question and ask your own instead. Min-seok didn't like it, but he decided to speak up. He had nothing to hide. The Smurf Guild was going to move out of this tower. They were already tired of wandering its floors. There were too few opportunities here. Bongu couldn't help but lean into the conversation. He still didn't see the connection between their interest in their leader and their desire to go outside the tower. Just going outside? It has nothing to do with the Cain Guild. They're not the ones keeping them in the tower and not letting them go anywhere else. The only thing he could think of was that they wanted to take hostages, which would be Yu Seok-woo and his men. Gikyu became even more angry when he heard the Smurf leader's response. How could he know about such a secret that only a few people knew about? Yu Seok-woo's secret was his second special skill. Very few people knew about it, including only a few members of the Cain Guild and Gikyu, because he had told him about it when they met. Min-seok was as surprised as he was when he realized that he knew exactly what he was talking about. He lowered the knife, and several of the Smurfs looked at each other, not knowing what they were talking about. It was weird and hilarious at the same time. Min-seok laughed as he walked even closer to the young man, as if to ask him how he knew. But Gikyu still didn't say anything, and without any hesitation rushed at him, shouting something beforehand. His anger and hatred began to control him again, and his self-control disappeared. Gikyu was approaching, telling Min-seok to answer the question he had asked him immediately. The guild leader smiled and quickly dodged first one sword strike and then another. He noticed the gleam in Gikyu's eye, just like the first time he had killed a man. A fierce fight broke out between them. The sound of swords clashing against each other could be heard again. Min-seok kept fighting back and sometimes dodging, while at the same time urging the boy to join his guild again because he saw too many similarities between them. This time, Gikyu flew in. Min-seok pulled out another weapon and cut his cheek. He gritted his teeth, realizing that he had been carrying both knives all along. The spectacular sight in the tower captured both sides, and while Gikyu and the Smurf leader fought, attacking each other, they stood and watched in fascination. It was true that Min-seok's eyes also burned with murder, but it was nothing compared to Gikyu's. The former is a criminal who wants nothing more than to kill and shed blood, and he doesn't care whose blood it is. In the end, he attacked the young man again to make it clear who was in charge. Just one short and light punch delivered by the commander knocked the boy back a few meters. But despite this, Gikyu felt the presence of something else. He had met many high-scoring players with lots of experience points, but this guy was different. He moved a little further away, but Min-seok didn't give him a second to rest and attacked again, swinging his dagger. Gikyu was a little slower than him, so he was sometimes unable to dodge in time. even though he was winning in terms of strength thanks to the reinforcement. But if you look at it in general, it was all in vain, and the acceleration, as if to make matters worse, was now restarting. Then he heard Ella's voice quickly warn him that he was hitting from the left and that his master should dodge. Because of Min-suk's high speed, Gikyu did not have time to dodge the attack and he was hit hard, causing him to fall on his back. It was very painful, but he got up and got ready to fight again. The opponent began to move even faster than he had a few minutes ago. The guy already thought that it might be his special skills, but Elle argued against it. She said that the speed of Seok-woo's movements hadn't changed and that he might just be thinking it was because he was tired and injured. But soon enough, everything became clear. Seok-woo was looking at the picture of him in pain, with a drop of blood running down his cheek from the cut. What the boy thought was true, and thus the effect of Seok-woo was gradually manifesting itself. Gikyu tried to resist his firepower, which he had just seen, but the fire saw was not the only weapon in his arsenal. When you collide with an opponent, you accumulate damage, and once the battle drags on, the winner is revealed immediately. The man began to persuade him again, and argued that he had no chance of winning, so the only way to save himself was to join the guild. Then he would have mercy on him and forget what had happened between them. The guy shouted even more angrily that he should have reported it right away, not at the end of the fight when everything was already decided. This game was considered unfair. Once again, his self-control left him, and he used the acceleration that had already been built up and quickly flew at Min-suk, who didn't even have time to run away. Min-suk laughed madly, surprised that Gikyu had kept at least something in reserve. Being very confident, Min-suk stood still and watched the guy with some curiosity. Hope was almost lost, but out of anger and doubt, Gikyu decided that he would fight to the best of his ability to show criminals like this one where they belong. And he began to attack, holding his swords tightly in his hands, and Min-suk used hellfire against Gikyu, which filled the space around them. The temperature was very high, and it was affecting his stamina. But Gikyu's desire to kill the criminal was higher, and he still had the advantage of acceleration, so he didn't stop. When he got close to the enemy, he immediately used his reflection skill to wound Min-suk. Brunhart deflected all the damage he had accumulated. Of course, the enemy did not know about Gikyu's capabilities, so he stood in front of him in fear, not expecting such surprises. When this happened, Min-suk's fire was engulfed by Gikyu's power. Everyone around him moved even further apart as they saw everything start to fall apart. When everything suddenly disappeared for a moment, they heard a loud explosion, and then the ground split, revealing a large ravine where people almost fell into it. The main mistake that the opponent made was that he told the guy about his weaknesses, thinking that he would not be able to attack anymore. Everything did not turn out the way the guild leader wanted it to, and now he was lying dead in front of GQ's sword. The cannibalism skill was automatically activated again. The guy slowly began to lower the weapon, but kept his eyes on the dead runner. Then the sword power was activated again, and after that, Gikyu felt very weak, especially in his legs, which began to wobble and he could barely stand. Still, Min-suk seemed to be a strong competitor. No wonder, because he is a runner and has a lot of experience, and together with his great strength, he is almost impossible to overcome. It was hard, but Gikyu emerged victorious again. But his legs were still shaking, and he realized that he couldn't show this weakness now, because there were still many members of the Smurf Guild to be destroyed. For a moment, there was even a flicker of hope that they would decide to retreat because the leader was killed. But when Gikyu heard the entire guild approaching him from behind, he doubted it. He had only vaguely heard their conversations, and was already expecting the worst. He looked around timidly, though he tried not to show his uncertainty and weakness. The deputy leader had also been killed, so all the high positions were now vacant. One man who had a scar on his right temple smiled slightly, a smile that also resembled a madman's, but he kept looking at GQ, saying that now whoever killed those degenerates could become the new commander. The others saw fit to kill him to avenge their leader. Brunhart excitedly began to say that it was better to run away from here right now. Elle also wanted to convince her master to run away, but he took a fighting stance and prepared to fight back while the guild members argued about the new leader. GQ has good unique abilities, so it's beneficial for them to have such a leader. In order to accumulate enough power, you must first obtain it, just like in the Harrian maze, and the higher the power is, the greater the force of the recoil. But the body was just broken. He was too weak to repeat such manipulations again. He would need 10 minutes of rest, or at least a few, to catch his breath. The man with the scar on his temple still considered Guy Q to be a judgmental replacement for the old leader. He had all the makings, so why not? He had such a dark aura, and he wasn't even a red player, and it was really interesting to find out who was hiding behind the mask of a regular player. But then, they came to the conclusion that none of that mattered, neither the unique abilities nor the energy he radiated. A second later, the entire Smurf Guild rushed towards one GQ. It was extremely easy to finish him off at this point, because the guy was very weak now and one hit would be enough to finish him off. The end was about to come. He was standing alone in front of a crowd of mad killers who were about to tear him to pieces. But in an instant, everything changed. Instead of embarrassment, a smile appeared on his face. Now he was standing in front of the red players, all of whom were walled up in bed. Every single one of them was trapped, just a meter away from his target. The boy calmly lowered his swords and turned his gaze to his savior, who had managed to stop the opponents at the last moment. Yu Seok-woo stood on the hill nearby and smiled to greet his old friend. It had been so long since they had seen each other, but they remembered each other well. Seok-woo had once promised that they would meet on the floors of the tower, and 5 years had passed since then. But it had finally happened. Bong-gu was excited as soon as he saw the commander, and those who managed to be free now became even more frightened when they heard the name of the head of the Cane Guild. Seok-woo would like to talk to Gikyu now. It's been so long since they've seen each other, but it's not the best time for that. He has a few more things to do that can't wait. Turning to his enemies, Seok-woo used snowstorm and wind to destroy everyone who wasn't caught in the ice block and was blown to the ground by his blows. While the energy was working, he started to count how many people were here, but stopped when he realized that the crowd was large. Too many, in fact. Once again, Seok-woo turned to Gikyu and told him to wait 3 minutes, and then he would come back to him. He jumped up and took out 2 ice daggers, then began to attack the defenseless opponents. His blows went through all the members of the enemy team. The attack was so strong that a single touch could knock them down. Gikyu still admired him. From the very beginning, when Seok-woo became a player, Gikyu wanted to be like him, to fight and improve, and his idol hadn't changed, only become much stronger and more confident in his weapon. But something in him had changed. The boy recalled their first meeting, when he was scared because he saw so many monsters in front of him, and Seok-woo easily defeated them all. Perhaps it was partly his fault that Gikyu was at this level here now. However, now it seemed that Seok-woo was not as far away from him as he was then. The guy had trained so much, and his efforts were not in vain, so he was following him with confident steps. When the player had a little rest, he decided that it was also time to join the fight and show Seok-woo what he was capable of, so he hurried up and started throwing punches. He had said it would take at least 3 minutes to destroy all of those freaks, but now it only took 1. After the fight, Yu Seok-woo walked up to his old friend and praised him with a smile. Gikyu has changed a lot since the first time we met, even exceeding all expectations. After this remark, he asked what happened to his eyes, but Gikyu didn't understand what was wrong with them at all. He didn't notice anything. Gyu's eyes were yellow, and now his left eye was purple. First it was a burning sensation, and now the color of his eyes is changing. The guy didn't say anything because he didn't have any good answer to that. But this time, he was sure that it was the work of the Demon King, both the change in behavior and the purple color of the eyes. There was simply no other explanation for these strange behaviors. Gikyu wasn't going to talk about Sujong. He knew how it could turn out, so he decided to think that it was all because of this new skill. Seok-woo sat down next to him, and he hoped that he wouldn't have to come up with such a lie anymore. In the end, it wasn't just his appearance that changed. Commander Kane had heard that the young man had gotten stronger, but he didn't think he had improved his own abilities that much. Sung-pil spoke, of course, but he had very serious doubts about these stories, and he couldn't imagine that the masked ranker was sitting next to him right now. Hikyu was more interested in how Sung-pil knew about all this and why he would be talking to Seok-woo. The guy had forgotten that they were cousins for a while. In fact, from one photo, one could tell who this mysterious runner was. Hikyu sighed. It was a lot of trouble because the news about the gate breaking and the mysterious hero with the mask on his face was spreading so fast, and every day a new article about it was added. The young man laughed, saying that at least he wore a mask and not everyone could recognize him, but how Seok-woo could withstand all this fame, Gikyu didn't know at all. However, it was probably just a difference of character. The young man asked if reporters were still roaming around the association to expose him, but the guild leader replied that they had already switched to another topic, and it was at least a little calmer. Meanwhile, the mages were treating the wounded after the fight. Gikyu didn't know anything about anything else because he hadn't left the tower all the time, so he wanted to know what was going on in the world. Seok-woo started laughing again. How many days did he have to stay inside to not know all this? But he took one more look at Hikyu's confused face and decided to tell him. It was the first time the EBA president showed his face to the media, although he had previously refused to do so and said it would never happen. At a time like this, when so much attention was being drawn to Gyu, he decided to do it to cover for him. Daegu also felt guilty that he hadn't been able to stop the news from coming out, so he decided to do at least what he could now. Well, we don't have to worry about the debt now, he exhaled calmly, and Seok-woo stood up. I'd like to sit and drink some more, talk, but there's too much to do again. It's not possible for now. He'll be too busy dealing with the Smurf Guild, and he needs to interrogate the ones who are still alive and tied up. But he could find time for a cup of coffee. It was a shame to leave so quickly. It was the first time they had met in a long time, and Seok-woo didn't want to miss this opportunity. And they had a lot to talk about. There were a lot of interesting topics, so he suggested that we relax for at least half an hour. Then Hee-kyu noticed the ring on the boy's hand. It was the same as his, and it was the ring that was given to all the mercenaries of the association. For some reason, he was very surprised to see the accessory on him. The guy said that there were many other mercenaries besides them, and that maybe they had all seen the photos in the news and guessed who was hiding behind the mask. But it's better to be very careful. Not all mercenaries will be as nice as Seok-woo, even to their own. The guy was even more disappointed. The vast majority used objects or skills to hide the rings from prying eyes. And yes, he was careful with other people. Before he stood up, Gi-kyu asked him to answer one question, and he stopped and looked at the young man with interest. He was wondering what Seok-woo's code name was. All mercenaries had to have one. He could tell that he was feeling a little uncomfortable answering this, so he quietly replied that his code name was Arak. Gi-kyu immediately blurted out that it sounded better than his. Morningstar sounded too frivolous and silly for him. But the association had chosen it, and there was nothing he could do about it. Not wanting to dwell on the topic any longer, Gi-kyu got to his feet and said that he had heard the reason why the Smurfs had attacked the Seok-woo Guild. The most interesting thing was that he managed to get to the right place so quickly. Hee-kyu asked him how he did it. He, like some other players, had unique abilities, and Seok-woo was able to do this trick thanks to his second unique skill, portal creation. This was the name of his ability, which few people knew about. This skill was completely independent of the tower. It was so unique that no one had ever heard of it before Seok-woo's appearance, and the news of this ability shook not only Korea but the whole world. Gi-kyu thought about it and realized that Seok-woo had somehow managed to hide his second special ability as well. Then he wondered how he managed to keep this ability a secret from most of his teammates, and how the Smurfs found out about the skill. But it was a long story. Very soon, the players would finish their work at the scene of the last events, and there would be no time left at all, so Seok-woo suggested that they leave first and then continue the conversation. Gi-kyu was a little surprised, because he thought that the head of the guild should put everything in order, but what could be more important than talking to an eyewitness? It was all part of his duties. Naturally, he was excited about this, so he asked if he could pick the place, because Gi-kyu knew a very good cafe. Seok-woo agreed and followed him. When they finally got out of the tower and arrived at the cafe, as Hee-kyu called it, they were greeted by an irritated Tai-shik. They both sat down in front of the Hyung, and Seok-woo greeted them, but after that, Tai-shik continued to be angry. He was especially angry when Gi-kyu said that this was the only place where he could use soundproofing for free, and Hyun said that he would take away his crystals for that. However, when Tai-shik let go of his anger and stopped acting like a stern boss, he noticed Gi-kyu's eyes and asked what happened to them. Since Seok-woo was sitting next to him, Gi-kyu couldn't say anything else, so he said the same thing, that it was because of the new skill, but he hoped it would go away soon. Hyun quickly forgot about the topic and started talking about the Smurf Guild. He had heard that it had been completely destroyed, even though it had only happened a few hours ago, but the news had already reached here. And then he added that they must have something to ask, since they had come to him right away, so he prepared to listen carefully. But they didn't want anything of the sort. All they wanted was to be able to use the soundproofing, so they came to the office. No matter what Tai-shik had said earlier, he couldn't deny them this, so they moved on to the issue that GQ had mentioned back in the tower, namely the Smurfs learning about portal creation. It happened a few months ago, when Seok-woo had to fight several guild leaders at once, and there was no other way to win but to use this unique ability in front of them. And as if to make matters worse, one of those whom the Smurfs later caught was there. They are greedy for blood and for any information about other players, so they most likely extracted everything they needed from him either by threatening him or using torture. Tai-shik was listening to the story while drinking coffee and noticed that there were too many problems after such an accident. Then he asked what happened to that leader. Considering that even the captives of the Smurf Guild don't know anything about him, there is a high probability that he is still alive. And sooner or later, a group of the remnants of the guild may form, so we need to collect all possible information about their whereabouts from those whom Kane has taken prisoner, and destroy them all at once. Seok-woo firmly said that his guild, Kane, would join the operation and that they needed to analyze everything to find out where the missing leader was. Also, we can't let any more rumors spread. The conversation had been quite long, and the Kane Guild's men should have already dealt with the prisoners, so he looked at his watch and said he had to go to them. Taeshik let him go, and Gikyu stayed with him for the time being. Seokwoo could tell that he was trying his best to show that he was feeling normal, even though he wasn't. He was all over the place because of the Smurfs and this ridiculous situation where he had to reveal his powers. And he was very hurt for his guild, because they had suffered so much from their rivals. The commander treated each member as if they were still a member of his family. When Seokwoo was no longer visible on the horizon, Taeshik asked him how he was feeling now, because they had talked about the fight itself. Gikyu was fine. He'd drunk a potion back at the tower, and the healer had healed him. But that wasn't exactly what Hyun meant. He wanted to know if he was mentally okay, because this was the first time Gikyu had ever killed a man. But it wasn't the first time he'd ever killed a person. If you think about it, he was ready to kill Rogers then. The boy looked away, starting to get a little nervous as he remembered the situation. They were going to die anyway, so there was no reason to regret it. He really was fine. Gikyu admitted that he felt joy and relief at killing the man. Hyun patted him on the head, saying that none of this was important. It doesn't matter how much the blood of others stains your hands, but there are many people with black souls in their business. The main thing is whether he can control it or whether the anger will swallow him whole. The guy started to worry. He closed his eyes and wondered if he would be able to control himself in such a case at least once, because all these times he could not restrain himself and was eager to fulfill his bloodthirsty desire. Putting all these thoughts aside, Gikyu looked at Hyun and said that he had no gift for expressing himself well at all. He was even offended, thinking that he had just looked very cool from the outside. That day, all he wanted to do was rest, so Gikyu went home and fell on his bed to sleep. The next morning, he came back to the 29th floor, to the same place where the fight had taken place yesterday. There was still frost on the leaves of the plants, and he felt cool. He walked a few more meters and found something on the ground. Looking at it, he thought about Seokwoo, and now he was curious about his level. But giving up, he looked back. Yesterday, he injured more than a few dozen people here. It was hard to believe something like that. He said he wasn't embarrassed at all, but he couldn't really get the whole story out of his head. He couldn't say that it shocked him too much, but he was surprised that he didn't feel shocked, and his eye hadn't changed and was still purple. He thought that he had changed quite a bit himself, or that he had just been like that before. He still hadn't gotten out of his head what Taeshik had said when he said that the most important thing was to control the urge to kill, not how many times he had to do it. Now he stood in front of the gate leading to the 30th floor, but all these thoughts still lingered in his mind. He had already been to the examination floor 3 times. It was on the 5th, 10th, and 20th floors, and the first test was a goat hunt. The second test was an orc hunt. It was a little more difficult, but nothing critical, and to pass the third test, he had to defeat a minotaur. Along with various decreasing levels of difficulty, there were some simple tasks. It was like that until now, but now that he had reached such a high level, he could forget about the word easy. GQ wasn't worried about fighting 100 people who brutally kill. He wasn't worried about having to fight a strong runner like Min Seok, but when he entered this portal, his hands started to shake. The first thought was that his body was just giving him some signals that it was better not to go there, that something bad was waiting for him. The player should never ignore his premonition, and his feelings and intuition became even sharper after he drank the panacea potion. It was also uncomfortable that Lu was still silent. At such a moment, he would have at least spoken up. But remembering what his doubts had led to last time, GQ decided that he wouldn't be afraid this time. We need to go in and check. Elle a dit avec confiance qu'elle irait n'importe où avec son maître, et Brunhart a répété ces mots, ajoutant que le maître était le meilleur. In the previous tests, the reward was just an increase in skills. Who knows? Maybe this time they will give something different and much better. Thinking about the possibility of finding something important here, GQ stopped doubting and opened the door. Now he was in the 4th examination field, and there were special conditions and rules to follow. This was where he would be eligible. They had said something about a special test on the 30th floor, so he should definitely expect something different. Here he was met by a strong wind and a sandstorm, and through it, the boy saw the castle, deciding that this was his landmark. He tried to shield his face from the sand that got into his eyes and obscured the road, making it difficult to walk. But when the storm subsided a little, he saw something truly terrifying. He was being stung by a flock of giant scorpions. Well, he had just walked in, so he expected something similar. In fact, such surprises didn't really scare GQ, so he gladly accepted the challenge. It was very difficult to keep his balance as the storm was getting stronger and stronger again. The wind was making it hard to stand on his feet, and the dust was getting into his eyes, so he decided to get to them as quickly as possible and destroy them. After reaching the first victim, GQ used Brunhart's power. One of the scorpions grabbed him with its pincers and the guy was trapped, trying to hold it back and get out. It was not easy, but using all his strength he managed to free himself from the trap of the arachnid creature. Now the young man could have used acceleration, but because of this violent storm, he did not know if this skill made sense. Perhaps it would be better to just walk forward to the castle over their heads and then hide there. During the fight, the guy focused only on his enemies, but suddenly he heard a familiar voice. It was Lu. He had finally come to his senses. The guy was very surprised and distracted from the fight, asking Lu when he woke up. He had already missed him, and sometimes missed having him around. Lu said that he had come to as soon as they entered the portal on this floor, but that was not the most important thing now. He calmly told his master to go to the castle and get there as soon as possible. There was something inside the castle that was very important to him, but at first Lu did not want to talk about it. On a throne in the middle of a large castle with high walls was his body. All his clothes were black, as dark as everything around him, and only his red eyes could be seen in this darkness. Elle was also happy when she heard that Lu had woken up, and that GQ didn't understand what he was saying to him. What did he mean by his flesh being in the castle? But at the same time, it was no longer about the details and trivia. The scorpions started attacking again, one after another. So Lu's explanation could be postponed and listened to later. GQ quickly jumped up to avoid being hit by a scorpion, and then hit it. Then the boy took Lu in both hands and stood on the sword with his feet. Ego, calmly but surprised, asked what it all meant and what the master was doing, to which GQ replied that Lu would have to be a footrest for a while. It's just a waste of time to take into account every feature of the area he's in, especially since there are a lot of evil enemies around, and they could be hiding in the castle as well. Lu was still silent after what he heard from his master, but if it would help him, he was willing to be under his feet. Guy Q jumped up with all his might, pushing off his sword, and wanted to try to reach the castle in one jump. On the way, the boy apologized to Brunhart because they wouldn't be able to collect all those crystals now. There simply wasn't time for that, but Ego replied that it was okay and nothing would happen if they missed a few pieces. Then Lu heard a strange voice, which the master had definitely not had before. He sharply and rather rudely asked who the hell he was. As Guy Q confidently approached the castle, he told him that Brunhart was the gate Ego with his past memories. Lu was not happy that someone else had joined the team and grumbled under his breath. But Brunhart himself was very happy to see another companion. He happily greeted him and said that he would treat him with respect as a senior because he had arrived earlier. Lu liked this attitude better, but he proudly told him to do as he pleased, and GQ noticed that Brunhart still liked him. The scorpions were approaching them, so the Dark Sword ordered GQ to not slow down and run quickly inside. But the boy stopped in front of the door with confusion in his eyes. Only after a few seconds did he move forward again, because Lu had already shouted to him that it could be over now, and the young man entered the castle, where there was almost nothing but a throne and knights. These knights were gigantic, but they stood still against the wall. It seemed that this was the boss's room, because both the color and the size were right for it. Then Lu started to speak, just as quietly and just as calmly. He told them that his body was behind that door. Now the boss himself could feel that when he opened the door, he would be greeted by something special.